Good morning, traders. Welcome back to another day here at Trade the Pool. And don't let the skeletons get you because they're definitely hanging around the corners. It seems like this market is ready to continue going down. We'll see what happens. Market is just hanging on by a thread of yesterday's action. And there was some quantum news, but the quantum stocks are already giving up some of that and already back down. It looks like there was some conflicting noise with that report. We'll talk a little bit about it. We'll get to Tesla's report. Is Tesla a buy now? Well, I think all the Elon fans aren't going to be too jumping up and down today, especially with that earnings report. But we'll talk a little bit more about what was in that earnings report right here on Trade the Pool, of course. We'll take a look at the playbook and what kind of plays you guys can be watching today. Let's get to that action. Let's take a look at the first kind of trade or two, and we'll just keep moving along the lines, right? First trade up, here's one that might get me with some haters. And you know how I am. I don't care. Let's just go take a look. Palantir. Let's get to Palantir and take a look here at Palantir to see what's going on here. This looks like a chart that's ready to just completely collapse. So in this case, I'm looking to get ready to take a big short on Palantir. I think this could be the beginning of the end of Palantir, at least for this rally, right? This long rally that we've been in. And if that's the truth, I want to be ready to get swing short on Palantir. So I'm going to be even bringing back the funded account. I want to tackle Palantir. I think this is a great one to tackle. I think you got to be very careful. I'm going to have to go tiny in size to actually go after it, because I think that's the key too. Because if we're going to get a big drop, it's going to be because this goes through that 170 today and it really collapsed through. It goes back to, let's say, 160 in a hurry. Yeah, that's what you want to see on a chart like this to really start seeing the demise. And if you look at it, really, the MACD does not look very constructive since that ride up there closer towards the 200 that we got in September, right? So ever since then, it wasn't even September, it's August. So ever since then, it's just been kind of coming back. But every time it gets into this area, it's a rejection. At this point, how much further can Palantir keep going? Well, find out, guys. I'm ready to knock them dead. We'll see what happens there. Join the dark side as I look for some shorts out there in Palantir. Let's go to one that maybe might be a little bit of a long. I'm looking at some value plays and some stocks that have been just completely crushed in 2025 or 2024. And this one has been a pullback for 2 years now. Adobe. Yes, Adobe's been on a 2-year pullback, guys. So looking to see if maybe this has the value play here, where it could maybe lift a little bit towards 370s, 380s. We'll find out what happens here. Recent earnings already came in, so it's starting to recover from the earnings. So that tells me maybe to keep this one on the radar. It's nothing that is a big move, but you can see the last 3 days, we had a little bit of a push, then had 2 days sideways. Let's see if we go and take a little pull back to 350 out the gates, and then a recovery back through 360. We'll see what happens there on Adobe. Let's go to one last play here. We're going to be talking about RX plenty of times, guys. I'm looking to see if this wants to recover 6. Of course, it's on a quick pullback here, pretty much washing the trade. And I think this is important because if I look at this more and more, I'm going to be watching more and more weekly action and kind of combining my daily approach that I always use with the weeklies, and looking especially towards Thursday and Friday as being more of those times where I could take the shot and jump on a good daily chart that could become a good weekly chart. This is a nice little trick that I'm trying to start to add to my trading, especially towards swing trading. We'll see what happens there on RX. You can see the weeklies. The weeklies look like it's been building and building, just slightly above 550. And we're right there at 580s. So a quick turnaround here, and it gets it back through, let's say, the opening price of the week, 621, in the next 2 days. Well, guess what? This goes green bar and then looks a lot better. So we'll see what happens there. I am getting RX to give me an alert right now towards 581. So this is definitely on my radar today to look to see if we want to go back to 6. We'll see what happens there in RX. And there's some other ones, some quantum names probably giving me alerts. I'm keeping an eye on them. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was QMCO with a little bounce back there towards 1022. I'm just keeping these in like kind of a range alert to see if we get some continued upside action. Let's get to the Sunrise Report and talk a little bit about what's going on in the market today. Of course, the market is cooling off as big tech earnings disappoint. It was all about Tesla, right? And then Tesla kind of destroying that. Did we mess it up again? Oh my God. Angelo, I am going to kill you. Angelo, stop touching it. Oh man, you guys know Joe. He has a tendency of messing up my Sunrise Report. He did it again, team. He did it again. Okay, so we're gonna pull it from ChatGPT again. Just give me a second. I almost have to read it before he gets to it. I love you, Angelo, if you're out there, man. But you got me again. Bonjour. How we doing, Smoked Tuna? Haven't been able to use the Tuna AI as much, but, you know, I got my own AI in my head over here. Cavi, what's up out there, man? How we doing? We're going to take a look at some stocks out there. Just trying to pull up the Sunrise Report as I normally make this through ChatGPT, and I copy it on another doc, but it got a little bit mixed up there. So let's bring it back here. All right, market cooling, of course, as big tech earnings disappoint. The Dow futures were down about 104 points, down 0.2%. S&P futures down about 0.2%. NASDAQ down about 0.3%. The move coming lower as after a down session on Wednesday that saw the S&P 500 drop about 0.5%. Adding to the pressures, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that the White House is considering curbing exports of China to products made with U.S. software, potentially expanding on President Donald Trump's plan to impose sweeping export restrictions by November 1st. So keep your eyes on that conversation. Let's move over to Tesla. Talk a little bit more about the report that everyone wants to talk about. And is Tesla a buy here? Well, just keep watch on the price action. We'll see what happens if the price action gets a jump. But here's more from the earnings report. Tesla shares fell 3% on pre-market after a mixed third quarter report marked by strong revenue growth, but soft margins. Yes. Whoa. Money Mitch, another one. Yeah, I mean, everyone knew the soft margins were going to start to show. And that's all the tariff concern and profit declines, right? The EPS here at 50 cents reported an expected 54, right? So drop of 4 cents there on the expectations. Revenues at 28.1 billion versus an expectation of 26.37 billion. So they're able to make money because they're probably raising prices to try to adjust there, but the margins are going lower. Revenue rose 12% year over year, Tesla's first growth after 2 straight declines. So that's actually a plus, right? But net income fell here. And so it's kind of what I call financial engineering, right? Net income fell 37% to 1.37 billion, or 39 cents a share, due to the lower EV prices and the 50% jump in research and development and AI-related expenses. Yes, you heard that right. So the expenses are jumping 50% in research and development. That is massive. Automotive revenue increased to 21.2 billion, while regulatory credit sales plunged 44% to 417 million. So all those credit sales are not helping them, of course, as that keeps plunging and continues to plunge. The quarter's results, of course, were boosted by consumers rushing to buy before the expiration of the federal EV tax credit, which were eliminated under Trump's recent spending bill. Despite improving top-line growth, Tesla's European sales slump continued amid competition from Volkswagen. You also got BYD and growing consumer backlash against Musk's political rhetoric. CEO Elon Musk gave little guidance, focusing instead on long-term visions. He wanted to bring up the cybercab, right? The cybercab. Everyone's looking for the robo-taxis, the robo-taxi. Well, production expected to begin in Q2 of 2026. So pretty much you did what you always do to us, Elon. You just make it look like the product is going to come out and then you push it down the line. Well, guess what? That's not going to help Tesla, at least for the time being. Megapack 3 and semi-truck ramp plan for 2026 volume production. Okay, so finally we're going to start building the semi-truck. Guys, you don't remember the semi-truck came out years ago, man. It's incredible to me how Tesla is able to do this, come out with a product and then just take years and years to actually go to real production. I don't understand it. Only 12% of Tesla's current fleet uses FSD supervised. It's semi-autonomous driving system. So, yeah, nothing that is really kind of killing it in Elon Musk's comments. Tesla shares have gained 9% in 2025, but still lagging the broader market and peers like Nvidia and Meta. All right, let's move over now to American Airlines. We'll talk a little bit more about Tesla a little bit later with Michael Noss. American Airlines continuing to climb here in this morning. I was looking to maybe take a buy in American Airlines this morning around 1250s. It's already up there to 1280s there, so continuing to climb. I actually was thinking about maybe buying a little bit of DAL or UAL also based on that report. Pretty good report here. Let's take a look here. American posted a smaller than expected Q3 loss and raised its full year outlook, sending shares higher in the pre-market. The EPS was expected to come in at a loss of 28 cents. It came in at a loss of 17 cents. Revenues at 13.69 billion versus a 13.63 billion expected here. Revenues rose about 0.3 year over year. The company guided though Q4 EPS to 45 cents and 75 cents, well above the estimate of 31 cents on the upside. So pretty good lift. And the top side there, almost double the expectation. Full year guidance now stands at 65 cents to 95 cents, up sharply from the 43 cents forecasted earlier. So remember, whenever we get quick fundamental changes, that's when we can get usually the best technical moves also. Yes, you heard that right. Fundamental changes actually cause technical breakouts. Sometimes you don't hear this thing anywhere else, right? So I like to tell you guys it. All right, we'll see what's up out there, guys. We'll definitely be taking a look to see what other kind of companies have a nice lift there. Starbucks, though, facing strike authorization vote. This is a bad thing for Starbucks, as, of course, they've already kind of been struggling and now could take another hit. This was just bouncing back after this little down area, right? It kind of just undercut it. We'll see if it's able to hold on here, but Starbucks facing more strike conversation. The union group Starbucks Workers United announcing plans for nationwide strike authorization starting Friday, marking a major escalation in the contract push. Voting will take place through November 1st across 60 cities and 650 stores. The union seeks higher pay, improving staffing, resolution to hundreds of unfair labor practices charges, and Starbucks says only 4% of U.S. partners are unionized and emphasized that it's offers the best retail job in America with an average of $30 an hour pay plus benefits. We're going to do whatever it takes to secure this contract, said barista and organization Jasmine Lilly. And this would be the third national strike since December 2024, as mediation efforts between Starbucks and the union remain stalled as of right now. Let's go to Dick's Sporting Goods. As Dick's Sporting Goods in the news here, while many retailers are shrinking their footprint, Dick's Sporting Goods is going bigger. The company is actually aggressively expanding its House of Sports mega store concept, sprawling 120,000 square foot to 150,000 square foot experimental stores featuring climbing walls and golf simulators and House of Cleats footwear zones. We need to build the concept that would kill Dick's Sporting Goods, says executive chairman. If someone else built this store across the street, we'd be out of business. That's exactly what we did. So they're now building this House of Sports mentality in their Dicks. I don't think this is a good thing, but hey, That's what they want to go after. EBITDA margins at 20% per store, annual sales per store at 35 million, cost of capital per store. Are you ready for this? $11.5 million per store. There's a lot of dicks out there, man. I don't know how that makes sense, but plans of 35 store by year end and 100 by full year of 2027. Just to put in perspective, I mean, I get a lot of sporting goods, but what do? I just get it delivered to the door, right? And like I order it on Amazon, or I go to Louisville Slugger and actually order it from the retailer themselves. I don't understand this move by Dick's, but hey, Dick's also completed a $2.4 billion acquisition of Foot Locker. Don't know why, but they, despite initial investor skepticism, Stack said that the deal strengthened Dick's footwear leadership, calling it a lifetime investment. Good God, I can't even, it's hard to read this, man, and actually think that they're doing something that's the right way to go. But youth sports, of course, remaining Dick's growth engine, with spending per child up 46% since 2019, quote unquote inflation, right? That's why it's up higher. It's because everything costs more. A glove that costs you $20 now costs you $60, right? That's the 46%. But Dick's now has logged 12 straight quarters of same-store sales growth, its best run in history. So, hey, at least you could take that, right? That's a pretty good number there, that their same-store sales growth is continuing to climb. Quantum stocks are surging on White House stake talks, but there is a report on Reuters that you don't know if this is even true. So it's a battle between the Wall Street Journal and Reuters right now. Quantum computing stocks surged after Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump administration is in talk to take equity stakes in several companies in the sector. IonQ mentioned D-Wave, Rigetti Computing, Quantum Computing, QUBT. The move follows, of course, earlier government stakes in MP Materials, Intel, and, of course, Lithium Americas. Washington seeks to secure leadership in strategic technologies. Another thing to think about, right, is that Reuters comment did come out. So pretty much the Reuters comment was that they got to the conference, and the conference pretty much said that these talks were never even happening. Who knows what is real, what is not? That might be why you saw the recent dip right back down in IonQ, because of that report by Reuters. So we'll see what happens if these stocks can just take off or not, or will there actually be an investment? We have no idea. There is a supposed Trump is going to be speaking at 3 p.m. So hold on to your pants, guys. We're back in limbo land, as we're going to just be waiting to see what happens with Trump comments at 3 p.m. We have no idea. Is he going to go harder on China? Is he going to bring in some healthcare conversation? Is he going to talk quantum? We really have absolutely zero ideas. But we'll have to wait to find out what happens there. And we'll take a look at the quantum stocks. What is maybe the best one to take a shot in? Or maybe do you take a shot in all of them and just hope that one of them is the one that Trump mentions? Who knows? Find out right here to see what happens to the quantum stocks. All right, guys, it's enough on that action. We're going to go ahead and kick the show off. We'll take a look to see what's going on in the stock market action. I don't expect too much today. It's still kind of this market where, man, what happened to the market, guys? I go on vacation for 1 week and you guys break this thing. Like, it seems like we can't get the momentum going again. I'm trying to keep the party going, but it just seems like I take a week off, and next thing you know, the market doesn't want to go anywhere. So, hey, I say we hang on tight and see what happens, because right now, to me, there's no plays really to be had. Like, if you're taking shots here, I think you're guessing, because right now, especially yesterday, there was a lot of downside stocks, and there's a lot of things breaking right underneath our eyes. And the question is, will they come back? I mean, the way I feel, if it wasn't for Trump, this market would probably be way lower right now. So we'll wait to find out. We'll see what happens with the market. Let's kick things off and start that countdown.
Walt wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Nas, what's going on,
Yo.
man?
Not a whole lot. Looking at the market, it's actually unchanged, but just put in a pretty big rally there in the last few minutes.
I just think it's like, come on, man, this is boring. Like, do something.
Yeah, well, we need earnings that matter, right? Because Tesla
I
did earnings and it didn't move at all.
we
And
just need this whole China conversation. Wasn't there a China deal like 3 months ago?
yeah, but again, it's all the market's just immune to that, And then apparently the rumor is that at
Ridiculous,
3 today
man.
he's talking Russia sanctions.
Oh,
So
he's going
trading
after Russia
Russian.
some more. That's gonna help the
Well,
market.
Well, and it's like you haven't been able to trade any Russian related security in 3, 4 years now. They're all delisted. I know some people who got, what was it, Yandex? I think it was
Yeah.
YNDX. Yeah, it's not even listed now.
Yeah.
Yandex was a company, and there's some people holding it. And there were some, I remember, Russian ETFs that got halted and all that kind of stuff. So
Yep.
yeah, it looks like a whole lot of nothing. And then I was looking at the earnings, and there's nothing really till the end of the week anyway. So next
Yeah.
week, maybe some big ones, but it looks like the option sellers won again with Tesla. It's pretty, it's down 3%. I think the expected move was 10. So pretty much as unchanged as I think you could get for
Yeah, I
a
mean, I don't
Tesla
know what
earnings
you could
report.
expect in this earnings report to be positive, right? The margins were going to come down regardless, right? Because of the tariffs continuing to affect this company. The second thing, the credits coming off. Of course. Yeah, it might have caused a little bit of spike in some quick buying, but in the long outlook, that makes the EVs look worse, right? And then when you get comments of robo-taxi being pushed back to the second half of next year. I thought they were on the street. I thought they were ready to go, Elon. What happened? Yeah,
The
classic Elon move, right? I
yeah,
show you a product,
overpromise and deliver.
over promise, under deliver, and then by the time you actually see the car in production, we're talking like now a year from when it actually started to come out. And by
Well,
that
and
time, Waymo is way ahead of this. Like Google
the
is
thing
way
is,
ahead of them.
the market's smart, so the market knew all this. So that's why the move was so muted, right? Is that no one was surprised by anything they said, and that's the only thing that will make an earnings report impactful, right? If it comes out, everyone knows margin's going to be crushed, and everyone knows the EV credit's going to be gone. There's not a single person who
Yep.
doesn't understand that. So then it's just going to, so unless you either do something horrible to miss by a lot or beat like by a lot, you get these moves where
Yeah.
you're pretty much right in the middle of the market maker expected move. So it means just no action. So I like the chart still, right? The fact that it's right at yesterday's low and nothing changed on earnings, I think
Yeah.
is good. So we'll take a look at the chart there. But that is, I think, why the market is like actually it's down 0.09%. Right. There was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, what'd you think
No net.
about Reuters and Wall Street battling back and forth here now? As Reuters saying that there is no conversations in the quantum.
I have no idea. But yeah, we talked about this yesterday. My systems triggered a buy right off of this, and this is one I can kind of, I'm not going to give away the whole goose, but I can explain a little bit. And it's, if you look up Larry Williams 2-period RSI, it's a very famous strategy that he made a long time ago, and it's literally just that. Obviously, you need to add more to it, but you grab a 2-period RSI, short-term RSI, and when it gets kind of under 10, that sometimes leads to a short-term bounce. So of course I can run the back test if you guys want. I got 25 years of data on this one. So simply said, if it got, let's move this line so it's actually at 10. Where is it? Yeah, lower band 10. Right, so it gets under 10, kind of right here. Nice little bounce on that. Gets under 10 again right here on this day, and nice little bounce off that as well. So again, just seems like more and more of the same. And then
So do you sell that on like a quick flip, or is that more like a hold?
yeah, most mean reversion. If you are trading mean reversion, you got to be in and out, right? It's
Yeah,
if you're ever fighting the short term trend, you got to
yeah.
be out. I'm
Is that
looking
like
at
a
the
one day? Would you like a 1 day flip, or do you just sell it like even at the open kind of thing?
no 5 to 10 days is
Okay.
the expected hold. Now I looked at the little bit of the overnight gap as a bit of a just gift, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, you got a good
um,
gift, right? Good mention.
when we opened
Who
up
knows
there,
if
I
it's
sold
true or
around
not, but that doesn't
right
really
like
matter here. It's up.
yeah. So I just took some off the table around 62.50.
Yeah, you
I
took
took
some off
some off
already.
the table,
Can't
and
blame you.
then about half, and then the rest is I'll follow the system, which again says sometimes between 5 to 10 days, or there's like a number of ATRs for a target, which I think puts
Once
us
it's,
around 70.
once the system's in on this trade, right, what would tell it to get out of the trade?
Either a stop loss or the time stop, right? So
The
the
time
period
stop?
of time.
Okay.
So I do a lot of optimization on
Yeah.
time,
Mhm.
because the main benefit of trading that a lot of people forget is it's essentially built-in compounding,
Yeah.
right? You're able to so the faster you can kind of turn over your account and still have an edge, the better, because you're getting that benefit of compounding. So
Mhm.
generally speaking, I take the 5 day exit, which would be what, next Wednesday.
Okay.
5 trading days, of course, and then till then, just hold with the stop loss, which was sitting around, I think it was like 40, under 50. It's like 49 something.
Okay, so it's
Um,
big. It gives it good
oh
range
yeah,
on this. Okay, and
yeah,
is the kind of the like you meant is it's a reversion trade right back. Is it trying to get it back to like let's say like 70, like half of the move? Would you
it
think?
does. No
No
profit targets for me
intended
on any systems that I run. I find profit targets dramatically hurt systems, because
limiting. They're
yeah,
limiting, right?
you're capping the luck, right? And you
Mhm.
get something like a QMMM, or you get something just goes nuts, and even within your back test, if that only happens once once a blue moon, once a year, once more, even more, right? If you're just capping that upside, you're just not, I don't think you're doing it right, because
Yeah, 'cause you can
you want to get
expand
these
winners, right?
surprises.
The key is if you can expand winners, the losers can keep coming, man. That's the way I
Yeah,
say, you
you
know?
just need to get lucky every now and then, right? And
Yeah.
it's, I look at that. Obviously, the system had absolutely no idea that we're going to now socialize quantum computers, which is hilarious. But it's it's just simply just taking a trade, because there's an
Oversold
edge there.
condition and
Um,
it's a good pullback. It is a good pullback, right? Like if you just sometimes like and that's the key, right? That's the key. I think that a lot of traders sometimes get it wrong, right? It's that the system way and doing it this way is just like it's kind of like you put real blinders on, right? You're not really
yeah.
listening to the noise out there.
Oh,
You're
I don't.
just going
Yeah.
on the technical chart, right? And so, hey, there it
Any
is.
any new
You fall
any
into a
new
winner.
yeah, any news I know about is completely against my will, right? I don't want to know any of this
He said,
stuff,
"Forget
but
Reuters, forget Wall Street Journal. I don't have
no,
access to
no,
them, nor do I
no.
care."
And yeah, so this is the back test, right? So this is, you can see it's not perfect, right? There's pullbacks in the equity curves, there's flat periods in the equity curves. That's why we trade multiple systems, but
Mhm. But
overall
it's
it goes
right.
up and to the right. So and
Linear,
that's all you
that's
want,
it, right? As
so
long
you
as you
can
don't
see
have
that,
the chop fest on this chart, then you can trade it.
right? And that's if you
It's
zoom
tradable.
in to 2025, you can see that this one system's actually just a
Where
little bit
where can they
underwater
learn
this year.
about more of these strategies? I know you do a lot of strategy talk here and you tell us a lot about different areas, but of course, where can they learn more of this kind of conversation? Where can they follow you, Michael? Because I know there's probably traders out there that are wanting to learn more and more about this kind of style of trading.
Yeah, just Michael Noss everywhere on the internet, right? No pseudonyms or anything like that. Our
Yeah,
podcast which is Line Your Own Pockets, is a good place to learn. We talk a
check
lot
that
about
out, guys.
system kind of trading. But yeah, and I just want to show, right, it's not perfect. The system's actually
No.
only up a little bit on the year, right? This particular just year to date on this system,
Mhm.
and it got really kind of smoked in that April, May, and just hasn't really made it back. It's still up a little bit on the year. But again, this is why you combine systems, because the
Mhm.
my momentum system, my breakout system is the one that's just killing it this year. So
Yeah.
it's yeah, it's really just dependent on where
It
you're looking.
each system has its day in the sun, right? Like we say,
Mhm.
each system will have its day in the sun. The key is just keep it out there and watch the sun kind of just get those flowers right back, right? It'll come back.
Yeah, and you'll never know, with which is the question I get a lot, is like, how do you know which system to trade? And there's some people that's what they'll use for. That's what they'll use kind of market knowledge for. They'll try
Mhm.
to say, okay, I'm going to do my technical analysis in the market, and I'm going to know that I should trade this system at this time or that system at that time, and it may work for them. For me, I'm just like, I don't really ever know, so I'm just going to trade them all, and I know that one of them is going to be underwater for a bit, and the other one's going to outperform, and kind of like we talk about here with the day trades when I'm taking on like
Mhm.
20, 30 day trades in a row. My idea is that I don't really care about any individual trade. I'm just hoping on net across the multiple systems I run and the different trades that I do, that on net, if I end up making money, then that's great. I
Yeah.
don't really care which system did it, just as long. That's why you do a lot of work to make sure that they're uncorrelated in nature. They're not trading the same way. They're not trading in the same type of style anymore. Because if we go, this is this chart doesn't look the best, but this is just kind of the combined of the systems, and it's just sitting pretty much right at equity highs. It's too big, which I'll take all day long. But it's not a crazy year. I've got one account that's up really really big, and then which is the more investment account, and then these trading accounts are up. They're up pretty good, and so these are all the swing systems. And that's sitting pretty much at highs for the year, which I'll take. And then it's the investments that have really killed it this year. Just buying and holding stuff has definitely been the doing nothing has been the best strategy I think that you could have for most of this year.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if those gains can hold here. That's going to be the key. Definitely the SPY just kind of hanging out here. I think it's also
Mhm.
due to the November 1st deadline that we're not really getting too big of a move. We might have to wait until November 1st to get a big move. Um, just
Oh
because
yeah.
the
Or like
negative
we have
of Trump, like kind of going crazy and raising tariffs again on China, could be around the corner. I mean, that's what you got to keep watching. I mean, we still got over a week for that. So I don't see this market going anywhere in October. Um, it's just
no,
gonna.
and if it's gonna, it's right. And this is the other thing, right? You got to look at where, right? We're talking the market. The market is
Yeah.
just a basket of stocks, and those stocks are mostly on what, Wednesday, Thursday next week. So
Yep.
if you are a fundamental manager, if you're a fundamental institutional manager, well, you don't have any economic numbers because the government's closed. So you don't have any economic numbers you can play off of. You don't really
Yep.
have too much earnings you can care about. Yeah, Tesla's a big company, but it's not huge by any means. I think it's like 5% of the S&P 500. Where if you look at, right, we have Meta, we have Google, we have
Yeah. And you
Amazon,
can't.
we have right,
I think also
Apple.
another thing to add to that is that you can't just jump on the Tesla like conversation and be like, "Oh no, but the AI trade's done."
No,
Right? Like if it's Microsoft or Google that gives you more of
right.
that insight, you can kind of say it, you can kind of lean towards that. You can't pull Tesla and pull Microsoft, Google, Apple underneath that, right? They're not underneath like kind of in the same business, right?
Well, and if you
That's
just did a
also I think
pie
a big
chart,
part.
if you did a pie chart of the S&P 500, so this is earnings whisperer, so Wednesday night and Thursday night, if you just did like a whole pie chart of the S&P 500, it's like 30% of the S&P 500 reports over these 2 days. So this is why I think the market's really in a holding pattern, is because we've had this really big move in the market. And quite often we see this a lot where you have a really big kind of shock candle. I've just been tweeting out like once a day that everything that happens inside this candle to me is just complete noise. I just don't care about any of it. It's all
It
fugazi because we're
is.
in the and it's like, okay, well, what's going to take us to break out to the upside or to break down to the downside? And I think the only thing we have for new data coming in that the market gives a crap about is all happening Wednesday and Thursday. So if I'm a big institution and I want to, place all my bets, I don't have to do it quickly, right? These guys move super slow. So they're probably going to wait for, this Wednesday, Thursday action
Yeah.
when it comes to earnings, because that's really, a lot of people say the banks are the kickoff of earnings, and then, yeah, banks are obviously very, very important. You can't have a healthy economy with weak banks, but this is really where, to me, things get interesting. Again, Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and Apple all reporting within 2 days. That's
Yep.
that's where the market's really going to give a shit.
And 2 days right before the end and going into that China news, right? And
Mm,
so it's going to be interesting. The only economic data we're going to get this week is Friday's CPI report, but that's going to be
yeah.
an interesting one, that's for sure. All
And I
right,
know
let's.
people were hopeful that Trump was going to say something to shake up the market. And he's, the dude rambles. So he definitely could, but he's not intending to. It's going to be more of this kind of Russia oil thing. So that
Yeah.
leads us, I want to just talk with this huge move in oil that's starting to get really interesting here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if this is like a double bottom that you want to play
I don't
against
know, man.
or what it
Oil's the
is, but
hardest. I will say oil's the hardest to call.
just look, just
Um,
look at this chart, right? 3 years of nothing.
yeah.
Um,
Is it finally the time for oil to get its? It would also not be a good thing, right? Because that means inflation's going higher. So
mhm.
um, Chevron would be the one that I've always looked at, and I'm like, oh, it's so pretty, but then it never goes
Yeah,
anywhere. Every time it looks pretty, it doesn't go anywhere. Um, but
no,
hey,
it's a rough sector because it is, um, it's
manipulated and ran by
well,
OPEC.
it's ran by OPEC, but also we know the U.S. government spends a lot of time either taking from strategic reserves or adding to them.
Yeah,
So it's by design, and this is obviously good for the world, is that they try to keep the price of oil stable. Right?
yeah,
If the price of oil got incredibly crazy and unstable, well, that becomes an incredibly hard world to live in, right? It becomes a hard way to kind of live your life if you don't know what the price of oil is going to be day after day. So it's good for the world that it's such stable pricing. It is bad for us speculators
yeah.
that it's such stable pricing.
And the way it looking like, at least, we usually have a tendency of going into a winter climb. And I think this is a normal kind of thing, right? Like we go through the summer months. Normally, summer months bring cheaper oil prices because they know that people are going to do what? They're going to pump actually more because they're taking those summer vacations and people just drive a little bit more in the summer, right? They go on, whatever hikes they want to go on or things like that, right? So I think in this case, you can look to see if maybe this move actually has some legs. And especially if we are going to get some downside action in the market, that could be a way to play kind of upside in the meantime, right? A good hedge here to see if we start to see oil start to climb. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I haven't traded oil stocks in, I think, at least like 5 or 6 months, but we'll see if they get
And I
going, man.
And I got a question about, okay, with oil spiking, why isn't the market reacting? And then
Yeah, why isn't the
I
market
sent them that
reacting, right?
same screenshot of oil stocks make up 2.5% of the S&P 500.
Yep.
So if all the oil stocks get hammered and go to zero, the market moves 2% that day.
Yeah.
So
It's
you know
usually
it,
just speculation when oil's going up higher. People just have a tendency of thinking that the market's going to drop, right?
yeah, and there's just no evidence on that
On
one
both
at all.
sides, really. There's really no evidence on that. But trust me, it'll be obvious all the time when you see like energy
Mhm.
at the top on days where the market's just kind of weak. But it has to do, I think, with other things that come into play. And I think there's also a lot of hedging that goes in the oil space, right? And so
On
that's another thing that comes into play.
hedging oil prices is like a multi-billion-dollar
Yeah, it's
industry, right? Because
just
the whole
it's the
point is,
game.
again, the world needs stable oil prices. If you had oil shooting around, 10-20% a day, that's the worst thing for the planet. Whether or not oil prices are high or low, a lot of these companies, like you mentioned, hedge. They can adapt pretty easily. What's really scary is super fluctuation. Same with interest rates.
Hmm.
You can have high interest rates, people adapt. Low interest rate, people adapt. If you have insane fluctuations in interest rates, that just becomes really hard to
Yeah.
run a company, to run a business. Now,
Yeah.
when looking at the market here, obviously we had a little bit of a, what, I think it was down like 1% yesterday, and then bounced to close down 0.5%, and now we're literally unchanged. So I think just the levels to watch here for the market is obviously yesterday's low and yesterday's high, and then just look at this, whatever this action was in the post market. We had a little dip, then we came back to that zone as well. So some good levels to play off of. Just to remind people, we are opening up inside yesterday's range, essentially completely unchanged. So, right, just don't get too excited on any side of things. And I also saw that Beyond Meat's not at zero yet, so that's might be one that's in play again today. It's reminding me of
Well,
that hangover.
um, Terry Rozier is in jail because the FBI actually did something.
Who?
The FBI arrested a NBA player for gambling.
Oh,
I'm like, come on, man. Sports leagues have
okay.
been doing that since rigging games since ever, man. They still rig games, man. But hey, the FBI is doing something out there, so maybe crime's not legal anymore.
He just needs to buy more Trump coin, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right. He just did it. He pissed off the wrong guy.
Yeah, one
It,
thing
it,
that was interesting is that the IWM is actually up a fair amount, even though we're unchanged. So it made me start to go look through. Right, regional banks are still doing great. Right, there's really nothing. Did that little dip, but holding on after that. So that just makes me think that a lot of these maybe small oil companies or something. I don't really know. I looked at biotechs, and they're holding strong, but not doing too much. I looked at some healthcare names, and they were holding great yesterday. Right, a big 6% up move yesterday in healthcare, where the whole market was down. But I really don't know why the IWM is doing so well here. I don't know if anyone has any ideas, but
looks like Portland's coach was also arrested.
uh,
They're coming after
how,
you guys.
the real question is how much? How much did you make, and right to make it worth your while to? What the hell was that? Was that a real candle there?
I have no idea
No,
right now. I
no, that
don't.
looks like a bad tick.
Yeah, probably
That
bad
looks like
too.
a bad tick. I was like, whoa, something
Yeah,
going on
at
here.
least I don't have it.
Yeah, no, it looks like a bad tick. We'll clear that up in a second, I'm sure.
All right, we'll see what happens out there. But yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I'm like, man, come on, guys, it's gambling, dude. Like, you guys think that these athletes are like impenetrable? Like, come on, man. They're athletes, dude. They like
Amazon
money.
introduces new AI shopping tool. Okay. I've talked to Amazon's AI a few times. It's real dumb. Doesn't seem to move off that. And the Super Micro, the DOJ company, a little bit, they reported earnings, I guess. So what? Some algo got slapped a little bit as well. Big drop, big push.
Hey, don't hold illegal poker tournaments, guys. I guess that's the lesson of the day.
Is that what it was? They weren't. I thought when you said gambling, I thought it was like they were
So
rigging games or
Rozier
something.
is supposedly like rigging games, and Chauncey is holding illegal poker tournaments with the mafia.
Well, exciting lives.
I just don't even understand this, man. These are guys that are getting paid literally like, let's say, like Rozier, $20 million, right, a year, to just sit on the bench. He's not even doing anything for Miami right now. He's not even playing. He's getting paid 20 million to sit on the bench. And then you do things like this. Like, you can't make this stuff up sometimes, guys. People just don't know what the hell to do with their lives. But hey, stay safe out there, guys. This is why we always talk about the penny stock game is a big trap out there. You can get in trouble doing a lot of things in the penny stock game too. So I'll relate that to gambling, because I know there's a lot of people in penny stocks that get hit for things like this too. So we'll see what
Yeah,
happens
just
out there, guys.
don't break the law. You'll be fine.
Uh,
You know.
Depends, man. It depends if you got Trump on your side or not.
Well, yeah, but I'd still probably recommend not
Still
breaking
probably
the law.
recommended to not be. QMCO maybe
We're
one of the
open.
ones that I might take a quick bet out the gates on. This is like a nothing quantum stock, but it's still up on the quantum news. So we'll see if it gets to move.
Yeah, sectors moving together and all that. So big pop right here off the open for the SPY. I'm just taking a look here. Tesla selling a bit. I think this is going to be important to keep an eye on. You can see this
Yeah,
2 minute candle
Tesla.
all the way
I can
down
see it.
here.
I don't see Tesla coming back right now. I do see some
Oh.
tough candles out the gates there. Did you
Well, I
hold your
have this
Beyond Meat? Did you keep your Beyond Meat, or you sold it?
the short. No way, no shot. I'm holding a meme stock short overnight. No,
Ah,
thank you.
come on.
It is not worth that risk by any means. So no, I'm watching. But Tesla,
Okay,
so I
I'm
got
playing the
Tesla
man.
on watch. This is your kind of indicator that we're building. So I
Yeah.
might take, if we end up getting. So again, there's a lot of criteria that has to be met, which is the process of a system, right? Is step one, step
Mhm.
two. So it has undercut its pre-market low, which is step one. So now if it gets back through VWAP here, it will send us an alert, and we could take a look there as well. Just seeing some kind of mean reversion setups for the day trader coming through here. Day end swing.
Valet, a name that had earnings today that's still doing well. VALE, in the metals and minerals space. A lot of names just don't look fun anymore, man. These names were so much fun like a month
No,
ago.
you just got to wait for the market to
I
do
know,
something,
but
right?
we take a week off and this is what happens. And they didn't let
Mm.
me in on the downside because I wasn't here last week.
Hey,
So,
markets need, well, hopefully you wouldn't want to spend too much time on the downside. We are less than 1% from all-time highs.
well,
Yeah, point
there's
eight
names
percent
there, like, let's say like RCAT.
Oh yeah, well, there's
RCAT,
always names that
that's,
are.
that's 16 to 10. That's 30% down. That would have not been a bad short through, let's say, 14 or 13. There's some names for
Most
sure.
stocks, we got to remember, most stocks are always half by definition, right? Half of all stocks need to be underperforming
Yeah.
the markets, right? So
Yeah. This is when you start
very
looking at
short.
the market breadth conversation, right?
Yeah, which is
Uh,
awesome right now. Yeah,
let's take a look
incredible
at it.
chart.
I haven't taken a look at Finviz in a little while. Let's go to Finviz.
I had Trend Spider actually has a really, oh, not that one.
I
Spider.
I I don't I don't
They've
have
got a
a trend
really,
spider, so I can. You pulling it up?
yeah, I'll
I'll
grab
just
it up.
take a look right here. I just look at the free data. I just look at this, right? The SMA 50, the SMA 200. Below on the 50, you got 54% of stocks below it. And for the 200, you're at 45. So when usually that gets to about 50%, it's usually more of that real sign of concern. But at least out the gates there, it looks like 76% of names on the upside. We'll see what happens. SMA 50, you could see there 54%. So it's come down. It's definitely not as hot as it was.
Yeah, so this is, if we go here, this is just, I like that I can chart it.
You can chart it. Yeah.
just so you can see, right? So on TrendSpider here, this is the amount of stocks above and below the 50, and you
Yeah.
can see it's pretty much just normal, right? There's nothing. Some people look at it like a little bit of an overbought, oversold indicator, and if so, it's been running hot for a while, but it's been coming down quite a bit. So this just means again, half of all stocks are
Oof.
under the 50-day moving average, and half of all stocks are over the 50-day moving average, and then the rest of it's
Ion
just kind
Q
of
breaking lows there, guys. I'm looking at those
in the
quantum
middle.
names. I thought there would be some type of excitement at the open. Not much excitement here. Um, quick wash in those Ion Q.
Yeah, just so watching here the market, slow grind, first couple minutes higher. Let's see if we, on any pullback, how we do around VWAP. If we hold VWAP, what's looking there. We have Tesla not doing the best, right? Try to put in a little bit of a bottoming tail here, trying to bounce back higher. And then we take a look at a lot of the other big cap tech names, right? Nvidia not doing anything. Apple not doing much. Oh, I just got my first trade today on whatever a WGO is. So a little bit of long on Winnebago Industries. Is that
Winnebago,
actually
man.
the is that
Yeah,
actually the yeah,
that's
oh, there you
Winnebagos.
go.
That's the RVs, man.
So
You're
I'm
short
long
the
RVs.
RVs or you're long RVs?
Long RVs.
All right.
They had great earnings. I guess people are buying RVs. A huge surge yesterday. This is actually, I'm not gonna lie, this isn't a bad looking chart. Didn't
Oh,
even didn't even know this was a publicly traded company, but it's a
you
decent
didn't
looking
know,
little
man?
chart here.
This was a monster in
Uh,
2020. You don't remember this one in
Oh,
2020?
I don't remember. There were so many stocks that were monsters in 2020. I don't
Yeah, this one
remember
was a big
this
one in
one.
2020 because remember the pandemic brought a whole bunch of
Yeah,
people thinking that, well, I'll just go and take an RV trip. I'll take a long RV trip.
don't blame them. That sounds awesome. Yeah,
You
nice
like
little push
RVs,
up.
man?
Yeah, we're looking to get one.
You,
We're looking to
do
get one.
what kind of RVs, right? I think it's an important one, right? Because there's like the
Uh,
smaller ones, like the little camper ones, and then there's like
yeah, no, we'll get a little.
full
No, not
blown
the
RVs.
not the ones that cost like a house. Like just one that you
Yeah,
can tow behind my
yeah,
SUV and have a little bit of a good time with.
yeah. But
Right,
you're in
go
Canada, man. There's actually places to go.
go up the mountains, go into the woods, have a good time, right?
Like I think it's always funny when people have RVs here in Florida. I'm like, where are you going with your RV, dude?
Yeah, no, you do the beach there. That's how
You
you
know what I mean? Like
get to
that's about the
Florida.
only place you can bring your RV is to like the beach, and then like even then, these beach RV locations they're like these huge like concrete lots, and I don't know about
Jeez.
you, that doesn't make me excited. Like you know what I mean?
No,
Like
no, we'll go up in the mountains or
now that I'm all about, right? Like I'm literally
go out
wearing a
to the
shirt that says "Keep it grand," and it's all about like keeping like like state
yeah.
forests, right? I'm all about the forest life. I like the forest life a little bit more than I do here in the U.S. It's just not much nature life anymore in the U.S., man. That's why I love Colorado so much. Still the nature out there. I gotta take
Yeah,
out Utah.
living there.
Wait, anybody like Utah out there?
I haven't. I've only ever been to like the corners, right, of the US. So, right, New
You've been
York,
to Colorado,
LA.
right?
I haven't. I got a buddy that
You
lives out there. I
haven't
gotta
been in
go. I gotta go.
Colorado?
I've got a
Michael, that
real
is
close.
like
I
the
know.
Canada of the US. I'm
That's
surprised.
what I hear. I hear that they're the most chill of
They're
a
the
lot of the
most
people
chill.
out there.
Yeah, they're the most chill out there. I would definitely agree with that, and I think you should definitely take a trip out there, man. Maybe if you, I don't know if you like the snow, if you like the skiing
Well,
and snowboarding life.
usually usually I spend the time trying to escape the snow.
Yeah, that's why I would say, yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
not the best place to be at first. Here's Ion Q. At least it's recovered 59 now. Now it's looking a little bit better, guys. It's starting to climb through the 60. It got that opening wash, right? So now it's starting to really climb back. I think now you can start taking a look at it if you're looking for those types of trades, right? So like
Oh,
even Rigetti starting to balance out off of the 39s tells me above 39.50 we could start getting stronger. There's
So I'm also
39.50s. I'm getting a little
watching this
lift.
Tesla just from our setup just to see if it quickly, right, does that undercut and rally back through. Earnings seems to be a good target for some of these names. Again, this one is well within the expected move. And also, I was looking this downtrend line of this wedge it's been putting in for a long time, sitting right there. So there's some areas of confluence. But I'm not going to take this trade, but I just want to watch this with you guys. And again, to show the concept of
Yeah.
building a strategy, right? We notice this undercut and rally happens pretty frequently. Now we're trying to define rules and systems and things like that behind it. And right, we'd wait for this candle to close, and there should be a little arrow that pops up there, and that will tell me what my entry price would be and all of that kind of stuff. So it's
Yeah.
good.
And
Just
it's a
a
good one, I think,
chart.
off of earnings, especially in earnings like this, where you're really close to the support, right? And it
Right.
wasn't the kick out of the water turn earnings, but that doesn't mean that Tesla's going to
No.
end the day red, right? Like I always say that all the time. Earnings are the worst to try to take a read and then just be
Well,
like, the stock is going to do this.
right. Even if it doesn't come, so this, like, if you start to think targets, well, we have this little pre-market high here. That would
Yeah.
be a first one, and then I'd probably look at like yesterday's low. And even from there, if it's a good trade, especially if you got your entry. So you can see the arrow, you guys saw that in real time, popped up right in the low.
Bloop,
So let's just draw it out
biddy, biddy.
where, and this is the work of systems building. And then we see how well this does. So the stop initially would have been the low of the day. And let's say we're going to target, the pre-market high. That'd be like a 1.25, but let's say we wanted to get a little crazier with it and just say, hey, what if it
I mean, like,
retraces some of the drop after earnings? Well, that's a 2-to-1 risk reward. So
there you
let's
go.
draw that out and just see how it would have done. So we'll come back and check on this a
Exactly.
little later.
There you go, guys. There's some
So far,
trades
so
on.
good.
You,
Right?
you get that bot ready, man. You keep talking bot trades because Mitch is on the sideline today, and it just doesn't seem sexy out there, man. And I told myself, Mitch, don't just keep trading this chop, dude. Like this is just not worth it right now. Um, and
Well,
I'm
and
not
we
seeing
should
anything
maybe
that makes me want to
wait for
just
this to
jump.
load.
CrowdStrike a little
Because,
bit. I
oh,
see
yeah.
Zscaler and CrowdStrike. I will call out those two as actual stronger moves, but those are $300 stocks, so it's a little bit hard to kind of jump on that party now. That's just cybersecurity, but just calling out something that's moving out there.
Spy, look at this. This is a grind. This just up and up and up and up on this slow every candle so far. Nothing really exciting, but just a slow grind higher. Then we can mark some moves from yesterday, right? Just take a
Yep.
look at some very basic levels. Like there was an area of resistance, and right, we got rejected there, and then we got rejected.
There's a slight undercut on Rigetti there towards the low. I'm thinking about taking a shot towards the low now, which would be about $40 risk right now. It's not a bad shot to take maybe off the lows, but let's see. Let's see if it can recover back to 39.
Yeah, so Ion Q, just we could, or you could do Ion on ANX as well. I'm just watching to see. So a long trigger for this one would be because it definitely did that undercut of the pre-market low. I have drawings that I can confirm with that, but I just turn them off because they're annoying. But if it'd have to get back through VWAP just to make that trade.
All right. I see the trade there. If I want to take it, I hesitated a little bit. I just missed the entry. Let's see. It's interesting right there. That those Rigettis and I think if it's the time to bring it back, it's right now. So let's see if they actually bring it back.
Bitcoin did a little bit of a rally last night. We're up 1.6 on Bitcoin. Doge is up 2. Fart is up 5. So we're getting a little bit of a push in the crypto space here. Just taking a look at some sectors that are doing well. We have IWM or small caps really, really ripping, right? So small caps are doing great. Oil and gas, everything. All of these top ones are either oil and gas or metals and miners. Those are the ones
Yep.
leading the charge.
Ooh, I'll tell
And
you what's running. Aluminum. AA,
Downside.
Alcoa, CENX. They're running. I don't know what's going on in aluminum. Maybe somebody knows something about Trump conversations because aluminum's hot, 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 up 9% today. You don't see that often.
Yeah, to the downside, we're just seeing a lot of kind of what you would expect, right? Berkby, insurance, right? More defensive names to the downside. Pretty much everything else to the upside, real estate flat.
This is a simple chart. I've never traded this name in the past. The
What,
setup's
Alcoa?
there. No, HUN, Huntsman. It's a chemical name.
Jeez.
I don't know if you've ever traded this name.
I I have no idea. I have no idea what I've traded. I have no clue. Again, I just learned that Winnebago was a publicly traded company.
Winnebago, baby.
So I'm long Winnebago. I'm down a few bucks on my Winnebago. But really,
Winnebago, baby.
the more I look at
Winnebago.
this chart, now this is just a day trade, right? But I look at this daily chart and I love me some like low bases like this, right? So just base for almost the entire year, and then whatever
Okay.
they said on earnings looks like they beat top line a lot, and they beat bottom line. Sorry, they beat top line a little. They beat bottom line a lot and huge. So now it's outside of this base. There's no way this has like a short float. There's no way people are wasting their lives shorting Winnebago. 10% short float. It's not nothing. It's not huge, but
There's someone.
some guy out there short Winnebago. So it's
Some
interesting.
guy
So
doesn't
this is
like
one of
him.
those. This is when, if I'll take a discretionary swing, it usually comes from something like this. Say this trade, ends up well, I will just cancel the order that will liquidate at the end of the day and just say, okay, we'll hold this and just turn this into a swing. And as long as we don't kind of retake and get too far into this gap, hold it just in case Winnebago's. I don't know. Maybe there's a thing. Maybe it's gonna turn. Everyone's gonna be a Winnebago guy now. They're gonna get into AI Winnebagos.
Oh man, it just needs the Winnebago autonomous drive, dude. That's
Oh,
it.
there you go. Yeah, because those things are boats. That's what every time I see someone drive one of those huge ones, I'm like,
Yeah,
that's too much stress to make the vacation fun for me then. If I have to drive like literally my house around like, no, thank you. No, give me something
it's a lot
little
of
tiny
stress,
thing I
man.
can tow.
That's a
Like,
lot of stress.
yeah, it's like just get an
Uh,
Airbnb at that point.
this Hun trade wouldn't have been bad at least. It is going up, but this is just me just literally combing what I call combing the ditches. I'm just looking through and I'm just like, oh well, this stock's up. This stock's up.
MSOS, little pop out the gate there. Just watching
Whatever
our
happened to
Tesla.
that? Did they just threw that on the sideline? They just
I don't know. Probably just got distracted with something. Oh, or maybe I don't. This could be completely untrue. I don't know if you need the government open in order to make progress on whatever they're doing. Like, I don't know if the
Yeah, I
government
think there
shut down
was some
all it.
conversation of if you wanted this to even happen, you needed the government to be open. So it was kind of one of those, um, or just the potheads forgot about it, man. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
they
They
got
took
too
a
stoned. They got
little too much on their own supply, and they're like, "Oh yeah,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
supposed to be rallying for something." But
There's that Hun
so again,
trade.
just
It wouldn't have been a bad one, but you see, like this
monitoring
is
the
what I mean
Tesla
by
move.
sometimes like just like not really caring what the stock is. Didn't care. I'd probably take that Hun trade. It was just like a simple bull flag open, VWAP pullback, 90 MA holds, and it just trickles higher.
I
But
think in a lot of cases, if people had the names off of the screen entirely and they had just no way of knowing
no
what
watermark.
they were trading, that
Yeah.
they would probably do better.
Yeah.
Because all right, so beyond me, just an update for the cult members that are into this thing. It's holding, hasn't gone to zero. It broke out of its pre-market range. Looks like it's kind of coming back, maybe trying to test VWAP there. It's an interesting little move.
Man, there's just not much for me to go after.
There's not much at all today, right? Where the market's been rallying, like we're up now 0.3% all day.
There goes Hun.
IWC,
What's
what
going
we're
on in
just
Hun, man? This thing's going to the nine now. There's a whole bunch of flow all of a sudden.
well,
Now,
chemicals make me think that it might be a oil sympathy
yeah, it
kind
has
of
to be
deal.
something, man. I don't know what Hun does, but that wouldn't have been a bad buy right there, right? In the 60s. I would have sold
Oh,
it towards the
that's
nine,
what it
right?
does.
Like, not a bad little trade.
This is a perplexity browser. What does this stock do?
Dude, find out.
How do they make
Like there was
money?
a 15,000 share order, 16,000 share the order there at 1885 or 885. So definitely saw like at least like 60,000 shares or something like that flow through there in the 80s. So definitely somebody was on this.
Polyurethanes. So that's
Mm,
oil related stuff.
there you go.
Huntsman creates a wide range of chemical products used in construction, automotive, aerospace, electronics.
To me, it reminds me of ASPI, which is also up today. So, like a chemicals company that's just needed for building, or and it's probably a
Yeah,
byproduct of oil. So
yeah,
that actually looks
especially
interesting.
so yeah, it's going to be related to the that news. But yeah, there's
Yeah,
no maintained by the last news that I see here is 5 days ago. Maintain is a sell by Goldman. So of course they're ripping.
of
Those
course.
analysts are just
Thank you,
horrible.
thank
But
you.
oh
Well,
well. No, the long term charts, at least they're trend following, right?
they're trend
Look at the
following
long
that.
term.
We all know how
Yeah,
the analysts do. They just look at the chart. They're like, "Oh, this is up. Let's put a price target higher. Oh, this is down. Let's put a price
yeah,
target down. Let's go find a reason after. After we put our price target, then we'll find a
yeah.
reason why."
Is that Chat GPT? No, that's so I'm using the Perplexity
Perplexity.
browser. It's essentially Chrome, so all the same Chrome extension works. All my tab groups. I'm a big tab group guy. You can see I have a trading tab group. All of that kind of stuff works. It just has a agentic AI is the word for it. So it actually, instead of having to type it, I just typed, "What does this company do?" I said, "What does this stock do?" And it can look at whatever you have on the screen, which so I don't use this browser for things like banking or anything personal. Um, yeah, so it just kind of it's kind of cool. I'm trying to play with it. I'm trying to get it to do like simple, repetitive tasks for me. That's the big thing. Is I want to be able to go through and say, "Right, here are things that I have to do every night for my business at Stats Edge. Just watch me do them and do them for me, please."
Can't blame you. Can't blame you. And there's a couple of like Zapier can do things like that, right? Kind of learn from you.
Yeah, I use a lot of that kind of stuff. Yeah, I would say I would probably need to have employees for what I do now. If I wasn't doing it with AI, it does so much for me.
Yeah.
Hey, get on board. GoPro, people are talking about in chat there. Oh yeah,
Looking at
nice little
Beam
move
bounce
there.
back today. I like Beam.
Oh, uh, that chart doesn't look like the worst thing in the world for GoPro. I don't know if these things
GoPro.
people still
Yeah,
yeah
that's
do
the
people still
those are
use these.
short. No, those are people looking for short squeezes.
Yeah, 13% short
They're
there.
just looking for shorts. Everyone has a
Yeah, that
list right now, and they're looking for them.
chart doesn't
Um,
look as well.
that was like Peloton yesterday, right? That was the only reason it was going up.
No, Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool's got a web version, um, not a Mac OS app. What I've been using quite a bit because
Nah,
what I
man,
have when I look down right under me, what I have
I'm not a
uh,
Mac guy.
an iPad. I actually just have the iPad version open because if you have a Mac and an iPad, if you move your mouse to the end of the screen of your Mac, it becomes a mouse for your iPad. So with the same keyboard and mouse, I can just switch back and forth. So just A to save screen real estate, and B just because it's a nice simple version. I've got I've been using the iPad version a lot, and I like it.
There you go. Oh, look, we're getting some Terry Rozier comments at the bottom of our screen right now. I don't know how that deals with finance, but I love when they throw it in there. uh,
That well, it could also be a real clear indication of what a slow news day it's been. If
yeah, man, it's just
there's nothing out there to.
SoFi having a decent day. If you want to look at a stock that the chart looks all right, right? Trying to lift over 28 today. I think today is
Yeah,
definitely that day where, like, if you take a trade, I don't think it's going to be something that I'm going to hold for a while. It's just like quick trades today is what I'm looking at. Quick
oh, and there's
opportunities. I'm going to take
so
one
there's our
here at least, RXRX, to see if it can get above 6 today. But that's just one name that I'm watching. I'm also watching
there's
Twist and a couple other ones. What you got?
our
Tesla's still doing?
just experiment
Still
in
doing it?
Tesla's
Still doing it? There you
working
go.
out great. So that
Yeah.
would have been a fully system trade. That looks
Well,
awesome.
let's see if
So
we get a trigger. Would we got a trigger on Twist?
TWST.
Yeah. Let's see. 31 undercut. Right back above
Yeah. So it
starting to.
would have been buy here at basically exactly at 31.
Yep.
And then your stop would have gone 30.50. So risking
Nope.
50 cents. Question is, you think you can get a buck? And yeah,
Yeah.
could it get to 32? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of the mentality, right? Another one, I think Beam is an interesting one today. BEAM.
AM. There's a couple beams. There's
Yeah, Beam
EM and AM and
Therapeutics. uh,
yeah, okay.
I don't know. I don't know if this one's as clean.
No, there's no, because this one's looking for pre-market action, this
Yeah,
indicator. So there's no real pre-market action on
yeah,
these.
nothing there
So
to give you a trigger.
right. So yeah, this would be more. You need something either that's reporting earnings or something like an Apple that just will always have pre-market action just because
Nope.
it's trading. We have Nvidia cranking to highs here. We have the RSP actually doing pretty well, which is your equal weight. Just kind of going through. Oh, look, see that? Yeah, look at this chart on the Qs. This we talk about all the time. This is very buy programmy. Right? There
Oh
is
yeah,
just look at all
there's
these
something going
candles.
on. At least
Someone is
just on the action, but how long will it
accumulating now.
last? That's the question.
Well, yeah, that was going to be my follow up
Yeah,
here. Is just to kind of tell everyone. I say this all the time. If we are inside yesterday's range, I don't trust the rallies. I don't
yeah,
trust the sell
man,
offs.
it's hard
I'm
right now.
just it's we are not only inside yesterday's range, we're inside this big candles range. Like let's take a look at the weekly candle so far. Right? We had this big down week, and then we had a week of nothing, and then so far we also have another week of nothing. So all of this becomes just incredibly difficult to play, right?
Nope.
Um, let's take a look. Someone's talking about Beyond Meat attack. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could see that. I could see the hold if it's holding there. 200 million shares of volume. I didn't do like 2 billion or something yesterday. It's just nuts. Just crazy.
Trying to get this twist. It just keeps going away from my limits. So you know what that means. Could be on the move here. We'll see.
See, I wonder if these meme stocks like Beyond Meat actually are going to have any lags anymore. You imagine the meme stock traders have just been so beaten down at this point that they just it makes them make it way easier for them to tap out and just say enough.
Eh, RXRX in the green, but not much. Ion Q eventually held that 59, like I talked about. If they wanted to hold it, that was the spot. It did hold that 59 pretty well. They just what they did is they brought it in like a 1 minute to a couple wicks at the underneath 59. And they just brought it to like 58.80s, washed out a couple of hands at 59, and then started to send it. So that's actually holding really well. RXRX is one that I'm just looking to reclaim 6. Just needs to reclaim 6.
NMRA. Yeah, whatever this guy is, definitely moving.
There's some smaller names out there. American Rebel Holdings, AREB. NMRA,
Oh,
that's the one. Yeah, I see that one up. I see that one.
what a name. What do
Scanner.
you do? So you just don't look, but you see a name like that,
Uh,
American Rebel Holdings. You're like, okay, what do
American
you? I was like, what do you guys do? That sounds hardcore. Shoes. The shoe company. You're going a little too hard on the paint on your name for a shoe company there, dudes. Like,
Yeah,
what are you what are you rebelling against
my
as a
my
shoe
thoughts is
company?
this is probably military owned. Like there's a guy that was in the ex-military, and you know how those guys
Yeah,
create names like, like shotgun coffee.
yeah. It's like, yeah, it's a little. I don't know if I'd want to wear like a rebel a rebel shoe. It's like just like Oh, I guess there's on, which is also a dumb name for a company, but it's
Here's
not.
a name that's lifting path, Unipath path. That's a nice little lift there. I'd look for pullbacks now to 1520s or
That's a known
1530s, but
runner too.
yeah.
That thing can go when it goes.
Yeah, I like it. I like it here, guys. I've been watching it. Yesterday was kind of that wash, and this is what I talk about. And I think it's a good conversation. I'll show you guys kind of some things that I'm starting to think about. Right. So some things that I'm starting to think about. It's more and more trying to take like weekly approaches and mixing them with the daily. Right. And so the daily setup here is perfect. I just think the weekly could still pull back a little bit further to make sense on the weekly, maybe closer towards the 9. But you're not breaking this candle here on the 14, so it could start to climb back here, get back to 1820s. So I think Path is one definitely to watch. And if you're like me and you think that genomics is going to start kicking it, Path is definitely one way that it's going to do it.
Yeah, I also
So
bought what I don't know what a B pop is, but just for a swing. Looks like my system's just bought a B pop. I don't. What are these?
B pop, I don't know what that is.
Regional bank. That's what it is.
Oh, we're going KRE, baby.
Popular is the name of the bank. So there you go. It's all about weird names today. You're just gonna name yourselves Popular and just be okay with that. All right.
I guess so, man.
And
Looking around, man.
Care.
SoFi holding
Another
up.
regional bank.
It's 28 on SoFi, holding well. Oh, the market doesn't look as sexy as it was 2 minutes ago. But maybe that's just the daily chart. The daily chart just doesn't look as exciting.
And it won't until we can get out of this range, right? Until we
Yeah.
can get unstuck. It feels like, and this is why I've just been saying the whole time, I don't trust the rallies. I don't trust the sell-offs, right? A lot of what I've been doing is just wait for big dips, right? Like I was talking about, my system bought a lot of stuff yesterday. I'm taking profits on a lot of that stuff today. I'm just not chasing any momentum or anything like that. It's just quick moves.
Twist and shout.
Beyond Meat doing a bit of a sell here. Is it gonna? Just wonder if this is gonna continue yesterday, right? Yesterday seems like a big kick in the groin for the meme guys. They got smoked
Yep.
pretty hard, so I wonder if they're gonna just have a bad time, right?
Yep. Well, guys, RXRX already pulling back a little bit here. I'm just gonna get out just to step out, man. I'm gonna take a $17 loss. It's nothing, but just nothing out there, man. I just don't think today's it, man. Put it this way: if I didn't have to do the stream today, I probably wouldn't do a stream today.
Well, and
It's that
right,
type of market, man.
this is what I talk about all the time too, where I take a lot of cues from my bot. So I
Yeah.
think it's very fitting that I've had one trade today and it's on a Winnebago company. That is the only thing that the
Yeah.
bot said that this is right. Because remember, the bot is hunting for unusual moves, second day plays on crazy moves, and we're just not getting any of those because there's not any unusual moves to be had. Everything is really, yesterday I
Yeah.
know people were getting a little bit worked up on that sell off, and it was what, like 0.5%. That's how bored we are, that if the market moves 0.5% on a day, we get like, oh good, finally some movement, some excitement. And yeah, just nothing.
We'll see if Rigetti's move can hold at least.
Well, and I
Just
wanted
doesn't
to
seem
show
like
you this, and I'm going to draw it up too. So this is, so if Ion Q was on the list, or Ion X, that was your trigger right there at 60.50.
There
And
you
then
go.
the stop initially would have gone down to 58. I probably would say, what, right there, it probably makes more sense, right around the 59
Yeah,
59 area, below that igniting candle.
exactly where the
And
wash
then,
essentially happened.
yeah, then if you target 2 times your risk, sits right there. So we'll watch that one. The
I,
Tesla's not doing anything. It's up nicely. It's a great little trade so far. I think we're up about 1 hour. It's just hasn't done anything since it's hit this overnight high. So knowing how we'd probably trade this thing, I would likely probably be out of like half the position when it's, especially if it's struggling at this very pronounced pre-market high. You'd probably go, okay, time to ring the register on some, but very pain-free trade. You're underwater here for a quick second, and that's it. So this is a nice little system, I think, that could be in the making.
there you go. Get it done. But you got to call it the Money Mitch.
Hey, name it. Yeah, name it whatever. It's gonna be yours. I ran that idea that I had by the fearless leader,
The
and he
fearless.
thought it was a great idea. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna open, or we're gonna get somehow where it's gonna be your account,
Bet.
um, but you're not gonna be able to look at it. So I don't know if he's gonna
So
open up
what we're
one
gonna
like
do is
under.
I'm gonna have to open it, and then I'm gonna have to give you the password, and you're gonna
Yeah,
have to reset it, my friend.
that's it. And then what? Yeah, it'll be loaded up. We'll get you a Signal Stack account, and we'll get it
I'll
loaded up
have to
through.
ask Michael if I want access to the account.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna tell you, we're gonna do like what's 11? Well, my time, it's 10 Eastern now. So I think what we'll do is at 10, we'll sit down. And I'll say, okay, here's your holdings, Mitch. Here's what I got for you. What do you want to do with them after about the first half hour? And then you'll tell me what to do with them, and then maybe we do it again right before we leave, and I'll tell you the next day if you made or lost money.
There you
It'll
go.
be fun, because yeah, you won't be able to touch a lot about, but the um, it'll be interesting, and it'll be interesting for you, I think, as an experiment to compare these like generic ideas that you're going to come up with, handled completely robotically,
Yeah.
with your own trading, and just like have kind of a bake off with yourself and say, okay, is this
Let's
something that,
do it.
and I think it'll be a good way to convince you, because I think what you'll learn pretty quickly is that even if it doesn't do better than you, even if it does like as well, it's just way less
Way less
stress, way
stress.
less effort, right? So if it can
Keep
do
the gray
as
hairs
well, that's
away.
great.
Keep the gray hairs away, baby.
As someone with a lot of them, it's just, you got to fight them the best you can. But yeah,
Yeah,
this
man.
Tesla trade, this is what a so say we sold
Good
half
one.
here, which I think is very logical, right? It's big resistance. It's a very pain-free trade. Probably move your
I
stop up
I wouldn't
now to
sell
what,
it,
under
man.
that.
In my eyes, right there, like, you know what's another thing is, like, you can go, like, at this point, right? Like, you essentially still you've crossed on the Mac, and then you've never come back. So that's
Hmm.
another thing. Like, they could maybe we can be like, some smaller signals for sell, using something like an indicator as like a short time frame, right? Longer term time frame to get in on the trade, maybe even, and then a shorter term time frame to show you a turn. This hasn't turned. Tesla hasn't turned. There's no really. It's just stair stepping its way, right? And
Well,
there's
and I'll tell you, as soon as you're not focused anymore on idea generation and entry, because, well, you have to still be focused on idea generation, because you're going to
yeah,
have to tell which symbols to potentially trade. But as
yeah,
soon as you're not focused on the entry of them, it frees up your brain to say, okay, let's manage, because basically every morning I am presented a portfolio by my bot. And for me,
Mhm.
it's my job just to manage that portfolio. This Winnebago, again, I didn't even know this was a publicly traded company until I'm in it. But now I've just got the chart up down here and I'm just watching it. I'm saying, okay, well, how do I manage this trade? Is there anything? I just look down every now and then and say, is there anything to do on this trade? No, both flat
Yep.
on it. And, so the initial stop is kind of way down here at 36, but now I'm just kind of look at it and say, you know what, if we roll over here and break the low of the day, I'll probably, so like little things like this, my brain is no longer occupied with, okay, what do I have to do for entries? My brain is now just, okay, now let me just entirely focus on how and where to take profit and manage risk and do all this. So it's like, the decision making, if there was 5 decisions to make in every trade, well, 3 of them are already made. So I can really focus on like when to get out for profits,
Yeah.
or potentially when to add if I really like the trade, or so say Winnebago, for example, I'm looking at this saying, okay, if we get back over VWAP now, maybe I add a little bit. Now that I know that I can lower my or raise my stop to the low of the day, maybe I add. But it's that detachment where it's not really my trade. Oh,
Yeah.
we got a guess. Just
Yeah,
there.
let's go ahead. Let's bring in the green team for the
Oh, pick your
day
nose.
here.
Bring it in. Oh,
Howdy, howdy. How we doing,
What's
guys?
going on,
going on?
man? How we doing, man? It's a boring
Uh,
market right now, at least.
yeah.
Seems
Yeah,
like it, Kevin. What's going on with you, my friend?
yeah. Show us around
Just
penny stock land.
Yeah, show
yeah.
us
There's
something
a few
exciting, man.
Yeah.
TOS is being a little laggy for me right now, but yeah, there's
Oh, thinker.
yeah, yeah, right now that's absolutely the case. SCNX, I like this against $1.20. That's the edge. Kind of we go over here and there. It's up over 100%, up towards that dollar. So just taking it against $1.20 right now, and then I'm in a backside rainy play, which is getting a little pop up right now
Oh,
towards
rainy,
220. Ronnie,
rainy,
rainy. I know we were all calling it something different the
Ronnie.
other day.
Isn't it
Yeah,
Ronnie?
Ron,
Wouldn't that be Ronnie? Not right.
Ronnie, Ranny,
Do you do
Granny.
Randy?
that
Is it
where you can
Randy or is
like
it
what
Ronnie?
you can Google just pronounce? I do that all the time.
Yeah, I do
Pronounce.
that all the time. As someone that used to be at like a Benzinga and interview like these crazy
Uh,
names, sometimes I would literally have it in my ears playing while I'm saying it. I just have it like click, 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 click. Don't say it wrong, Mitch. Don't say it wrong. Click, 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 click. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm hitting that now. At howtopronounce.com, and it's saying it's Ronnie. So
Ronnie. Ah,
Ron,
Money Mitch was right.
oh, we'll have
that's what
to
pronounce.com is saying. Anyway.
just the way I
Ronnie.
say that.
Ronnie Therapeutics.
Yeah. So I mean, there's really, like you guys said, not too much going on.
Yeah, man.
After
Well,
the
Ronnie.
BYND yesterday, which Nas, I saw you hit that one, so congrats on BYND. That was
Yeah. What about American Rebel Holdings, man? Have you
yeah,
heard of this?
Yeah,
AREB.
that's what I was bringing up. I
The
want to look at these
Rebel.
shoes now. I'm going to take a look at
Yeah, we
these.
got to look at it, man. Pattern break right there, right? Into this pattern break, it's holding above VWAP. It could wash at any moment, right? We know that, but there's a pattern there, at least.
Yeah, AREB certainly. I mean, look, zooming out a little bit too, I could tell, this thing has been getting accumulated on pullbacks. So it's kind of
Yeah,
nice.
it did a
Yeah.
split on the 10-3, October 3rd. So
Okay.
this is how it usually does. I'm sure you've seen these countless times, Kevin, where they do the
Right.
split and then like a couple of like 2 or 3 weeks later, a week later, it gets to pop,
Oh
Mm-hmm.
right?
man, this website is so okay,
Oh,
Kevin.
we have to take a look. We have to
The
take a
name
look.
of this company is American Rebel
Right,
Holdings.
right.
Now, just in your brain, I want
I
you to
have to
build what
look.
you think the website looks like.
Oh my
And
God.
it's exactly that.
Yeah,
It's like you
it
can
is.
buy your gun
Seriously.
safes right
Yeah,
here. You can be like this dude.
it is
This
exactly
is
what you would picture. Yeah.
exactly what I
That's
thought
called
this
an American
was.
Rebel, baby.
And then we got the NASCAR. Yeah, this is
There's the
exactly what
Kid
I thought
Rock
this
text
website would
saying,
look
Well,
like.
if you wanted to become an American Rebel from Canada, Michael, you know where to
There
go
you
now.
go. You can beer. There you go. So you can get your beer and your guns and your
Dude, I gotta go to this site now.
Well,
This site
I
just
think we
got
got to
more
buy this.
viewers.
That's
It-
bullish for
you
the
know what I
stock,
love?
right?
You
We
know what
have
I
to buy
love?
the
They
stock
have like
now.
right on their front page that it's a NASDAQ stock, that it's trading at 316.
Oh, you're right there.
Bro. Right there.
Wow. You want to know if it's a pump and dump? If you
And
put
they have their
if
own
that's
beer, man. They have their own beer. Tell me we do not have to make money on this, Kevin, to the upside,
oh,
and
you
then
have
order
to.
a 12-pack.
Oh.
Oh, do
Tell
it.
me we
Oh,
don't have to
man.
do it, dude. Because I'm
You,
at that point where I don't know what the hell to trade today. So I just got
Yeah.
something. And Josh,
Yeah,
I think,
YOLO.
heard this and said, you know what? I'm not waiting.
he's
I need to
getting it. Yeah.
join the
Yeah,
show.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
in.
Let's
Wow.
bring
I'm
in
keeping that
Josh.
website
Josh,
open.
American Rebel himself, is here to join the show.
How we doing?
Do you see this stock, American Rebel? You got to go to the site. The site
No,
it
first,
literally will make you
I'm
die.
gonna do the same thing with Josh. All right, we're gonna take a second. We're
Oh,
trading
man.
this company called American Rebel Holdings.
Okay.
Now, picture in your brain what their website looks like for a second, and I'm just gonna flashbang you with it. It's like,
I have to
bam.
trade it now.
Flashbang.
We got the
Ooh.
beer, we got the gun safes,
I'm long,
the-
baby. I'm long,
we got
baby.
the NASDAQ.
American
We
Rebels
got
going,
the-
baby.
yeah,
It's
we got the
going.
NASCARs.
It's going. The Rebels going. I
all,
got
we
it.
need, all we need is some kind of tobacco or dip in there, and we got it fully rounded, I think.
Well,
got it,
we
baby.
got this. We got this guy. We know
Okay,
that this
all right,
guy,
all
right? Andy Ross, whoever. Oh, look at this. This. Can we make this the thumbnail?
All in.
for
All in.
our-
Guys, I'm long right now. I had to do it. I couldn't help myself.
Oh my god!
So,
Couldn't help myself.
This
Yeah.
picture is the most as a foreigner. I'm saying when I think of America, I think of this exact.
That's
picture right here.
exactly it, dude.
I think
Amer-
that car
that-
is like dragging,
That, like Richard
sliding
Petty.
sideways, playing the guitar, drinking his beer. He's got an American flag. Oh, this is the greatest thing I've seen.
Dude, all they need is Trump on here. What's going on, man? They need a Trump
Oh.
spokesman.
No,
how
hold
could
on.
you short it? How could you short this company?
I'm long. I got
Oh,
100 shares, man. I had to grab it, man. I couldn't help myself.
I want to hear
Oh
some.
my God.
Dan, come on,
You guys can't hear what I hear,
Oh no,
but
I
I'm
can't.
listening. He's selling his music on this website, and I'm listening to this guy play guitar now.
Oh good lord.
And
I
the
gotta
name
hear
of this
this.
song
Oh,
is
man.
Cold Dead Hands. And then we've
Bullet
got what
from a
bullet.
gun.
All right.
Well-
We gotta share the music. Now Money Mitch is just full on degenerate mode.
Hey man, just keep going. I think we're pumping the stock. Look, we're up.
We are
It's
pumping
going.
it hard, dude. We're pumping it hard right
Getting
now.
New highs. You know, it's a slow day in the market when we're just talking about this stuff. Meanwhile, right,
Oh,
the markets
man.
are just up 0.1% inside yesterday's range.
All right, so we can
we
share with audio. Let's get to the music.
There we go. I want to hear it.
Where's the music at? Oh, you got to click on them.
What?
you got to click on the little cards.
Oh, okay. All right. So what are we gonna listen to? I wrote this one by myself.
You got to find the most American title. That's what you got to listen to.
I'm trying, man. I'm looking through it. What would you say?
Oh, I like the bullet from a gun seems very.
Bullet from a gun. Oh, where is
Mitch,
it?
you have to get this man on this show. You've
Dude,
got to.
I'm long. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to make a return.
Yeah, so your email starts with "I'm an investor in, in American Rebel Holdings. Do you want to come on my show and talk about your stock?"
Oh man, why won't it play? I don't know why I can't get it to play.
You have to it's a very poorly optimized site. I had to spam like the little play button over and over again.
Oh, okay. So I'm not the only one spamming the button. All right,
Yeah,
good.
it was not a crack team of developers on that one, I don't think. Oh, Mitch, look at her go.
Look at her go, baby. I'm trying to add this American Rebel, baby. I had an ad at 320. They didn't want to bring it back. Here it goes. Here it goes. There's the 320 entrance.
Too busy finding
Well, we just added, baby.
Oh.
We just added. Let's go. We 300 shares deep, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Rebels.
She's accumulated on these. Let's go, Rebels.
Let's go, Rebels.
Technicals don't matter anymore.
No, it's all about your
No.
website. Let's go. I'm up $42 on Rebels, baby. I'm trying to make a 12-pack right quick. So
Yeah, that's a fair
there
target.
you go. 50 bucks up, guys, on American Rebel up 5%. Let's go.
You gotta make you
Come
gotta
on,
buy
come
a
on.
beer if you make money on this trade.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm like focused as ever to make a
Right.
beer.
Pax got it right. This is a story. Let's get
Let's
clip it,
go.
ship it, let's edit it, put it on the website.
Bullets from a gun, man. Come on. I need you playing here.
SCNX just opened up.
Yeah, 140 resistance, pretty nice.
Oh, I got cold
man.
dead
Yeah,
hands
low
maybe
check.
playing.
Is that just on my end?
Oh, we in there.
All right, bring her up.
You ready? Ready, boys? Go to my screen.
Where are you? Here.
Ride this Rebel,
I was
baby.
5 years old, way it was told to me. The working man built this land and fought to keep it free.
Yeah,
They
baby.
knew we had to do
Yeah,
whatever
make sure he doesn't
to
claim
keep
us,
our
man.
family safe.
I don't know
Never
if we're
wanna
going to
throw it all away. Yeah. But if you try to take my rights, you're in for one hell.
Wow. Well, there we go. So Mitch found his favorite guitar.
I'll give you my gun when you pry it from my
I'll give you
cold
my
dead
gun.
hand. Stuck with my middle finger. Yeah. I'm from America. Come on, get in here. You look down on us from cat.
Oh man, I love this guy.
Wow.
I love this guy. I gotta have him on.
We got you.
I got to have him on. Come
Best
on.
stream ever.
You have to break 360 now. I don't even want to sell it for $50. I want a good win here. We need to send him this link. I'm gonna clip this and send it to him. I'm be like, we are
Do it.
jamming for you, my friend. We are representatives of the American Rebels, and we need you on. Oh,
Especially
come on, buyers. Let's bring it back to 360 here. American Rebel.
I wonder what that beer tastes like. You know, I haven't even seen it though. And
Oh yeah, you see it on every corner.
Well, I'm gonna pull back your echo in there. Grab that there. When we got your screen up, we can hear ourselves. But all good now. What a wow! All right, well, down
There
she
you go.
goes.
Oh well, there she goes. Oh, there you go. She's gonna owe me a beer. That's tell you that much. There
now,
she
now your
goes.
email goes a little different.
There she goes. Well, guys, it was an expensive eValve trade there. Let's just say that much. But there goes the American Rebel. God dang her, American Rebel. We almost had it.
SCNX is going to be interesting against the highs, FYI traders.
I paid the price
who's
for that
Duffy?
one.
You know who Duffy
I paid
is?
the price for that one. Duffy's
Walter
from
Bloomberg.
Duffy, the beer guy from Simpsons.
No, he just keeps saying Duffy's talking about flight disruptions.
Oh, come on, American Rebel. Come on, dude. You guys had to sell me the beer in the liquidity move. Come on,
Yeah, it's
man.
funny because when he said Duffy, that's the first thing I thought of was because we're talking beer. I was like, I think it was called Duff on The Simpsons, but
You see? You're like me, Josh. You saw it real quick.
I was like, hold on, we're not talking about that, are we?
Man,
yeah, look at that.
I just got American Rebeled.
I just zoomed out. I didn't know that it used to be a $9 million a share company.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Did you?
I paid the price.
It's
I
going back.
paid the price,
Don't-
guys. Don't
It's
worry.
going back. You guys just hold. It'll be worth $9 million a share really soon. Thank you.
Pull up, hey,
AC
Knox,
2000.
pull up SCNX and do the same thing. Pull up SCNX and watch it does the same thing. SCNX.
Oof, that took a second to load. Let's go monthly. Let's see. 5 mil. 5 mil a share.
Berkshire Hathaway, get out of my way.
Yeah, buy one share. Wait for it to go back to 5 mil. We got our answer to the transportation secretary. I guess that's Duffy.
Okay, Duffy. Okay, there we go.
Dang American rebels, man. They got me. They got me
Gotcha.
today, man. That
Oh,
was
well,
a
the
quick
content-
wash, too.
Yeah, it
The
was.
content was worth it, Mitch. Right?
Yeah,
It was
I'm
worth
going to
it.
put that one to the content. You know, there's sometimes I take trades just for the fun of it. That was
Mark is
definitely
right on.
that
Well,
was
that's why
definitely
you
one of
go-
those where I tell myself, Mitch, that's why we don't take trades today.
Go back to the Fears leader and go listen. I lost some of your
Yeah,
money, but you got to check out this clip from the stream.
Tell me I don't have to reach out to American Rebel now. I think I have to reach out to him now.
Yeah.
Ooh, something's happening there. Look at that pullback on the Qs and then just huge pop off of VWAP there for the Qs, but not and a little bit for the SPY.
Ion Q
pop
still
there.
holding in there too. It's your quantum names I think that really need to rip for the party to start. So watch for your Ion Q to be a good indicator today. If it gets above
Tesla
62,
looks like
you
it's
could
gonna
get
take another run at high. I have the ultimate target set here at what's 4 or 5 R's, 5 times your risk. Now that I've kind of raised the risk up to this pullback, but I think it was initially 2. Yeah, 2R.
The
If it
Rebels
can get
coming
going
back.
through this high.
The Rebels coming back, baby. It just did a
Oh,
liquidity
well.
move.
There you go. Back through VWAP. Take another shot.
Liquidity move, baby.
Just don't turn the music off, lad. You know that's
That's what happened. I turned the music
it-
off and the stock just went down. Did you see that?
Now, that's a stock market conspiracy theory I can get behind, right? It was listening.
It was
to us.
listening to that we were jamming America. We were the only 3 people on the website, and you know it started to get more action. Oh man, that was priceless. The song wasn't bad either. I gotta give it to him, Andy Ross, baby.
You could put that on any generic.
You could
country
put that in a
music
bar right
station,
now, and
just people are drinking, listening to that. You know,
dude,
no
he has a
different.
Winnebago too. He has a Winnebago.
See, there's a theme going on here, right? It's this guy, and then it's the Winnebago company that I'm long. So
Yeah, dude. Yo, you got to get on it, man. Come on, look at that. Look at that. You don't want to go around the country in that?
I would love to. I'm sure the wife would love to load the kids up into that. And that looks so insanely photoshopped. I would bet you $1 million he doesn't have that Winnebago. He didn't even use AI for that. He just used Microsoft Paint.
Old dead hands, baby. The Second Amendment muscle car. You need one of those, right?
Well, man, at least we're having fun. The market's not doing anything. Slow grind higher here. Still in yesterday's range.
That guitar
But at least you
is
guys can come
priceless.
out here and hang out.
That
Right?
guitar is priceless, dude. Look at that. You made it out of a 12-pack.
I was looking for concerts, but I don't see anything. Maybe we could catch him on tour sometime.
He was on Fox and Friends, dude. Come on, you don't know Andy Ross? You know what this makes me want to send it to? Don't we know an Andy Ross, Michael?
Oh, Moss, but yeah,
Moss,
that's
kind
pretty
of close
enough.
Close enough, right? We could just like kind of AI it.
Well, and he's a big bearded Southern man, so he might be.
I think he would
This might
love
be
to
his like
hear that.
his
You know what,
his
man?
alternate personality.
Dude, I should have just sold my $50 and bought an American Rebel beer hat.
That leather vest is looking pretty money too. I don't know. There's a lot of good looking stuff on there.
Dude, look at the hat, man. I was ready to buy some merch.
He's got a TikTok with 65 followers. If you click on the top there, 65 whole followers on that TikTok.
Hey, he's
Oh,
not pushing
man.
it. He's not pushing. He's pushing this website and that Winnebago.
Oh, his Twitter. It's like 600 followers on Twitter. We could tweet at him right now. Oh, he's retweeting bar chart. Talking about his wait, come here. He grabbed a tweet from July. Where am I? And he just retweeted bar chart, just talking about his stock. So he was on with bar chart, trying to brag. So yeah, 600 followers. We could all just go give him a follow right now, and then tell him that Trade the Pool sent him, and that we love his music.
What I tell you, he's jumping all over the veterans, right? I knew that was going to happen real quick. Jump all over those veterans.
So this has just got to be the easiest short in the world, right? It just has to be. There's no redeeming qualities that I've found to this company.
Dude,
I guess I was about to say I should just swing short it overnight, but he's going to be a crypto treasury in no time. He's going to gap up 1,000%.
You know what? I think today I'm going to wrap up with the American Rebel story from the man himself. He gives us a nice little YouTube to watch.
Oh my!
I think we might need to listen in on the story behind the American Rebel today. So stay tuned for that, guys. We got a great show for you planned today. Great show. We got American Rebel coming from you. He's in his garage, it seems like, and he has a lot of American Rebel light around him. So stay tuned for that.
Very rebellious light.
Oh, and I get it in 4K, so it's gonna be fun.
Damn, that means he went hard for the recording. Probably got like a real camera.
Yeah. He has 364 subscribers though, guys. Subscribe right now.
Yeah, don't invest in the company. Invest in him.
I
will say he's doing it.
Kevin's Shark Tank pitch right here. He's like, I don't buy businesses. I buy founders, and I've heard this man sing. Therefore,
hey, Rebels holding 3, man. Who knows?
Yeah, because I'm trying to look at the company. Like, what exactly am I investing in here? I'm investing in him. I'm investing in America.
Hey, there you go. Nothing more American.
Sells a lot of Cartwright concealed jackets, so you can conceal your gun.
How American of you! I thought you just wore it right on your holster here in the United States.
And I tell the story all the time, but I'll do it again, right? Again, I used to work at a physical prop firm, and there's days where and you see it here, there's days where we're laser focused and super quiet, and then there's days that we're just yucking it up about some random company that we found.
Someone just bought 10,000 shares. I have to go back into Rebel. I have to go back into Rebel.
After that death candle, dude, it might be, I don't know.
I don't know.
That 320 line.
I am being as degenerate as can be today, guys, but I just took a shot.
You just took an American Rebel
shot? Just start the apology letter to Michael Katz now, and just start with like a stream highlight, and just say, listen, before you look at my account today, just watch this first.
Oh goodness!
Just please.
Can you give me a new eval? Because something bad happened to my account, and I can't really explain it in this email. So I just need you to watch the stream from today.
Yeah, let's put it this way. I am definitely going to be slapping myself some American Rebels later today. Because I'm going to be like, Mitch, what the hell did you do? But hey, let's have some fun, man. Today's stream was too boring for me not to find American Rebels. So thank you, guys. Thank you. At least I can say that some tears came from this money. And it was at least tears of joy.
I'll make a local call. I'm going to see if I can get us some American Rebel beer. Let's see. Hold on.
We need some.
That would be amazing. 12% short float, Mitch. I know.
I'm long, baby. I got 3. I got an entry there.
You guys sell American Rebel beer?
No, the American Rebel.
The American Rebel beer. Do y'all sell the American Rebel beer? I think it is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You gotta. What's his name? Andy Boss or Andy
Ross? Would you say
Andy Ross, baby?
Bob Ross.
Andy Ross, baby.
The opposite of Bob, very angry Bob
Gotcha. Okay.
Ross.
Okay. All
The
right.
opposite.
Bye-bye. Don't have it. They did have it. Don't have it. Don't have it.
They did
it's
have
sold,
it.
It's
They
sold
did
out.
have
It
it?
sold out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
well, there's your thesis, Mitch, right? There's the,
it's sold out,
there's-
baby.
what do they call that, a channel check? Oh, we just did a channel check, and people are
Oh,
buying
no.
it.
It says God-fearing, Constitution-loving, national anthem singing, stand your ground beer. I love it.
Well, man,
It must be great.
gotta be some good beer.
Some good beer, man. And there's someone that went 15K deep there at 304. So, I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe I'm not the only American rebel ready to stand up with America right now.
I'm proud to be an American. Yeah, then it reminds me of that Hulk Hogan beer, because didn't he have a beer that was kind of similar to that, like Real American beer or something like that?
Yeah, that's the way it should be, baby. You're gonna see Anheuser Busch go after this right now because they need something, right? You know, I don't. Are people still against Bud Light? I don't know if that's still a thing.
Oh, I remember that. I do remember this.
Are people still against Bud Light? I don't know. Josh, you tell me.
I
They
don't-
spent a ton of.
I don't
well,
know.
Yeah, go for it, Josh. So they spent a ton of money to like essentially rebrand. I know the UFC picked them back up, and
Oh, did they?
You know, yeah. So
What a
they
gross
try
start.
to sweep that under the rug.
Look at this thing.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Quantum plays. I'm watching RGTI and QBTS. Those are just nice uptrend plays for the day. But yeah, not a lot going on. Looking to see if we can't short PLTR up top. But I'm just not like you guys were talking about. Today was one of those slower, definitely more of a dead day today across the board from small.
Yeah, it should have been just a $17 loss day, not a 145. But
You got carried away. You got you a couple American rebels in you, and next thing you know, you're playing some good jams. Wendy Ross got you.
why couldn't this stock come out when we were at the Money Show, man? I would have been buying American Rebels for everyone in the conference.
And then
man.
that's what we could at least blamed why we all got sick.
Yeah, because we were sharing American Rebels, baby.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, there's a few I'm looking at, but I think there's wise words in that, and that comes down to experiences, knowing when to just sizing. Sizing is so huge in trading, and knowing when and when not to size up and size down. I think you guys touched on it the other day, like when you're that video you shared, and also it's like when you're cold, don't trade as if you're hot, essentially.
Drunken Miller's the GOAT. Right? That's why, I think if you take his entire career, he compounded at like 27% a year, which for a hedge fund manager, one of my favorite stories, and I'll butcher it, is he came up with the trade for George Soros about shorting the pound, which was this legendary like $1 billion trade. And this is when he was working for Soros, and he came in and he pitched it, and he said, "Man, the guy looks so mad. I thought he like really hated my idea. I thought he, like he was going to fire me. He looked real pissed." And then when he finally opened up his mouth, he was basically like, "You idiot! Why didn't you take more?" He said, "You just talked to me for 45 minutes about why this trade works. You've obviously you've done your research. You've got your thesis, you've got, where you're wrong, all this kind of stuff. You gave me everything about it. And you only asked for like $10 million to put on the trade." And then again, the guy ended up taking that trade with billions of dollars and ended up, I think it was like in an afternoon, he made over $1 billion on the trade. So yeah, there's a lot of stories that guy has about, the whole, you hear it all the time from all the great traders. And again, we can do it systematically too, where when all the stars align, which is really infrequently, you take the trade bigger. And what you do is you end up building, for the systems guys out there, you build multiple systems. You build one system that's like, maybe it trades 3 times a day and really, really small. Like a lot of my systems, right? Generally speaking, I'll take 10 trades a day, very small. Then you have a subset of that system that where all the stars align, and it's right like 70% of the time, but it may only trigger once a month. But when it does, right, then you take a big risk on that. So it's really, really important. I think as soon as you get to that break-even stage of trader, it's really important to develop either systematic or discretionary of right when to swing that bat hard.
Yeah, yeah. There were a few this morning. I'll pull the chart up here that I was looking
Yeah,
at, and it's not only about identifying them like you're saying, but then you got to execute on it and put yourself
right.
in those favorable conditions. I didn't execute on this morning, but I want to just go over for the traders out there some of these hangovers. And Tim, I know you've been trading them real well, so let me
Hey!
know. Look at this Ben F. Editor
Oh.
transition. Hang on.
Oh.
I'm in studio mode. Oh, there we go. All right, yeah, Ben F here, beautiful against 120. I mean, we got the magic 20. We're up 100%. We had the liquidity move into the close, and it was just hanging over here. That one's a tiny place. She's been working out very well today. G-sit was another one. G-sit still really in play. I like it. Maybe this is our lesson on sizing. It comes into play here. But if we've already gotten, let's say hangover day one was just great, G-sit. I mean, we captured this one the other day. I had sized a little heavier on it on Tuesday, but she still looks heavy, 1350. But experience will tell you if you've already capitalized on a big chunk of the move, maybe like BYND, for example. Like today, you're not going to get probably that thing snapping 100% like it did yesterday. It could, but because of that, you may want to size down just a little bit if you don't capitalize on like the bigger piece of the move. So G-sit's an example of that today, where we are getting a fade, pull back off the previous close, but it's not going to be as significant of a move, especially because they offering around $10 anyways, where they diluted shareholders, where she likely will gravitate towards. But yeah, the meme plays yesterday. You guys, did you see 1-800-Flowers popping up? FLWS. That one,
I bought it yesterday.
that thing was a slip and slide. Look at this chart. Oh
Yeah, somewhere kind of middle of that range. Ended up being like a break even or whatever trade. I remember, because we had Steve on, and I was like, "Oh, I just entered this," and he's like, he's like, from the infomercials." I'm like, so that yesterday, Winnebago today, just real.
Guys, I took another position in RXRX, path continuing to rip higher, so that's just playing kind of more that genomics play. That'll be probably my only real play of the day. And so for those American rebels out there, right? I had to bring something to you.
Oh, there we go.
Oof. Do you have that on like a button now? That you
Yeah, I could just bring it up to anywhere.
Nice.
It's like a big head poster right there, baby. I love it.
I want periodic stream
Let me get his chart
appearances
pulled
from
up.
that guy.
What pattern is that? Let's get him up here.
Oh, what pattern is that, baby?
There we go.
It looks
That's
like
the guitar pattern. It's the guitar trend line pattern, baby.
Oh man, this is great.
That jacket, come on, man. That's a true American rebel right there.
Doesn't that look like it's just it's on its way back to hell where it came from? Like
No, it has to hold
that
290
downsweep.
because that's where my stop is. You know they're gonna trigger it.
It it did that flush candle. It's tried to bounce, failed. I don't know. I feel like just popping in there and just popping a quick. Then it'll never come on the show. I guess we make money from the short side. Tax talking about Beyond Meat. Is that still a company? I guess still moving.
Yeah.
Now
it's moving back up a little bit.
Choppy day for it, but it's moving.
Yeah, BYND. The idea for me on this would be size and like we just went over G-sit. If this pops up even towards previous close, or where a lot of longs that are deer in headlights now, are stuck in this, that's I'd be taking a smaller short against those levels, maybe 350 on a pop there. But NMRA and small cap lands gearing up, guys. I mean, the meme ticker, those plays just killed momentum. NMRA, this one's kind of stair stepping up. I don't see news here. As therapeutics play up $1.72. That one, small cap lands up right now. But a lot of these plays have been just getting, just the volume's dead. I mean, when you see what you saw with yesterday, it's going to cause trepidation amongst longs, right? It's going to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to say, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't listen to this, Reddit board anymore or whatever. They're, where I saw a lot of rooms, man. Like, and we don't do that in here. Like, I saw so many rooms saying this thing's going towards 10. They got the crystal ball, and then you get all these newer traders that are just buying these alerts up, and there's no risk in mind, and they're stuck in this thing from $7, $8 down to $3. It's just
Well, and I
awful.
was saying the same thing this morning. You got to imagine that there's a lot more people burnt out and disillusioned of the whole meme stock thing after AMC's down 99% and GameStop's down like 70-80%, and those 5 years nothing's happened. That
No.
every kind of meme stock from now on that isn't like it can't turn itself into a legitimate company like a Carvana did, just the pops are going to be less and less. Now, it's still 1,000% move up, so congratulations for anyone who participated on the ride, but it's they end quick. So you have to trade the momentum, have fun if you want to, and then eventually they're going to bleed kind of right back down the way that normal meme stocks do, or the way that normal low float stocks do. It's just people look at these things differently because you can kind of get these like, it's the narrative of the evil short man that's trying to take all my money when really it's just they're shorting some
Yeah,
BS
exactly.
company that should go bankrupt, should not exist anymore.
D's Nuts was popping up this morning as well. D Nut Krispy Kreme. See your face over there.
Hold on, these
I call
nuts.
it D's.
Wait, no, and not only that. So I log in. I put in my little earphones. I log into the background, and Mitch is talking about DKS. And the first thing I heard when I logged in, he goes,
Dicks.
"There's just dicks popping up everywhere." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, buddy. Hold on. This is a family stream. Just relax there, bud." Like that
Who names a sports retailer Dicks?
It's the jokes. Just they write themselves.
I just don't know, man. This is America, though. This is what we do here, guys.
Hey, truly, man.
Rated.
We get American
Well, and did you
rebels.
also say I meant to ask you? Did you also say that the average Starbucks employee makes $30 an hour?
Yes.
That's something you.
Is
That
that
is
averaging in the CEO?
Yeah.
well, yeah, I guess. But
it might Nicole might have a little part to do with that, but
Yeah.
because that's wild to me. Even if it's $20-$25 an hour, that's awesome. I wouldn't do it because I'd have
I
to
mean,
deal with people
you
all
can
day, but-
you can go to Colorado and push carts at Costco and make $30 an hour.
dude. It's a simpler life, right?
Right.
There's some people just working way too damn hard for their lives, man.
Yeah,
And
well, look at us, right? Going gray, just trying to
trying to
make a
trade
buck here.
American Rebel.
Yeah.
Oh,
So back to D's Nuts. With the
Back
family
to
stream
it.
today,
How's the glaze, man?
So-
How's the glaze?
D Nut actually was holding its gains fairly well. It's a little aggravating for me because I did take this against 420, stopped out right up here, but she's got room down still. Now she's back under the previous close, back under the open. There's several layers here that I like. The variables that we go over many times, traders, with stars aligning here. So 420 should hold right now. She's been slipping and sliding. It's got. I mean, this was moving in sympathy, right? And I know we go over this a lot. There's just sympathy plays where you get one ticker, Beyond Meat going, and now it's like all the meme tickers are going off of nothing, right? Off of nothing. So D-Nut, just monitor that for a continual fade against previous close for 420, the open. Those technical levels of resistance, which we're seeing a lot of pressure here today and a lot of trepidation, as I mentioned earlier, on buying these tickers up.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. 10:47. Probably gonna wrap it up a little early here. Not much going on, right?
Oh, you don't want to talk about American Rebel beer anymore? Come on.
I mean, I paid the price for it, right? That's for sure. I paid the price for the content.
Paid for content. That's it, right?
Message them and say, look, you owe me some beers here.
You owe me at least a 12-pack and a good interview.
In a good interview.
In a good interview. Yeah, if you guys want to listen to the American Rebel story, I'm gonna have to give you guys the link for that at least. I think everybody needs to tune in to the actual story. Here's the link, guys, for everybody that just wants to just lose themselves, have a good laugh. I threw up the link there.
Losing yourself in the music.
But yeah, the American Rebel story. It's an 11-minute video described by the man himself, Andy Moss.
Quick alert
Andy
here,
Ross.
traders. SCNX on a descending triangle pattern against 120, Magic 20. Just,
the
guys,
Magic
I'm
20.
going smaller today. I mean, I took a loss on SCNX on this pop up, barely green right now. So I'm really just kicking back. It's one of those.
It could be
days where
worse,
you,
dude. You could be red on American Rebel.
Yeah. I mean, I get the trade though. Every sell off that thing was getting accumulated. You can see it in the candlesticks. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
man.
but
Somebody
it's all
wants
good.
it.
It's all good. I mean, you're doing well. Like your winners, you work those, you size into them, and losers, you
good,
just
man.
take them. Yeah. So you've been doing real well with that, and that's
It'll
what
be a
it
good
is.
story. It'll be a good story.
I mean, does he only sell light beer? I want the heavy beer. All I see him is promoting light beer in this darn video. Come on,
Yeah,
bro.
the beer company behind American Rebel told them, "Hey, dude, that's gonna cost another another $500 for the license. We're only gonna give you the light beer, dude." So
That's what you get.
Yeah, that's not very American.
Yeah,
that's
right.
not very American. Light beer. Man, he's trying to put all the guys that drink the Miller Lite, the High Life. He's trying to put all those guys to shame, man.
Well, he's just trying to keep trim, man. Like, look at the guy; he's in good shape. He's got a lot of singing to do. He's got to tour around that bus. He can't be
pop them up here.
can't be
Let's see
putting
'em
on the
again.
pounds, right?
Oh my god,
Man, he put some good advertising up out there. He had an advertising that was bigger than BetMGM at the NASCAR.
The White House confirms 3 p.m. announcement will be on cartels, so it will not be
Great.
on
So it's all
markets
about
or-
the cartels and the CIA events that went on in Venezuela and Colombia recently.
So that actually gave a little push up of the market because I think the market's just good. It's not going to be about
Good,
tariffs.
not China, not China.
But you can never. He could just say one word on cartels and then just go on like an epic 2-hour
China
rant
rant.
on tariffs. And
Yeah,
still tank, so.
yeah, we wouldn't leave that out of him, right?
So I would just know to the guys out there, us traders, that the big man will be speaking at 3 p.m. Eastern, and God only knows what's going to happen.
So make sure
from
you have stops in
that,
place.
right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
and if you start to see the market, especially this afternoon, go into even more of a consolidation than it has been, that's likely why as well, right? Everyone's waiting to take their bets until, if he's off stage and the market's still open, then I think you probably see like a late day push one way or another, if he doesn't say anything too crazy. But definitely there's a lot of, we have to hang out there and listen, because just because the topic's on X, a reporter could ask something, and then by the end of the conversation, there could be 10,000% tariffs on China, and we could be right back down. So just stay on your toes when it comes
Please. I know traders
when
have
it comes
max
to when
loss
he's
on
talking.
this kind of stuff. It's just not having stops in place in the market, getting just irrational at those moments. So yeah, completely agree.
Always got to be able to get out, man, right? Like even on my American Rebel trade today, guys, got to get out. Even though I wanted to be a rebel.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you didn't get out, look, what would have happened. So it's
Next thing you know, I work for American Rebel.
yeah, exactly.
Right. Could be worse.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens. I do got RX, so I'm just going to hold on that. And I hate these type of positions where it's like there's so much accumulation in RX because there's like someone that even stepped up there, 35,000 shares, but it's not really moving right now. So these are the real boring ones. And trust me, the boring ones are the ones that you put your stop 2 cents away you ain't gonna hold on to that position. So this is one of those where it's like, man, I just wanted to go already, because if not, then I have to watch it in the afternoon, and watching it in the afternoon is just not fun right now. So we'll see what happens, guys. See if it actually wants to make a move or not.
When the Twins want to play and you're on your phone, like, come on.
Nah, it's just no point, man. It's just it really is no point. A lot of the times, majority of I do great trades in the afternoon, but that's if I have the time, right? So it's just kind of a boring day, man. And I knew it was a boring day, and I just tried to make it fun, and that's what you pay the price.
Well, we made it fun, but right, we cannot control what the market is going to do, right? And this is why I always tell that we had
such a good
foosball
story
thing and putting green and all that kind of stuff. We had because there's a lot of times where you do nothing.
Hold on,
if
the
you
American
read,
Rebels calling.
There's Andy Ross. I knew you had his number.
Hold on, American Rebel.
Oh, there you
Maybe
go.
he gets the beer. I couldn't get it. He can get it.
Yeah, we had. If you read the original Turtle Trader story, which you should, and you read about what was happening with them, because they were hardcore trend followers. Again, if you haven't, just read it, because it's an amazing book just for trading. But they talked about the same stuff, and these guys were managing billions, and they're like, most of the time you're just doing nothing. He's like, you got to be there in case something happens. But yeah, they would talk about all the time, just playing foosball, having a good time, hanging out. And because unless their system told them to place a trade, they didn't do anything. So in the meantime, they just hung out. But it's like, so you have to entertain yourself in some way in that time, so you don't very specifically take trades that you shouldn't take, right? That's the important thing, is that a lot of people, they'll feel like if they're distracting themselves with other work or reading or, I don't know, watching something on Netflix or whatever, that they're being lazy. But I actually encourage that. If I was running an office, I'd kind of want to see, the people in the office playing like solitaire on their phone and stuff like that. Because as long as they have systems to alert them when something occurs, then yeah, it's better to be there and just have something on the go that's not taking up your attention, so that when the moment strikes, you're there and you're ready to go, but you're not losing money in the meantime, just taking swings on things. That just doesn't make sense.
That's what a lot of traders do. Yeah, just to keep. They just feel like they always got to be doing something trading. Like that's not the way to do it. Yeah, I would like same like you. I'd rather just you keep your mind busy doing something else and have something alert you when that setup's actually formed to then go trade, versus because then that FOMO kicks in. You got to be doing something, because that's like a human nature thing. Like I've got to be doing something. I'm not doing anything here. I'm like, yeah, you are. This is exactly what you should be doing. You just have to have pay. It's like the longest time stock snipers. All I heard, when I first started this, I'm like, well, what do snipers do? We all have seen movies. They're not running around with an AK-47 and, like they're playing Counter-Strike and just, no, they sit up in a tower. They wait hours on end until they have their essentially objective comes to them, because they know where they're to find them. So they sit in the tower. They know it's coming to them. And then it's time to strike. It's time to strike.
And they all often will pass up on a lot of shots that look suboptimal, right? And that's like the main skill of a sniper, is laying there for a week and seeing the guy walk by and go, it's just not the time, right? Yeah. It's just it's a suboptimal shot. I've got to wait to the next one. And it's again, it was interesting to hear from these turtle traders, which again, this was like the 70s, right? Tack talks about all the time. He trades the turtle trading, or I'm sure of some variation of the turtle trading method. And yeah, so these guys, they were trading futures, and they talked about like weeks just doing nothing. And you're in a position, the position's not telling you to sell. You're sitting there, you're not doing anything.
Right.
And it's boring, but that's the nature of it, right?
That's the nature of it. Or you put on American Rebel and you party on harder, baby.
What did Andy Ross say to you?
So he wanted to tell me that I don't have the rights to keep pushing American Rebel anymore.
you're not a good representation of our brand.
Yes. He said I am not American enough, and He is not. I'm not rebel enough. So,
Oh,
fortunately, guys.
conformist.
Well, time to get you some shades. Get you a cutoff T-shirt. Maybe get you the hat, and then he'll think differently of you.
Oh man, that was the outfit to have in college, though. It would have been a good outfit to have in college for sure. But
That was the style back in the day, especially like when and one was big. That was kind of the cutoff shirt.
yeah,
Or whatever were big there
some
for a while.
jeans, some vintage jeans, bro. Come on.
Yeah. And then we just need a mullet, and we're ready to rock and roll.
I tried to get the twins mullets, but the wife wouldn't let it happen, man. I was like, they won't know. They're little. They won't remember.
Oh, they'll remember when they.
Well, when they see the pictures later.
Daddy did that to me.
What?
Daddy.
Daddy.
That's daddy right
What
there.
did you do?
Hey, you know what they say, man? Business in the front, party in the back, baby.
Hey, some people can pull it off, and it doesn't look too bad on some people.
Oh, it's the American Rebel. That's what it's all about, man. It's just like riding bull today, baby. There is some brokerages that are up today. There are some stocks that are up today, like Ouster, I would say is like a stock that's actually doing well today.
It's right. Right. Overall, the markets are doing great, but the problem is just the speed of it. It's just we had that little opening move, and then we spent the rest of the day inside that range, which also means we're inside yesterday's range. And then we are also inside still this big kind of dump candles range. So we're inside a little range, inside a little bigger range, inside a bigger range. We just need something that smacks us out. And to be honest, I just think we talked about this at the beginning of the show, is Wednesday and Thursday next week. We've got like half of the S&P 500 in market cap reporting. So that makes sense to me, is that's what everyone's just kind of in pause mode for, and says, all right, let's just wait until the big guys that actually move and affect the market report. Then we'll start taking positions and start doing accumulations and everything then. So
I just not realized we have T-Mobile and Intel today. I just not realized we kind of already started this week. I just kind of looked at that. I just realized we're already right back to it. Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, we had banks. The problem is, so far, all of the earnings have done nothing. Yeah. So, like, Tesla was last night, and Tesla's down 3%. Like, I think the expected move was 10% up or down. So it was a third of the expected move. And so we need, like, a big either negative or positive surprise and say, hey, we're going to spend X more in AI, or we're not, we're going to cut back spending. And either of those things will shake us out, either the top or the low end of that range. And then we'll finally be able to have some fun. But until then, like we're talking about, from a swing side of things, I think this has been one of my slowest weeks in number of trades on record. I was happy to get the quantum computers yesterday and lucked out on that news. So P&L wise, it's an okay week, but the number I usually take, say around 10 trades a week from the swing side of things. I think I've taken like 3. So it's just been a very slow week.
Yeah, I was up like probably about like $145 earlier in the week until this trade here. Puts me back like pretty much break even, a little bit slightly down on the week. But it's just that type of week, man. It's the week of the brake pedal, not the gas pedal, right? So we'll see what happens, guys. And like I always say, there's times to hit brake pedals, there's time to hit gas pedals, and then there's other times to like get an American Rebel in you, baby.
Awesome.
We'll see what happens.
All right, guys.
All right. See you guys.
Later,
Appreciate
dudes.
you guys.
Keep it real.
The boys. The M&Ms, baby. The M.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh, it's always
a good time.
Love it, man.
Always a good time. Yeah, guys, I think Mitch nailed it. Sizing down is key. I'm taking a small short on SGBX, symmetrical triangle crack against like 330s. We'll see if this one can start hitting some resistance and curling back on down. But outside of that, I mean, the hangover we went over rainy. I mean, that's working out great. I did take it off probably prematurely. Let me pull that one up. RANI, yeah, she's down at 193. Just I mean, that play's just been kicking back on the short side, just bleeding out. There's been a few decent ones. DNUT did provide an opportunity. I love these setups, traders, where you have tickers popping up towards prior resistance, especially on a bearish day. Like, you guys, you feel the sentiment. You feel the sentiment of today. It's bearish. So far, we'll see what happens at 3 when Trump starts talking. But right now, it's bearish. So, yeah, in small land, you got SCNX, which is hitting highs. I mean, this is the anomaly. And sometimes you get these plays. And I went over. What's up? Yeah, halting up. Yeah, SCNX halting up. I went over this in over on my channel this morning, going over how sometimes, I took a stop SCNX. I stopped out of that at over 120. That's where it invalidated for me. I had resistance there, and you can see on this chart now it held up as support. So it broke through that ceiling. Now it's holding at support. I've taken one trade on it, took a loss, moved on. I don't get over convicted here, but there's certainly it's getting right towards that 200-day moving average. So I'm probably going to stab at it again on the short side. 168 is the 200-day moving average. So I'm being mindful of that. But so SCNX, what's going on here? Well, shorts do get over convicted on these names, and we're talking about not 1,000 shares. We're talking like, you see this thing's trading 5 million, 10 million shares traded some minutes. Shorts are trading this thing with 10,000, 100,000, several 100,000 shares, SCNX, because it's a tiny ticker, 57 cents. And that's what happened with BYND as well. BYND was trading at 50 cents. It had a heavy short interest on it, 65% that is. And once you get so many, people crowded on the same side of it, and you're on the side of the majority, be cautious, as the saying says, because you can get one of those irrational squeezes like we saw with BYND.
Yes, sir. Old BYN Dizzly. I had a feeling it would continue to go the other day, but I did not think it would. Am I not sharing my screen? I thought I was. Is it messing up when you're trying to share mine? Huh.
So go to layers and see if you can there might be 2 Joshes. If you go to layers, click on the 3 dots, maybe you just change the screen share button and over to Josh, see if that'll work.
I don't know why I'm not seeing layers. All I see is maybe I'm not in the editor part of it or whatever. I'm in the speaker part. I think that's the reason why sometimes on the EV Mux, like right now, all I see is I don't have the layers and all that stuff. All I see is comments and private chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do it. Pull it back up.
Yeah, I'm going to now. Boom.
And Mr. Josh.
I don't know why I don't want to back out, but yeah, and I was like, I just now noticed that I'm not in the layers part of it. There we go. There we are, my friend. I know someone just asked a little bit earlier too about the QBTS. This is a nice, just uptrend channel play for the day. You're just rolling up the uptrend. It's been slow and steady. I mean, just really overall across the market, it's been a little bit quieter today. Not very good movement. Tesla, I know that was just mentioned by TAC. That's pretty decent today. And some of these quantum plays are up, RGTI, QBTS, but it's just really more of a trend. It's kind of a choppier trend too as well. Nothing I say, let's go for a bounce play. Possibly back here at the VWAP, I do like the bounce play on QBTS. You're looking for a long. And just the same thing, that I've noticed here recently is just a lot of shorting at the top, shorting at the top. That's where you're getting a lot of reversals. What's funny, I was like, I'm going to let it go. But when he was having fun going long on AREB, I really wanted to go short at that 360 mark for a double kind of top with this little W shape. You can see here, you can see a nice good W. And I left it alone. I was like, I'll let Money Mitch have his fun here for a minute. And boy, oh boy, that short then paid out really nicely there. But you're seeing that over and over and over where you're getting reversals at resistance areas. And that's typically where you're getting better shorts most of the time if it's like the first day mover or you're getting your volatile plays. Kevin's, that's the thing he loves, those hangover plays. It's really nice to have those slow and steady eddies, as I call them, so you don't have to worry about volatile movement. Shorten the top, you can just short that and let it ride on out.
I mean, look at Rainy. That thing's down in the mid 180s now. 240 to 180. G-Sit's been great today. I mean, there's always hangovers every single day, and your blood pressure stays low.
Low. Yeah, you want to.
Yeah. So
that's
Paula, asking about SCNX. Yeah, I'll pull up that chart again real quick. Unless SCNX, you got that one. We can
Yeah.
look at the daily. Yeah, it's halted up, and I see some two resistance there. The 200 days 168. It might pop up over that a little bit. It could continually squeeze out some shorts today. It does have up room up. I see what you're seeing, Paula, up towards the
A little bit of a
180s
gap
to
right there.
$2. Yeah.
Small little gappy, nothing too big, but again, yeah, it's just one of those things where traders are going to push it through probably. That's why I said on my Discord, be careful shorting at the 200 SMA. Excuse me. It looks like it does want to fill the gap into the $182 area right through here. So got to be careful. And again, to me, it's not like it's going to run and go all day long, but you just look at the volume. You can see how much volume we've had today compared to all this nothing back here. So when you have that much volume, that's one of those plays where you want to be careful getting in at the top a lot of the time on those type of crazy volatile movers. And that's what I was just talking about with Kevin. Going over to hangovers makes it a lot easier to trade versus stabbing at the top of these first day runners that sometimes you may get wrong, and then it can be detrimental to your day's trade.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that. I mean, my biggest trade today is Rainy, and then my worst trade was SCNX. Like, you got to size like these day one plays. I've noticed looking at the track record, Josh. Like, I need to size down on those and just size up on the hangovers.
Right? Yeah. Keep it easy that way too, as well. That's what a lot of the time, like I love the whole, back to me and bounce plays when I first started. That's what traders need to get used to, is just trading something that's simple and easy and just being able to rinse and repeat that. So it's not very, makes it to me a lot easier to trade that way. And like today, and again, when you have these a little bit slower day across the board, you just go back to these previous runners and find whichever one has that, like you were talking about, that little hangover effect to it that's cracking back on down below yesterday's really open area, yada, yada, yada. And then you just get that nice, good continuation move. Got a lot of traders in my lobby looking for those for sure. Making it easy.
Yeah, I think. I mean, look, they're super easy to identify.
Right, yeah.
You don't have to be first. You're just reactive. I mean, I don't. It feels like I have training wheels on for training, but I love it. I mean, why not? If this is the money, like I'm trying to have this good, nice, smooth equity curve, I'm gonna go to the easy stuff.
Yeah,
it works if it works. So SCNX. This is tempting. I will stab at this a little small towards against that 168 to 200. 2 is a little gap to fill. This is a liquidity area. Let me see how she's going to react right here. I might go kind of like half size right now and give it a little bit more room up is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and smack SCNX up here around 160s against I really don't want it to get up towards 2. Oh, we're about to halt down SCNX.
There we go. There, yep.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, if you want to jump in now, do it. Yeah. Oh no, now we're not halt
fake
down.
halt.
Yeah,
Fake halt.
no halt. Fake halt there, baby. Fake halt there.
Fake halt. All right, let me. But that is gonna, even though it's a fake halt, still gonna scare some.
Oh
longs. Yeah. It may be a real halt now. Let's see.
They're letting her move now. They're letting her move.
Letting her breathe.
There's enough orders on the bid and ask that finally started matching up. They're like, oh, this one's good. This one's good. Don't halt it.
Right.
But you could tell there for a minute, have that look. Of course, we've been doing this long enough. You can tell it settles on that area, and you see a bunch of red on the tape. Got really close there, and it just really seems like what's trying to do is that tippity top, the former high of day there at 10:21 Eastern time. We had the high at 147. The dip buy right there was 147. So I call that, wick to wick there. And it's truly trying to hold that original high of day at 147. And watch for a crack of that. You're going to get some continuation on down there for sure. Oh, wick to wick. Hey, and even earlier, I'm going to bring this up. This is something key for a lot of traders. Oh, gosh, golly. What was the one moving this morning that didn't do anything now? I can't even remember. I still look at too many tickers each day. What was the one that's kind of been sitting sideways all day? Was the top gainer?
Oh, V something. It was VTYX.
VTYX, I think that was.
Which it has bled off of 750.
This is what I love to bring up. So there's a little lesson for traders out there. So I had this downtrend line earlier in the morning. We'll go with, of course, we have the overall big downtrend. We're going to go back to this downtrend. Downtrend. And what I tell a lot of traders to pay attention for if you want a downtrend break is also pay attention to the volume. And so what I love about Thinkorswim, and you probably could maybe do this on other platforms, is I start to identify downtrends and then a downtrend break in volume. So let's just go back to this one. You can see the downtrend. You can also see a downtrend in volume, right? Look what happens when we break the volume downtrend break. Oh, we also break the downtrend on the chart. All right, let's go to this downtrend. You can see a downtrend in volume. And look where the downtrend in volume breaks.
Love the sound effects.
Boom. Love that. I've came up with that about 4 or 5 years ago. I started noticing that with a lot of traders. They'd want a downtrend break. I'm like, well, the big thing is the volume. Then I would notice that when we break the downtrend, boom, you'd have a downtrend break in volume as well. So start paying attention to that. And like I said, I love Thinkorswim because you really, truly can come in here and put lines in on your volume chart, which is really funny and goofy. But yeah, if you want to put lines in, even down here, you surely can. I mean, you can see, though, downtrend matches this downtrend. And where does it break? There you go. Some more sound effects for you. But I just know, I said noticed that, but something this morning we went over on my Discord and someone said they'd never heard of that or seen that before. I'm like, yeah, you got to be paying attention to stuff. All those little things you got to pay attention to, those little nuances that, traders don't pay attention to early on, that down the line you start going, oh, that makes a lot more sense now. And therefore a reason. Therefore a reason. That's funny. And then I just, as soon as I talk about it, we got Tay over my Discord saying that they covered 75% of their short at 680. And the other 25% at 672, and now they're done with it.
SCNX getting close to halting down now. So it's just tapped the 200-day, guys. That 172, a few cents over, and oftentimes that becomes the top. So the 172 is a good risk guide now. I'd like to see it go sideways and give another entry, just to have that 172, risk guide. But yeah, I really don't want it to dump here. I'd like to get another entry here on it, see if it'll curl around, give us like a 150-60 entry.
Love the low. It was funny. It took a while to work out, but the low of day balance on ARB here, I was wondering if it was going to bounce here. You can see a lot of support in pre-market right there, low of day originally in market. And we came down there and settled for a good 10, 15 minutes and finally got lift off there for a quick little pop. But again, just kind of using your levels there, finding support, using that. I'm really interested in getting the kind of the last move down on this, because if it cracks this 265 mark, she's going to head on down to the 240s, 220s, and kind of becomes like, kind of a Kevin type play of that hangover-ish, where it's just going to slow and steady, not a lot of movement to it. May have some little small pops here and there as it winds on down, because it does seem like they're done with ARIB.
Yeah, having like an order out too. I mean, I fail to do this a lot, but that pop up to 290 right there, just having even an order sitting there to just get involved, or stair step like CR Trader does, like stair step some orders up. Would have been huge. Like, because even if you just get one fill, you're still in the money right now.
Here's a short, or here's a halt down, I should say. There's your halt finally. Finally got the halt there on SCNX. Good short there again up top. Was a little bit higher than I anticipated. I wish there was a little something else on the chart besides the 200-day moving average there to take that short, but that pretty much fell right at that 200 SMA there. Pretty nice to see. I'm just not a big shorter right at the 200. I know it works out quite a bit of the time, but it's just hard for me to just trust this moving average that, like, are other traders are going to notice it? Are they looking at it too as well?
I see it work out so often. Sometimes I get in a little early against it, and then it will pop over it. And you see on the daily, you'll see the upper wick go over it some, and then it like high majority of the time closes under. But yeah, it's man, wanted that one to. Fingers crossed she curls around, gives another entry. But yeah, that's 170's looking high a day-ish.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing that too. We get the I'd say the first lap, well, this week I've noticed it, where the first hour of the day we're getting maybe those pops back into that resistance. The only one that actually did it all day yesterday, and I've noticed, was GSIT. GSIT kept hitting 1350 yesterday over and over and over and over. Mm-hmm. And that was one, you don't see that too often. I'll go to that and show you that chart from yesterday, guys. So you can see GSIT yesterday was just absolutely pretty there. Had this line in from the other day and almost fail. So we kept hitting that 1325, 1350 area over and over and over. Generally, you're not getting that. You're getting kind of the first hour of the day, as you're seeing here on ARB, and then you're getting reversals further down. So that's what I anticipate here. I bet if we crack back down to 120, you could probably look, honestly, for a bounce play here at 120. I'm looking at that, honestly, just to see how we come out of this halt. But now I'm betting the reversals are going to come at this 145, 147 area.
AREB looks like it's about to snap, by the way.
Yeah.
Your AREB. It's right at that support. Just throwing that out there for you.
Yep. Those are the two. Those are the two plays for us really today. ARB and SCNX. I did take a PLTR short up top here with some contracts. Small micro win there. That's why I'm glad. I could tell this play was bullish. Did have some news. I know Tack talked about it earlier. I just was using charting essentially and taking shorts up top. Not like there's been great reversals today up top from PLTR, but I do like charts that staircase up. And if you can find something on chart to short or go long, again, just charts we love to see are staircases.
Mm-hmm.
Give me some stairs, baby.
James brought up AIRE. I mean, there's something there for sure. What I like about AIRE, I'll pull up my chart on that, is the fact that it's popping up to yesterday's resistance. Here's AIRE. I mean, that $1 area, a lot of resistance there, James, and then 110 is like right in the middle there. That'd be my risk guide on it. So yeah, a lot of these dollar plays, Josh, are moving today. I mean, it's just, I think it's kind of BYND sympathy. I mean, they find these 50-cent tickers that like beyond meat and send them on up. I mean, so AIRE is that, and then SCNX is that. Seeing that sympathy out here. So yeah, if that'd be my risk out on it. It could be $1, $1.10. Let's see where SCNX is going to open up at. $1.20 was that support. I know Josh is looking at that area. I'd like faster the move, the weaker the trend is the saying, guys. Faster the move, the weaker the trend. So it's if we can even get like a pop out of this halt close to the risk guide, I'd like to hit it. I think the 170 is going to be strong. I think she's going to be strong there. It's already tapped the 200-day liquidity zone. I'm not confident it's going to fill that gap at 2 at this point. Not saying it can't. Just low probability, in my opinion.
Yeah. Patience on days like today. I mean,
SGBX, that short's working out, guys, against the 320 symmetrical triangle crack. So that's at 3 now. Again, I'm in there small.
All right, yep. I'm going to take a quick little break to get some water. I'll be right back, brother. I'll let you hang out with the dogs. I'll leave them to chat for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, SG, good call there, James. I liked it. I feel like I'm chasing at this point, 90. I like the dollar against the $1.10, but she is working. Good call there. That was a good alert. ARE, I mean, beautiful. I hope you guys are seeing this. And I know a lot of you in Josh's chat are identifying these hangovers now, and they're highly profitable. That's how I've gotten funded, how I'm getting payouts is trading those. Mainly sizing those. I've noticed looking at my back testing that the SCNXs of the world I need to size down on. Granted, this is working out, but it's just when they get a little overcrowded in their day one, I have less edge. I do identify here we are open SCNX. I do have edge there. There's good setup, but just it's not the pocket ace. It's not the pocket ace for me. Hangovers are the pocket ace. You're right or right out on them. They fade usually majority of the day. So, all right, let's see what SCNX is going to do here. $140s we opened up at, 170 risk guide, 120 support. So we're sitting 1-to-1 risk reward-ish right now. Just be mindful of that, the risk reward level SCNX. All right, a little pop 140s. Now I imagine there are some shorts that are looking to get out of this, which could cause it to pop a little bit. Some shorts that were involved in it early. Nice sell-off there, SCNX, into a halt down. We're opened up. We get a little bounce right here. It's kind of 1-to-1-ish risk-reward right now, though, if that 120 is going to act as a level of support. So monitoring that. AIRE that James brought up, that's working out excellent. 85 cents she's at right now, bouncing off VWAP a little bit, but $1. That dollar is so tough because of the bid price rule. You have to stay over $1 for 6 months consecutively or you get delisted. So very important level, very tough area of resistance. SGBX, symmetrical triangle crack, that's working out great. Let's flip through a few. Again, 3 o'clock, guys. I've seen so many BYNDs at highs on the day. I think could be a trade there today, so I would be mindful of that. G-set hangover has been fading, and there could still be an entry here. G-set. Here's the 5-day chart. For those that are new to the hangovers, when I'm trading these in the morning, I'm always reviewing 5 days. I want to see the last 5 days, see where levels of resistance support are. I want to see where this thing's been trading the last few days. So always looking at 5-day chart to get some insight. Again, you're late. We're late to these plays. It's fine, absolutely fine. MSAI, another penny play. James is bringing up, hitting the 200-day and the dollar. Ooh, all right. Tons of random volume, James, coming in here at 11 o'clock. Chat room pumping this on up. Let me know if you see any news. I do not. It's an AI ticker. So many people want it. MSAI. It's an AI ticker. You're thinking Trump will say something. Apparently, there's some insiders that are thinking the same thing, James, that are buying this on up. So, yeah, this is... I think the 200-day moving average is right at 91 cents. I think $1.20 is where I'll get involved in MSAI, up through that dollar. Let's see what she's going to do. Let's see what SCNX is doing. SCNX is going sideways here, guys. Going sideways out of this halt. That's... Volume's fading. I mean, the peak in volume was up here at the 200-day moving average. Could be an entry. Could be an entry here. It feels 1-to-1, like I mentioned before. It feels a little 1-to-1, especially after that sell-off from 170s down. I'd like a pop. I'd like some kind of pop to get involved there versus just shorting right here. Then MSAI, very interesting. Up through the dollar. I'd be interested in that. But AI name, again, everything I'm trading today is going to be smaller size. It's just been that kind of a day. But good alert there, MSAI. AI ticker, another little dollar penny play, Josh, popping up, hitting the 200-day up through $1.20.
What's this one?
Interest. MSAI.
Oh, MSAI.
Yeah, MSAI. She's looking all right.
Another AI play, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of have been the trend, too. Like, we'll start seeing this now. It seems like we will anyway. The sub $1 plays, like you were talking about, kind of becomes a trend there for a while where... you don't see it. And then all of a sudden for 3, 4, 5 weeks, sometimes it goes for over a month, where you have sub $1 plays popping up every day from 30 cents, 50 cents, 80 cents, pushing through that dollar area they haven't been in for a while. And a lot of time, like you talked about, they're trying to get that reclaim of $1.
$1 holla. Back when you could get back when the value menu was $1. You remember that? Now value menu is like $10.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll never forget going through that. And that's, of course, then when they still could, obviously it was...
Dollar store is not even a dollar store anymore. I think the dollar store is like $5. They still call it a dollar store.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Yeah, Dollar General. Like lots of dollars for the General is what it should be called.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, I remember I'll never forget going to, whatever it was you wanted to eat. And no, just, of course, usually classic one was McDonald's. But yeah, let me get a McDouble and a fry and a Coke, $3 and you got you a little meal, Or even like the ones that, the Wendy's that I'd love to get, the $5, or of course we go $5 footlong, but I think they're $5. You'd get like a quarter pounder, or not quarter, you'd get the, a junior bacon cheeseburger, a chicken nugget, a fry, a frosty, and a drink for like $4 or $5, or whatever. Or even when meals were $5, like $4.99 or $5.99 for the meal. But yeah, it's crazy to see. When we go out to eat, we go to the fast food restaurant now and order like 2 meals with, of course, whatever number, of course, comes with the drink and the fry. And it's, $25. I'm like, $25. You can go to Chili's and eat probably for cheaper than that and get more food and better quality food. They're one of the ones I will say that haven't really raised their prices too much, and you can still eat somewhat affordable there. But yeah, it's nuts, my man.
Oh yeah. MSAI Paula, I love that. I'm doing the same thing, laddering it. I got $1.20 order out and $1.30 order out MSAI. See if it'll spike up and hit those levels. But yeah, man, it's getting crazy out there. I mean, my dad used to say, because he's he used to say how he could get hamburger, fries, drink for like in the cent. I mean, like 10 cents each. He's that old,
right?
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Did you watch that movie with Michael Keaton? I think it was Michael Keaton was in it, right? The McDonald's movie or whatever.
Oh, Yeah, he passed away, didn't he? Not too long ago. Are you talking about the Size Me Up? The
Not
over the
him. No,
top?
Michael Keaton McDonald. The Founder. It's called The Founder. Uh,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it came out in 2016. Yeah, it came out. I was like, what was that movie called? So yeah, it's called The Founder. And it's kind of like the guy based on a true story. Essentially, the guy who founded or came up with. I guess his name was Ray Kroc. Now that I'm looking at his name in real life. But yeah, it depicts the story of his creation of McDonald's, a fast food restaurant chain. And so yeah, it was. It's really interesting for sure because he wasn't. I don't think into doing fast. He was. Point being, he went to a fast food place. Like, I remember the beginning of the movie. He goes to a fast food place and he was just blown away by what this place was doing. As in fast food. He came in, boom, everything was wrapped up. It was it was like 5 cents for this, or 10 cents for a soda, whatever it was. Yeah, it was just like, oh my gosh, can't imagine going. Well, of course, back then, but yeah, 20, 15 cents, 50 cents you fed the family, probably. But yeah, that's crazy to think. Lots and lots, and that's why we're here. That's why I trade the pools here, because not everyone's got capital to trade, because you got to get groceries that cost or go out. And that was the thing. Therefore, I remember that going back to that dollar bill. Speaking of where we've gotten to, unfortunately now, like almost upside down. It seems like on a car, so to speak, here in America, we're upside down to where that's where people. I remember because when I was in college and doing stuff for local news stations, but I would say epidemic, but whatever you want to call it, was people that didn't have a lot of money, and say 2005 to 2010 were reverting to fast food and the dollar menu because it was so cheap. Versus, groceries. I remember that was a story all the time. Well, we can go to McDonald's and it'd be $7-10 and feed the whole family. He's like, you can't do that when you go to the grocery store. And so I just remember that was a huge thing, especially here. And I remember seeing that, that in Arkansas and Texas a lot, of course. Not the slimmest of states, but that was a thing there for a while. Not the thing. I don't think that's the thing. I mean, you can't do that anymore. So I wonder if that's going to, over the next like 5 to 10 years, if like America and like, because we're somewhat known as an obese country, if that
Just
maybe
take your Ozempic.
Yeah, well, that too. That's what I'm wondering. I wonder if the average weight of the average American starts going down because things cost so much. You can't eat as much. You can't eat fast food or go out because it costs so much now. And so I'm like, well, everyone was reverting to that because it was so cheap, and now it's so expensive. I wonder if we'll maybe as Americans start losing some weight. But yeah, it's nuts to see that, man. We don't ever go out that much anymore anyway, but I think a lot of that probably is from it because how much it cost, and I remember that was a thing too back in the day. You go back to even like Vegas. Everyone went to Vegas, and of course, how they've gotten all messed up now. And, yeah, I mean, but you can go. Of course, I just think of the classic Vegas Vacation movie with Chevy Chase, where the buffet was like $1 at some time. My brother, because he was out there for the longest time, like there'd be times where the buffet was like $1 or $5 or whatever. I'm like, that's nuts to think you got a whole buffet of food for $1 or $5. And now it's like. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, it's food is way more expensive now, and yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, and then we got 2 little kids, and it's and kids don't like eating out, so that's like a reason we kind of stopped. But it's one of my hobbies. I really enjoy cooking. So yeah.
I love food. So like when we were in Florida, and of course on vacation, love going out and tasting food that's been cooked. Of course, it's so good. It's very fattening. But it's good. But yeah, I love. Oh yeah, like Ava right now is cutting up shallots she's doing French onion soup here tonight for us because we're finally kind of getting that fall weather. So yeah, some French onion soup tonight, baby boy. Not a lot for me. I'm right there with you with an MSA. I'll stab on that with you in the next 30 minutes here. Let's see if we can get that pop up to 130, 125, 135. I like that. Other than that, the only play I saw that was a decent bounce play was right around that VWAP. It did crack a little lower than that, and I'm not a big play on the quantum side, but I do just like reading charts, and you can see a lot of this support from earlier is where we came in at bounce. Well, where are all those bounces at? Well, they're right at 32. There's a little bit here at 32.20. That's why I was saying go for the bounce play right around 32 into the VWAP. And there's your bounce, slowly working out. That's about the only chart I'm seeing that's looking good. Now, maybe ARIB can pop back on up. I know Paulo was looking at SLMT for another pop up, and that's really, like I talked about, you get about an hour plus in the small cap space. You might have your one runner that starts to hold up like SCNX, but otherwise, and maybe MSAI, although I really feel MSAI with the way the VWAP's racing up with that play. Paulo, you remember how I used to talk about that. Probably not going to hold up over the next hour or two, and I would imagine we see it back in the 80, 90 cent corridor range, but my point being, you'll have your one runner, and then other than that, you're just watching for the other tickers to pop back up into resistance areas because they're done running. You're just
exactly
supporting resistance.
The sloppies. Yep, looking
Yeah,
for the sloppies. And there's not many days, Josh, where I'm like I'm bitter because yesterday. I missed several plays like the flowers that faded all day. Oh my
yeah.
god. There were a few I was aggravated with, but today I don't. I mean, like the AIRE was good, James, but there hasn't been much to miss. Really, today has been about focusing on not like over trading and oversizing. And these are the defining days. Traders, these are the defining days for you. They're not the funnest, but if I can see into a future of a trader that I really can see is going to be successful if I know how they perform on the days where they should not be pressing it, and on the days where they're red. If you're red and then you start oversizing to make up for the red versus trading just your edge and setup, and money being a byproduct of that, that's certainly going to be an issue in the future, as well as when the speed limit's 35 and we're going 100. Those you just have to be mindful of. And again, it's not fun, but if you bleed some of these, it can be very fun. Again, there's no dopamine rush with, just the bleeders. You're not jumping into something as it's squeezing up higher, but there's a lot of these plays today, like especially those that are taking advantage of the hangovers that do provide like a nice bleed all day, like GSIT. I mean, that thing's down a point and a half. Those can pay out very well. Some like Donut's been pretty good against certain levels. ARE was good against $1. Some of these slow plays, I'm in SGBX right now on the short side. Yeah, that's at the lows on the day now. So if you're just reactive to the bearish sentiment on the day and just taking some slow bleeders, that it could stack up. You can pad the wallet on a day like today. Maybe you're not hitting home runs and you shouldn't be swinging for them, but padding the wallet over and over and over again. Like Josh, some of my best days have been not swinging for home runs on one trade, but the accumulation of like 10, 15 good trades back to back, and like everything's just working well, and it provides just for a great green day, those kind of setups.
Green. And also, too, Money Show. Don't for Money Show. That's Money Show. Wow, that was last week. Crazy to think that was a week ago today. The call-in show. The other show. So the call-in show coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. I know Kevin sent some topics to go over for the day. I liked how many trades do you usually take per day and what's your sweet spot. The other one I liked a lot was right after that was how do you decide when to scale in or scale out of a trade. Those really could be really beneficial for traders. Not only just traders can talk about that and get it off their chest. Maybe we can help them because we're taking too many trades, and but also just again then talking about why you scale in and when you scale out. That I think that those two things would be huge for traders to call in, talk about, and then be able to maybe get things off the chest. Other traders hear that and go, wow, yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm taking 17 trades a day. That's usually not a good thing.
Yeah, I love that. How many trades and how do you know how to scale in and scale out? Those are very important conversations. And so let's open the door. Let's open the door for that.
Yeah, man. A week ago? Can you believe it was a week ago? We were bowling and having fun. You were already about to fly on back to, dang.
No.
I wish
I'm going to be there the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
We were just getting the party started, man. Yeah, I'll be there next time. MSAI 120's curling up here. I mean, I don't know if I like this stair-steppy nature to it, but I'll give her a shot. I'll give her a shot against, probably 140. I got the 120, 130 ad and scale it and see, let her rip, tater chip, see what happens. But yeah, you never involve yourself in the favorable conditions of your edge if you don't involve yourself with risk. But the stair step, that's what I don't like. I want to see fast euphoria. That's what I like to short. Pretty much like the SCNX straight up to the 200-day moving average. I mean, that was quick, fast. It was that speed that it has on it. What is that? Those are market orders going through. That's stops getting taken out. That's euphoria setting in, right? Optimism leads to euphoria, right? And fear leads to capitulation. So it's when that euphoria starts setting in, that's what I like to get involved on the short side, when the majority, right, the 90% club.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of the 90% club.
We're 90%ers.
We want to be amongst the 10%.
Yeah, I always used to label it when I first started trading too much too fast. I was like, it's just too much too fast of a move. There's going to be a reversal there. There's going to be so much selling because everyone, market. They're market ordering in, and everyone's going to market order out, and that's what leads to that huge move down. Never used to short that, but I'd always tell traders like, oh, whoa, that's way too much too fast. Watch for reversal, whatever. Because there would be traders that are long, and I'm, like, hey, you better start. You just got a huge spike. You better take the profit because what do traders do? They see the spike, think, oh, here we go. We're about to fly. Well, sometimes, yes, but then there's a lot of the time, like we're just talking about, where we're looking for that short now. Back then I'd be, guys, you're probably a short's about to be coming. So if you're long, you better take profit here. Of course, like I said, when we first start, we're all going long in small cap space for the most part, like I was. So
yeah.
It's kind of a warning back then. You're like, oh, guys, that's way too fast of a move. Take profit now. This is going to have a huge reversal. And then you watch it enough and watch it enough and watch it enough. And then you go, oh, so this is where I short at.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's just watching enough, and then you see it. You start seeing it.
That good movie though. Back to James Rink. That is a good movie though. Sorry, back to that. The founder. That was that. Just I think that. Well, I don't know what it was on, but it just a couple of years. It may have been back in 2020, 2021. But I was like, man, there's a good movie. I'll watch this. This sounds good. I love food. Yeah, it was very interesting to watch The Founder for sure. And it is, of course, Michael Keaton. But I know which one you're talking about. Say Michael Keaton, great, obviously great actor. But man, the one you're talking about, yeah, he did just die. The guy that did Super Size Me, he did.
Yeah.
He did pass in the last couple of years or so. He did a lot of those documentaries.
I wonder if that had to do with the
McDonald's. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw him pass. I don't think I ever looked into it or if he ever had what kind of issues he had, but or even if we don't know, like that's maybe not tied into it. But if it did, but they like he died, but they don't. Of course, you eat that much in that amount of time. But there's a guy that eats burger. I of course, in the coming of all this, and he may have been on the supersized movie itself, but there was a guy that eats Burger King or whether it's McDonald's or whatever it is, he eats it every day. Every day he has it. And so I'm like, my gosh, I think even Warren Buffett's known to have McDonald's almost every day or something like that too. So
yeah, and then you got Trump, drinking Coke like every day. I don't know how, like 4, probably 5, 6 Cokes, Diet Cokes a day, and then eating McDonald's. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe it's the secret to longevity.
Right. So here we go. Yes, it's the gold card. Warren Buffett has a gold card. The gold card is a free lifetime meals in Omaha. Of course, that's where he lives at, and a daily breakfast habit that he's tied to stock performance. Let's see here. He stops at McDonald's for breakfast on his way to work. His breakfast choice depends on the stock market's performance. If it's up, he might get a more expensive bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. If it's down, he opts for a cheaper option like 2 sausage patties. So there you go. Okay, so and I thought it was breakfast too. I was like, I couldn't remember what it was, but yeah, it's not like it's the burger, and that's a little bit better for you. I say better, but the burger, lower calories. Of course, remember that back in the day, that Super Size Me, that really brought up the calories, and now you know where all the calories are at and what's really high in calories, and yeah, the burgers and the fries. That's
come on, MSAI. You could have just hit 120.
I know. I was watching it. I've got it on both my sides here, right and left.
You have an order at 120. You have an order at $1.22.
I had it. No, I did 127, 137, and 147. I'm big on 7, so I did 127, 37, 47. And then
MSAI.
And this is what'll happen. And to me, it's usually the slow and steady movers. Like Kevin's talking about the staircasing up. We don't really like that, but this is just a slower mover. This isn't really volatile up. And then it came down, and then we're staircasing up. Because if it's that, then you want to be careful, because if it's been volatile, it could get really volatile again at that breakout area, and then you're done. This is still kind of that, like, okay, we haven't done that early day, right? We're just, we're moseying along, bigger pop. And then what do we always talk about? Things of 3. So when that volume surge comes in, there's volume pop 1, volume pop 2. We know what happens after 3. You got to be careful, and there is that short on that third pop up. We identified it though, all beautiful, all over it.
Yeah, we were there, guys. We were ready.
What's funny is that literally just came out, by the way, too, from the Economic Times this past May. That whole Warren Buffett and his what he does with his breakfast at McDonald's. And
he seems to live a modest lifestyle. You've seen his house and all. And he just with what he's worth. And that's what I'm about. That's how I am too. Like I love trading. I don't need the luxury. I need to be able to sit in front of this computer and trade with the team, with the Trade the Pool team. This is my luxury right here. Love it. Put me in a trailer for all I care with a Rebel. With a Rebel. With a 12-pack of Rebel. With the Trade the Pool team.
Yeah, no, my sister-in-law, Avery's sister. I mean, they got land in north or northwest Arkansas, but they have Avery went and she's went and visited them a couple times over the past few months. But what I say trailers, but what they are now, mobile home, they're huge now. They don't look like it really.
Well, they
when you
are
get on
luxury.
yeah, I mean, hey, baby, you come on in. We got you loaded. We got about 2,000, 3,000 square foot mobile homes now, buddy. Not the mobile home parks of the past, if you know what I'm saying, which those still are around for sure.
Yeah, MSAI was probably going to be my last trade, but yeah, she didn't quite get there. Outside of that, yeah, the topics. Let us know, traders. We're going to take a few calls here in about 15 minutes or so on trading. Like how many? Like for today's a great example of that. So today, like what did you trade? How many trades did you take? Did you size down? Did you size up? Was your edge present? And then as far as scaling in, scaling out, we want to know, like, do you scale into your positions? Is that part of your predefined plan? Like, okay, I'm going to, as Paula said on this MSAI, I'm going to hit it at 120, 130, 140, 150, but I have my predefined like plan. I'm going to stick to it. I'm not going to adjust it mid-trade. That's where amateurs are, guys. I want you to make sure you hear that. Amateurs focus on the money. Traders focus on the risk. Before I even press the button, I need to know what my exit is. Now, I can be more flexible on the profit side of things, right? As Mr. Mark Douglas says, but I need to be rigid on the risk. I need to know exactly where my stop is before I enter this trade, and that's what we want to hear. How are you guys scaling these tickers? And not add. There's a difference between scaling and adding, right? What is scaling? So scaling is part of the system. It's part of the plan. Adding is, well, okay, it's it's looking better now. Let me just throw some more shares on it. I don't know what my risk is, but I'm just add, right? It's just like, for example, and a lot of traders start like this. For example, Josh and I, when we started our journey, we're buying these penny stocks that are in anticipation and hopes that they're going to BYND like yesterday. But like, let's say yesterday, we know there's traders like this on BYND that they go deer in headlights, analysis by paralysis. They buy at 750 because their guru told them to.
Right.
The thing dumps. They're like, oh, this is like, I can average into this now. This is a great company. This is like, I can get a better position on it. I can scale into it. I can add, and it just does nothing. It goes to zero. It's gonna OTC. It get delisted. It just there's no risk in mind. It's just, I can get a better average on this, and then they end up blowing up. And that is a common occurrence. I've heard this story so many countless times of traders blowing up doing this. So we want to focus in on what's predefined. Your scaling criteria. Your scaling criteria, how is that predefined? We want to hear it on the call-in show that we're going to go to in about 10-15 minutes here. So let us know. But I'm with you, Josh. I'm about to go grab some water, so Mike's yours.
Yeah, you're good. I was going to talk about this, and it's perfect timing. Go ahead, Bubba. I just saw the huge pullback on the right-hand side from Quantums. Like QBTS just had a huge $1.50, almost now $2 pullback. God, look at MSAI.
I just saw it. Oh my God.
Oh man. And I think that may with that AI have a little bit maybe to do too as well with what's going on. I don't really know. But again, Putin says new sanctions won't affect Russian economy. New U.S. sanctions an attempt to put pressure on Russia. No self-respecting country ever does anything under pressure. Sanctions are a friendly act that does not strengthen Russian-American relations. Anywho, so that came out, of course, with the oil here as well. And then we got a nice, good, sharp pullback. And yeah, missing MSAI like a
by 1 penny. 1 penny, I missed that thing. Yeah,
that hurts,
that's brutal. Hurts.
That was brutal.
BRB.
All right, cool. That was nice there, though. A little pullback there. And, of course, we'll see, says he discussed with Trump the impact of situation with Russian oil supplies on global prices, including U.S. Says U.S. Russia and U.S. have many areas for cooperation. That just came out there, of course, from Reuters as well. SPY, pretty sharp pullback. The quantum plays, or at least for sure, QBTS got a decent-sized pool. As you can see right there, there's a pretty good-sized rug pool from QBTS. And that's what Kevin's talking about earlier. Of course, Michael Noss, we're talking about this day in, day out, where you got to be careful on days like today when certain things could be said, someone's speaking, or randomly out of nowhere. And I've had traders like this throughout the years where they may be in a good bounce play. Got in at 32, it's up to 32.50, took some profit. Then Putin says something out of nowhere. And then whammy, you got a huge, almost $2 rug pull. And if you're not ready or don't have stop losses set in, there goes your green trade. Green trade goes to red trade. You got to always be ready on days like today. Monday through Wednesday was a little bit slower. Didn't have to really worry about much the last couple of days for the most part. But yeah, today and tomorrow, earnings as well, heading into next week, which I kind of forgot about. Nas brought that up. I'm like, God, here we go again already with earnings. Typically, too, some of the time you may see that anymore. It slows down small cap space for just a little bit. More sell-off and a possible halt down. Here we go. We're actually about to halt here in 3. Oh, we're halted. Okay, there it comes. I was going to say I didn't catch the countdown there. Usually when it typically turns red team, and I'll scroll back, you can count down from about 7 seconds, usually typically. So let's go back to when it first started in all red. Yeah, 10 at most, 7 to 10. So when you see 17, it just starts turning all red on the tape right here on the time and sales. I start doing a countdown. You can start with 10, generally 7 is my favorite number. There's Michael Noss and some stuff over too as well about what's going on. I'm guessing. Oh man, U.S. Will not in talks to make. Not U.S. not. This is from Walter Bloomberg. U.S. not in talks to take stakes in quantum firms from Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance cites a person familiar with matter. Okay. And yes, the stream today was content gold, even with the market not moving for sure. Oh yeah. So anywho. So back to that real quickly. The halt down. Just 17, you see it turning all red. It's just like this. Oh, wow, we could be halting down here soon. There's a lot of red. Big orders coming in. Do the countdown from 10, at most 7, or say at most 10, 7 to 10, somewhere in there. And you can see, I think we halted up at 27. I don't know. Okay, it was longer than that. Well, it ended up going to 36. 36? Man, that did push a lot longer. I thought that stopped at 27. I think my time in sales was possibly stuck there. It went a lot longer. My gosh, I wasn't watching that. That is a lot longer than normal there, honestly. A lot of the time you'll get maybe 10 seconds. And of course, I'm usually pretty decent on predicting when the play is going to halt. Oh, it's about to halt. It's going to halt. 10, 9, 8. And you just watch these seconds go through. 20 seconds of red there. I would imagine just go back through here and you can do 1,000. So, kind of just start doing your head, just quick math. There's 3,000, 1,100, all these other hundreds that are in there adding up. There's 4,000. That's still at 30. That's all 3,000, 2,000. That is so much selling pressure on the tape there. Look at 1,000, 3,500 here. We're still not even halfway back yet. We're getting close to, I guess, halfway back now on how when we started halting, when the red started coming in, though. But look, there's 10,000 shares right through there. There's another 3 or 4. There's another 3 or 4, right? And we're still at the 30-second mark. There's 3K more. There's 2,200, 2,500, 2,000, 28, 3K. You're just now halfway through to when we were halting down. So you got to imagine how many people here were trying to sell and get out of this position, get out of their position before this halted down. This is like, it just, again, you get it. Now, we'll just say most of this was red in this candle. The candle opened up, obviously, at 48 after. Started turning red at 17. So about almost 20 seconds of red there. How much volume in that candle? 2.3 million. I'm going to go ahead and just say there had to have been 300,000 to 500,000 shares probably in that last 20 seconds selling. There's a gap down coming is my point. So you can just do a little bit of math. We talk about this quite a bit on the live stream, volume comparison, or, hey, on this day it had this much volume and this is how much it moved. Well, we can anticipate maybe today it has this much volume. It's going to move this much. Same thing for spikes. Our first kind of big spike of the day broke out from 1, went to where? 145. Second spike of the day broke out from 145, went to 1.7, right? So we get a 45-cent spike. We got a 30-cent spike. If we got one more, what do you think is going to happen? 15-cent spike, maybe, possibly what it would have been. Just do the math. Just do the trend. Read the trend. Just these things will keep showing up over and over and over. And this is just things that you'll notice throughout the years. And again, just how much volume was there. SNCX halted down to right after you left, bro. So much volume. I was going over that, and as in there will be a gap down at least on this because there was like 20 seconds of selling. Started turning red at 17 seconds after. Didn't halt down until 36 seconds after. That was 19 seconds of red. I was like, man, that's gonna be it's gonna have probably a huge gap down and then it's really going to scare some traders off as well.
Yeah, I mean that was near sloppy seconds play right there, up towards that half dollar 150 bearish flag against the highs. I mean it looked good.
Yep.
It was kind of like slow there for 20 minutes though, so I was like, are they going to curl it back up to the highs? Because after that halt down, it pretty much stayed right around there for 25 minutes. But yeah, I mean, it was good. It was decent setup.
Decent
Good
setup.
entry.
James, it is 70 a month, my man. 70 a month, 700 for the year. So for my live stream, that's how much it costs. That I'm sure that was geared or aimed toward myself, my man. So yep, 70 a day, or 70 a day, 70 a month, 700 for the year. Not much. I'm not trying to charge a ton. Just want, been doing this for a while, so want a little bit. I'd go free on Fridays, so it's Monday through Thursday. Fridays for everybody to come over and join and have a little fun with the dual stream Friday and round tables. And next Friday, don't forget, my man Kevin, if you have time and you can. I know it's Halloween for you and the kiddos, but next Friday we will have that round table discussion again, kind of in the month out. So if you want to join us again, kind of talk about where we're at in the month, where we're heading into November, and your thought process, would love to have you, brother.
Always. Yeah, always. And again, you're always welcome on the Friday night live stream.
Yeah.
I'll
Bro.
do that tomorrow night.
Last Friday, what did you have one this last Friday when we were in the Money Show in Orlando?
No, because I had to leave. But yeah, tomorrow night I'll be doing it. So head over to my channel. I'm gonna do a 5,000 account giveaway too. 5,000 eval giveaway tomorrow night. Josh and we just have a good time. We grab a rebel, hang out. I don't know if Josh is available for tomorrow, but if you are, you're welcome. And
I'll join again. Yeah. We're just chilling, me and Avery, just relaxing at the house. Not much going on this week. Maybe next Friday for Halloween I doubt. Are you going to do next Friday for Halloween, or going to take that one off because of the kiddos and Halloween?
I'll probably still do it.
Yeah, take care of the kids. Let them do them, then get them settled. Then they're in bed, and then it's time to have a little fun.
Oh yeah,
time to grab a rebel.
Oh yeah. James, the 5,000 eval. So you just give you a 5,000 account giveaway. So with Trade the Pool, $5,000 eval. Be doing that tomorrow night. So we'll do a giveaway. We'll hang out, talk trading. I like to have traders on, like you guys as well, in chat. I think it's very beneficial for you to be able to have a voice. Really, I think it's been real beneficial for a lot of traders over on my channel too, just to have a voice. Not just be on the keyboard, but be able to just talk it out, because what you manifest these things. It's like doing this chat room, Josh. It helps me out. It helps you stay disciplined. It helps you speak these things into existence. Essentially, what you picturize and speak out, you actualize. They become your results, and you can manifest these things.
Yep. Yeah, just back to that, James. I was just going to retouch on that. So what is the $5,000 eval? And so again, I'll go over to Trade the Pool here. We got $5,000, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 accounts. And the price of them, what they would cost for the flexible or the disciplined. Do you know if you're giving away a flexible or disciplined 5K account?
Whichever one you guys want.
Oh, there you go. So there you go, which is really awesome there. You can choose between the two. And that's it, James. I mean, of course, that's what we are here at Trade the Pool. I'm sure you know most of that. But, guys that don't have the capital, that need extra 5,000, 25, 50K, whatever to trade with each and every day. This works in pre-market all the way to after hours. You can trade with this any time of the day with that money. And there's no PD2 rule on top of the fact. So it'd be nice to have a 5K account. Pass the eval, what's the eval? You go with the flexible, the discipline. You can see the difference there between the daily pause, max loss between the two. And the other key thing would be your minimum positions and the trading period. So discipline, a little bit more discipline of a trader. You got less time, you need to make more trades. Or, of course, if you want to go flexible, what a lot of traders do at first, you get unlimited amount of time, and you only have to take 10 trades right there. So that's the one you'd have there if you want to get the 5K eval, and you get it, which my boy Kevin's going to be giving one away, which is awesome. Well, that's what it is. So you get a 5K eval. All you've got to do is make 6%, which I think is around $700, $750, something like that. So you make $500. If you get the count to $5,700, $5,800, boom, you pass the eval, and then you have a $5,000 account to trade with every day.
I think it's only $300. 6% of 5,000. Yeah, $5,300 is all you need to get that to, and then you're funded $5,000. There you go. And then now what you make is 70% of it's yours.
Hey, I was shooting high. I'm aiming high for the guys. I was going 700.
I personally love the Max account. It really, that's what I'm on. It works for me. The 25K Max I'm on. I'm looking to grab another one here soon, 50, 100K. I'd like to have a few fundeds going. A lot of my guys in chat, they got several fundeds. I want to. I'm only working one funded now. I'd like to have like 3 or 4. I mean, just because it's going to provide that. I guess take the edge off a little bit when you have more funded, right? Like instead of being just so disciplined with just the one. Now I have, okay, well, if I take, I can take a little bit more size on one because I have multiples of these
Right.
working for me. So I can apply a little bit more risk on it. But yeah, traders, we're about to head over to the show. So get your phones warmed up. Get ready. VT, before we do that as well, VTYX, I know, Chef Robert, you were mentioning that one. It had positive phase 2 trial, so she's turned into a little sleepy crawler, curling back up to the open right now. 750 is a key level. It's stair-steppy. I don't see an edge there for me. I'm going to avoid it, but it certainly does have 8-ish resistance on it. But stair-steppy action, phase 2 trials is good. It's up over 100%. Those trials are important. And phase 2, this is pretty much what you're going to see with phase 2. Phase 2 is the drug effective, and this one is effective based on their news this morning. Phase 3 certainly brings in the most hype. Just think of PRAX. That thing is still sitting up at $180 from a gap up the other day. This was this play. Prax was the one when we were at the Money Show. Josh is the one that had a massive move up from 60 to 200. 60. It was like the day when we were there. That was phase 3, and that's what you'll see on those kind of plays. Similarly, QURE did phase 3 not long ago as well, and they gapped from 18 to 50, 60. So yeah, it's VTYX. This could be a little creepy crawler, crossing VWAP, headed up towards the highs in the open. So just be mindful of it. Yeah.
Oh, creepy crawler. Yeah, it's nice, slow and steady Eddie moving its way back up. I don't think it's going to do anything volatile today, in my opinion. Probably would have done that already. But it's another one that's slowly creeping around. That's what we're dealing with today. That's why I was called it this morning. We're base hits or even bunts. This is where we're at today. Base hits and bunts.
Yeah.
Good job there, King Lion. My man been around for a minute. Lion Roar Racing. Got the 50K last week. Got 3K. Oh, up to 1,600 already. Good job.
Good job. Very cool. Great work. Keep that discipline going.
We need
you on the flex or max? Go for it, Josh. Sorry.
I got something in my throat. Oh, no. It's the American Rebel beer, bro. It's cutting after me.
Yep. Should have shorted it, man. That's what they're coming after you. They heard you. They heard you saying you should have shorted that thing. Now they ain't too happy about it.
Bro, that's the worst. Comes out of nowhere. Listen to me. I can hardly talk.
Flex. Good work. Good work on the flex.
Swallowed the water down the wrong pipe there, buddy, and that's what happens.
Ooh, yeah.
Whew. Making the eyes water and everything now. Oh, Mano. Woo! There you go. It's like I feel like I had a really hot wing. Like the way I'm talking. Like,
good right now.
Yeah. My eyes are watering. I'm like, don't wipe your eyes. You're gonna get your eyes.
You go for the dry rubs, or you like?
I like both. It's kind of like me with ribs. I like some. I don't mind ribs that would just ribs, no sauce on them. But then I make, and of course I make some too. Like they're called sticky ribs. They're out. Then of course I just kind of layer it with the sauce, and they of course are like what they say, kind of fall off the bone, so to speak. But I like both. I don't mind, kind of the same thing. I don't mind if it's dry sometime for the wings, or of course, then I don't want it caked on though. I don't want it just dripping with sauce. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. How you like them?
Oh my god.
How do you like them, brother?
Yeah, I like a good dry rub. Yeah. Good dry rub. SCNX is kind of head and shouldering. I mean, the 170 is likely the high that we discussed earlier. 120 is that support area neckline that it needs to crack. So, guys, be mindful there. I think I'm kicking back, on the day at this point.
I wanted that MSAI with you was gorgeous if we could have got that, but that was the last one I was looking at. Other than that, I'm just kind of I'm done now. call-in show, or even maybe I'll look at MSA. I will probably forget about it, but to push up against that 120 area again for another short would be good if we can get that push back up.
Oh yeah. Oh, for the right shoulder, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's decent. BYND is not bad either. Line previous close is setting that right now. I can't imagine BYND reclaiming like certain levels 455. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. So that's a good eye. And then SCNX, as Josh mentioned, that's heavy on this 120. It might just dump under it, but yeah, pop there on the right shoulder against like 150 is real good SCNX. So yeah, tonight, James. Oh, I'm jealous. Got it. Getting the whole chicken smoked. Man, some good old smoked food. I gotta get that smoker back out. But I got an old smoker. I'm thinking about upgrading for Christmas. I'm gonna ask the wife. I think. Yeah, let's
Do
upgrade.
it.
Get one of those. What smoker are you working with, James? Let's get a. What do we need? A Pit Boss, a Traeger, or just? I got an old it's an electric one.
Really
That was my granddad's, and so you just throw like the wood chunks in the bottom of it.
Oh yeah. See, I'm doing something like this the next house when we have the house build in the corner of our L-shaped back patio. I'm going like one of these. I'm going with some kind of L shape here. I'm going to go with the big guy. I got to get. So you have multiple, right? So you kind of get the Traeger. You can maybe get the wood smoke for the for the pizzas if you want to. I'm gonna have multiple at the house. I don't know exactly how I'll have it set up, but boy, this is you're gonna have something like this where you get multiple. You get maybe the Traeger, you get the green egg or whatever it's called. There's different smokers out there. Some do pellets, some do wood. And the big thing now is the little wood, like for the pizzas, the wood burning fire. Like this is really cool looking right here.
You
Right,
getting one of those?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do for that. I know I'm at least going to get two. I want something to cook with charcoal. I want a charcoal, and then I want a smoker. But I want a good size smoker. But then everyone's like, you got to get a green egg. You got to get one of these guys. And so then there's different setups where you can have a smoker. So I'll figure it out. But I do want charcoal. I do want a smoker. And it seems like everyone's telling me to get one of these guys. So I'll maybe go between those three. And you get your trash can out here, get your drawers, put your vegetables in here. You get a little kitchen, little sink, little refrigerator. Yeah, this is when I can't wait.
I'm waiting for the invite. We're gonna be trading out there, dude.
Oh, you're coming? No, yeah, I'll definitely
smoking and trading.
Yeah, I'll be doing some traders get-togethers at my house. There we go, a little similar kind of look of not our house, but kind of sort of. But new build, big L-shaped patio. We're gonna be smoking away. Call and show live from my back patio. How about that?
Love it. Can't wait.
Smoking meat, no need to be fancy. Just relax. Oh yeah, get fancy and use clay pots. Exactly. Oh yeah, they're clay pots.
Yeah, there you go.
Boom. All right, I'm getting in the zone.
And just remember, can you access the layer or not for sharing the?
Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to get off of this and go to the actual.
Okay. All right, Josh will be right back, guys. We're just gonna flip through some tickers while he's getting set up on his other account. Yeah, it's getting me hungry over there, James. This NMRA Therapeutics has been up on no news and is sitting right on VWAP right now. Volume has faded. The 220s may hold up as resistance. It looks to be on elevator watch to me for a crackdown against like 230s. In NMRA, that chart looks pretty good to me against like 230. For a crack on down, no news that I'm seeing. Looking real heavy there as the overall sentiment on the day. All right, Mr. Josh is back.
I'm in now, baby.
Back over. All right, let me send you back over to the other Josh.
Now with the layers.
There's the other Josh. You got the layers. Yeah, so just your screen share and then get going.
Here we go, logging in now. skip that. Don't want to add a number.
You may have to mute me too on one of the ends. I got to press a couple mute buttons as well.
All right, and then we'll go to share screen, window. Let's go to Zoom and share.
So traders, again, it's going to be on just on average. Of course, there's going to be traders that are more systematic, like think Nos, and he's going to say, well, it's just going to trade when the edge is present. It may be 100, it may be 0. So just let's go on average. How many trades are you taking? Maybe it's 1, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 50. It's going to be a little different per day, of course, but and then scaling in and out, or maybe you just want to talk about the scaling, or maybe you have questions. We're happy if you haven't really discovered what you're doing yet and what works for you. We're happy to have you on and just ask your questions about scaling and the power of scaling and why it's important, perhaps, or how you can do it better, for your own personal trading. So we're flexible as far as that goes.
252 304 9944. All right, cool.
I'm gonna give you a call. We're gonna make sure the audio works. Mute myself over here on this end, and then I'm gonna give you a call.
All right, sweet. I am message that out to everybody there. Get the call-in show information. So allow there. And how you doing there, buddy? Can I hear you? Can I hear you? Can you?
Hey. Yep. Can you hear me? Can traders hear me?
I can hear you. And let me know, James. Let me know, King Lion, Chef Boy. Anyone out there? Myron, is there anyone out there that can hear Kevin? Make sure we can hear Kevin. Kevin, test 1, test 2.
Test 1, test 2. I'm going to start posting this over social media as well for the guys. And go ahead and all sounds good. Good.
Nice. Sweetness. We hear him. I hear you. Sounds good. All right, cool. So James, Myron, Mr. Lion, got about, seems like 125 still watching around the globe, 200 or so, 150. I don't know where we're at anymore. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so at least over 100 people watching. Wherever you're listening, like my little wallflowers, as I call you out there. What is it? What? Tell me about it. I mean, which I want to know, which for myself, I'll go over it. How many trades you taking today? Because some of this is going to help other traders if you're taking too many trades or if you're not taking enough. You're too scared like I was at first, or then you overtrade possibly as well. What's your sweet spot for trades? Where do you feel like that's your number of trades you want to take a day? Like Kevin keeps saying, and then we'll get into that for myself. So to me, it depends on the market. I mean, there were a time when, I called it a trade every alert challenge, and it actually was perfect timing for it in 2023 because I was seeing the market so well. There were so many good setups and I mean, really technical sound setups throughout the day. So I could get multiple trades and alerts, and I had so many traders. I'd stream live throughout the day. Oh, why don't you take more of your alerts? You alert it. They work out. It's such great. Myron, if you're listening right now, I bet Myron62 can vouch for that. He's probably one of the ones that got the Trade Every Alert Challenge going back in 2023 and said, all right, you know what? I said in May in 2023, this is May in 2023. I said, okay, come October, I'll do a Trade Every Alert Challenge. The market gets hot usually kind of then. I don't know. I just love October. Me and my wife have back-to-back birthdays, anniversaries. Let's do it. So I start that in October of 2023. I stretched that out all the way until really about March of 2024, but I was averaging about 6 to 7 trades a day. Where generally I'm a 2 to 3 trades a day kind of guy. If I go back in most of my journey, it's 2 to 3, 4 trades. That's my sweet spot. That's what I like. Well, now you can see like days like right now here recently, I got to have the setup. The setup's got to be there. Like back what Michael Noss was saying about the turtle traders, it has to be A+ or I'm not taking it. So now I'm probably averaging, back to that 1 to 2, maybe I doubt 3 trades a day, but 1 to 2, it's a little less than normal. And so that to me is always what the market's giving me. Is it a lot? I'll take a lot. If it's not a lot, I'm not going to trade a lot. I'm going to trade what's there in front of me and what my chart setup is. And to me, A is based off that, but then B just generally 2 to 3 or 4 is my sweet spot. I don't, and time frame too, which could be also if you want to talk about that. I like trading pre-market into the opening bell, an hour or so after the opening bell, and then I call it a day. Yes, there are trades to be had at lunch or in power hour and after hours, but that's not my cup of tea. That's not what I'm trading. I also see a lot of traders as well that try to trade all day. Excuse me. And I was one of them that would give back gains. And I had that throughout the journey of not only my career, but so many traders afterward that still come up to me and say, man, Josh, I got to stop trading. I'm up at 10 a.m. X amount. And then by the time it's power hour, I'm fighting to get back to green. Well, stop trading after 10 a.m. Then obviously it's the stock market in your journey, your tracking and journaling should tell you that. So to me, my little go-to is like 2 to 3, 4, somewhere in there. Again, if the market's saying trade, then I'll trade more. And that's my sweet spot. And the time of the day typically is just that pre-market into the opening bell, trade for an hour or two after that, and then just call it a day and be done. And then
Question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So are you only trading pocket aces at this point? Will you trade a hand that has an edge but maybe less edge, or are you only sticking to, I have got to see the best of the best, that's what I'm leaning into, that's what I'm sizing? Will you take a pocket 10 but size less, or are you just mainly sizing the best trades on the day?
Always A+ setups. I mean, I'm usually looking, I always call them 90 10s, 80 20s. They've got to be that. If I see a 70-30, and now for that challenge that we did for Trade the Pool, oh sure, I'll go after that's something that's not that great. Just but even in that, when I went back and looked at it, I did that on that Monday anyway. It was before the money show, but point being that Monday, the last day of the tournament, of course we were live. So it was Tuesday, so it was last Tuesday before we left. I was on my own stream again, right? Anyway, I just remember going over I had 8 or 10 trades from Wednesday all the way through Monday. So 4 days in that challenge, I still only took 10 trades or something. And so it just shows and yells at me how it has to be picky. I jokingly say this all the time too. Like me and my analogies, I'm like, if I'm going to the bar and I'm looking for, which I'm married, I'm looking for Avery, right? If Avery's not there, I'm not trading. I'm not looking for another girl. I'm not single. I'm not going to hit on all the other ladies that are there. And then if Avery's not there, I got to go to the next bar, because Avery told me she was at the bar. She just didn't tell me which one she was at. It's a little game we like to play jokingly. It's not I'm just hypothetically, right? It's a stock market. I don't know what play is going to come up. I don't know what's going to be that, pocket hand of aces, right? But if I keep looking around, I'll find it for sure. So yeah, that's usually what I trade. Just usually if it's 80, 20, 90, 10, I'm all over it. If it's not, I'll let it go by. And that's why a lot of the time, and that's where that trade alert challenge came from, because I'll alert something, but I'm not a big fan of it, whether it's because it's a setup I don't usually trade, or it's, whether it's a downtrend break, whatever it is. And I'm just not a big fan of wanting to take that trade. And I can have that discipline just to sit back and not worrying about trading. And that's where that kind of came about. Like, man, even though I don't like it, what I do alert still works out a lot of the time. So maybe I should just trade more. I'm going to be wrong more is the point, and I have to be okay with that. So if I trade more, obviously, the more you trade, the more you're going to most likely be wrong. I like to have that nice reserve, 2 to 3, 4 trades a day, and it just keeps that high win percentage up for me. So that's typically what I'm doing for myself. And then sizing as well, to end off on the sizing part of it all. I'm usually I find my area and I size into that area. I'm not a continual hold and hoper. I don't have multiple areas. I have one area. I have a defined area to trade, and I trade it. Whether it's a stop loss, it's the targets, and of course the entry itself. There are times I add 2 runners, but usually essentially I find an area of entry, whether it's a short or a long, whatever my entry area is, I define it, real tight area, 5, 10, 15, 30 cents sometimes, depending on if it's a large cap or small cap. But find my area, get my entries in that area, and know that my entry is correct. Because I've noticed in the past when I start second guessing or changing the plan, as we've talked about in that little small cap series, that's not usually going to be beneficial for your trading. I will scale in to winners as they run, but very few and far between. I'd say probably 10% of my trades I do that. I just like to find my defined entry, my defined target and stop loss, and just roll with that. And scaling out to me to end on is huge. Scaling into a play, not the biggest for me. I get a lot of it's brought up, and into your winners, that's going to F up and mess up a lot of traders early on because they're not going to do it correctly. One thing they can work on, and that will help them out throughout their journey, is scaling out. Take profit as you hit your target target areas. Don't go, I'm at my, I want to get to 450. And of course, here I got in at 420 and now we're at 450. All right. Well, you told yourself to take profit, but how many traders early on do what? Now we're at 450. Let's get the next target. Yeah. And they don't take profit at 450. It goes maybe a little bit higher. Then what? It comes right back down to their entry and they start going, oh no, why didn't I take profit at 450? And so that is so huge to me, is defining those scale out zones and scaling out and taking house money and putting it in your pocket.
No, absolutely. I mean, just to touch on that, I think Josh is absolutely right on being flexible with the profit expectations. Again, you've got to be rigid with the rules, but some of these plays give you irrational profits. Why are you going to cap that? And we hear over and over the years, guys, we've heard so many times from traders that say, "Oh, if I just would have left some on a piece on nearly every single day." That's part of the conversation. So why don't we start doing that? Why don't we start leaving a piece on? I call it leftovers to work, leftovers where you can adjust your stop now on this position to break even, so you know you're going to be green regardless on this trade, and the rest you can essentially kind of gamble with. It's like maybe it'll pad the wallet enough to get me up to 2, 3, 4Q on the day with the leftover position. Think of QMMM that went from $8 to what did that go up to? A couple $100, QMMM. So you have examples like this, anomalies that do happen, and you want to still have a piece on to work for you, just in case that happens. Being flexible with the profit expectation side, obviously having a profit target in mind, but at the end of the day, letting a piece continually work for you, that's going to shift your equity curve from kind of looking like this to starting to take off a little bit, moving in the right direction when you start letting your winners work for you. If you talk to the CEO of these brokers, they're all going to say one thing and one thing consistently, and it's what keeps people from being funded, from getting payouts, and that is traders psychologically we have a difficult time letting their winners run. They cap the winners and then they let the losers run, because when we're losing, we tend to be hopeful, and our human nature says to fight. It's fight or flight, right? Fight or flight are the emotions. So our emotions tell us to fight. Oftentimes you have to do exactly the opposite of what our emotions tell us the majority of the time. Just as in letting there's certain fears in trading. So fear of missing out is a very potent one, and you'll see traders like with BYND yesterday buying at the top, buying high and hoping higher in anticipation for a much larger move. But not only will they do that, they'll hold in hope because there was no risk in mind in the first place, or they'll add, as we said. This is not the scaling we're talking about. This is adding to a losing trade that's not predefined and not part of the plan. And as Josh mentioned, we will define these out. We just did on MSAI. We had the plan. It was a penny away from hitting it, where we had, okay, I'm going to scale this on the short side up to a certain level. This is the criteria. This is what I see. This is the edge that we've seen played itself out. It's hitting the 200-day, it's crossing that, the dollar. There's so many variables that Josh and I, over the years, we've developed, and now our gut tells us. Through the time, experience is your best teacher. You learn the trader psychology, in which when the setup is there and when it's not, and so you'll know when is the pocket pair of ace hand present, and then I can lean and size into that, and when is it not. Or maybe, Josh, on a day like today when the market is a little soft, a little weak, maybe your pocket pair ace hand, you're not going to size all the way on. So today, I'm not sure what you traded, but is that a case too, where maybe your pocket ace hand, a variable that influences it is a certain day? Like, is today the day to go full size? What are your
Right.
thoughts
And then,
on that?
as time goes on too, go back to that trader alert challenge where you start with, like a typical size of whatever I'm comfortable with, 3K with that at that time, because it was just killing the market. I'd say 2 to 3, 4K. A lot of the time I was going in, by the end of that challenge, I was going in 6,000 to 7,000 shares on a lot of those shorts. It got so easy to see it day in, day out, to where your confidence grows so high to where, you go from 2 to 3K, and now 4K, 5K, now up to 7K in some of those trades. It was absolutely money because you trusted the chart, you saw the setup. And then when you get to that point of maybe not liking what you're seeing, and it's a little, in my opinion, like I've seen recently, not a lot of technical sound overall charts that are building. Setups true, but not overall charts. Then yes, I scaled down a little bit, because I'm not, even though it may be the same setup or something I do like and love, it just is in different market conditions that we were in at different times. So if that's the case, you got to go smaller. And like Money Mitch talks about so often, obviously we talk about this so often, when to hold them, when to fold them, when to put the gas pedal down and when to put the brake on. And this has been more of that time period for me over the past few months, put a little bit more of the braking on, pumping the brakes a little bit more. Maybe I'm coasting a little bit after I get a little momentum going and I get up to say 70 miles an hour in a 30, right? Well, I'm going 70 now and I can let off. I don't want to pump the brakes sometimes and just kind of let it coast and just let off the gas and just let it slowly come back on down. But that's where I'm in right now. Very rarely am I putting my pedal to the metal here and there, but then it seems like right after that, I'm either easing off the gas pedal and or kind of pumping that brake slowly but surely, because it just isn't that time frame overall in my space that I'm not a very big fan of what we're seeing as far as good setups, from large cap or small cap.
Yeah, and there's something to it today. Like all four of us, we're feeling the same way,
Right,
and we have experience. We have years behind us, and all four of us feeling the same way. So, and that's going to come. That's going to come over time. That's your best teacher over all that gut. So, guys, give us a call. Josh and I are gonna keep chatting it up. We can talk trading until we fall asleep here. We, till tonight, really. We could talk trading forever.
Yeah.
So,
what,
give us
8
a call.
hours on in at the money show? What was it, 8, 9 hours on in? I know you had to kind of jet out, but yeah, I mean, that's all it was for us. I mean, we're sitting there talking stocks to so many different people. That was what was so cool about that, here we go. From people that are, 20 years old that were there to people that were 80 years old that were there. All right. Let's merge the calls here. We should be merged together. How we doing, Mr. Charles Donaldson?
What's up, King Lions in the building?
Oh, Mr. King.
Oh, Lion.
What's up, brother? How we doing?
How we doing,
What's
Lion?
going on? I got to turn you down because you're lagging on the TV a little bit. Pretty good. I just got out of my BYND short. I was in at 366, bouncing at 350. I took it.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place because I'm watching you guys. I'm watching the chart. Now I'm on the phone. Well, first off, I'm an overtrader. I have to say that. So I'm a recovering overtrader. Just
Trader rehab.
Get my feet wet. Yeah, I just got my feet back wet with you guys on TTP. So, I'm doing a lot of trying to get my confidence back. So I haven't really been going big and much. So it's been like slow hits here and there. I do want to get into trading a lot less, like just waiting, but every now and then, like I'll do, like my favorite thing, what doesn't always work is trendline cracks, but I like that because it'll give me my entry, it'll give me my exit, and then based on past chart, go to the left, I'll see, where I'm taking profits or where I'm stopping out. But really the trend line is the stop out, so I like those a lot. But yeah, market conditions definitely dictate trading. So there hasn't been much out today, but I overtraded today too. But I think it was Monday or Tuesday, it was really hot. Like we were live in our little Discord, and it was just one alert after another, one good looking chart after another, and I was like, I'll feel bad not to pull the trigger. So if I'm not fully confident, or if I have any kind of doubt, like if I think it's a low float and I think I get a pop, I'm less likely to let my green roll. Like I'll take it sooner than later, versus you shorted it and it's a perfect setup and there's not that much volume and it's just dying off, and I'll hold that.
Yeah, so what are you doing, Lion, to prevent yourself from over trading? Like what are some things you're doing? How are we working on that?
I'm not gonna lie. Right now, I'm not really doing much. It's more of because I'm trying to build my confidence in what setups are working, and like this week is one thing, but next week, the same setups might not work as well. So it's more like I'm just testing things out, and BYND just got another crackdown.
I think it's smart, size down and figure out like where what you should lean into, like as far as edge wise. So what's working, what's not working, how's the market, but keeping some skin in the game, so that way you're learning, because most people are not going to learn without skin, without any skin at all, even if it's small, like 50 shares or something. It's going to keep your interest, so it's going to help you really gain that experience, so that you know what to do next time. So I like that.
Right. Yep, that's been my main thing, is keep it small and trade the chart, put your lines in. Josh tells us put the lines in, and he's right. If I can't catch Josh on the morning alerts or something, I'll go on a daily chart and I'll look for areas where old resistance is new support, or vice versa, and I'll go up the chart And I'll look, I'll say, okay, this has a nice gap to fill. Let me check the float. Oh, it has a low float. Okay. I'm taking these shorts very quickly, or I'm putting them very high. Like, okay, we have a resistance at 5. It could break 5 and hit, what, 8.75? I might put it at, $8.80, $10 just in case, So if it gets hit real quick and comes back down, cool. If it gets hit and keeps going up, I could take it. But at least I'm not shorting it at $5 and, taking that gamble. Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And today was kind of It was some good shorts out, but it was real crappy out today, I think.
You're all over. I mean, honestly, we've been saying that. I want to chime in like, yeah, it's just been ugly. You're all over it. You're right, but it has been. It's not been that great of a day. You're not really getting a lot of good setups. You're getting some shorts at top, but that's it. And then even going back to that, you're not getting too many trend lines to build. We go back to time periods like you talked about where you go through. It seemed like it was multiple years, obviously, but from 2020 to 23 to 24, trend line cracks and shelf cracks, as they call them, are really every day you'd find those across the board, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Now you might get lucky to find 1 or 2, and you're seeing a lot of reversals at high of day, and you're trying to find that high movement. Where's that reversal? Where's that short going to go at? And it just goes back to me where I, am so, in my opinion, going smaller now because I'm not liking the setups that I'm seeing. So then I just go smaller, and that's why I'm glad you're doing that too as well. We'll get back to, me, I love my trend line and shelf cracks. We'll get back to that, and where those are working money, and you can just close your eyes and trade, so to speak. That'll come around. But right now you've got to be, you got to have your head on a swivel. You got to pay attention to what you're looking at. These places can go from 0 to 100 back to 0 in, blink of an eye.
Exactly. The only thing constant is change, and the only thing that the market does is change. So market conditions aren't supporting trend lines right now. So we do what works. But what I do like though is I'll use a trend line crack as like a support. So like I'm already in on a short for whatever reason, and then it cracks a trend line. I'm like, oh yeah, double confirmation, let's go.
Yeah,
and then that becomes the stop loss. If it cracks back over or whatever, breaks it back over, candlestick confirmation.
So if it does confirm, are you sizing winners when they do confirm?
I'm sorry?
Are you sizing?
Oh, okay.
Let's
so
say
like if I'm already in a short and it crosses over, it depends. It depends, on how much of an angle. I can't even describe it. It's just what I see in front of me. So like if it cracks and it's kind of at a top, then I might add. But let's just say I added and I shorted a top, and then it comes back down slowly or whatever, and it finally crosses over the trend line and it's kind of low, I probably won't add to that. But like if it's a real steep trend line and it crosses over and then it has like a candle wick up where it retests, depending on, like if I got in small, I might add in small at the retest of the trend line, and then break of the trend line candlestick confirm will be the exit.
Yeah. Man, it's really where you can get some size on some big winners. It's my struggle too, but like as evidence with BYND yesterday, there were some big traders that were just smacking that thing like all the way down. But it's emotionally, it's my hurdle. It's my hurdle too, because your average is getting so crushed. But if it continually works and confirms, that's where you're separating those like big winners, from the average winner. So yeah, it's something I'm working on too right now. And as far as good as part of the conversation, scaling. So scaling can be on these winners as well.
Right.
And
what do you do?
I actually just got a downturn crack on BYND and it's trying to make another move up. Let's see if we can get, I don't know.
Scale into it.
I think this guy's going to touch $4 maybe, 375 touch in reverse.
Did you go in long, or are you still just waiting for the reversal back down?
Oh, I'm not a long guy, bro. Especially not today. I mean, there's been some longs I've been tempted to do, and I've taken a few longs, but especially today, nothing's been really holding up. So
unless you're trading Tesla,
this is the only thing kind of holding up.
Tesla's on.
I'm sorry.
I'll say unless you're trading Tesla's on fire today. Real quick, I just now noticed Tesla's.
Oh yeah, I missed my dip buy on Tesla. I think I had 410 in. I think it went down to 412 or something like that.
Yeah.
And that was nice. I think last time I looked at it was at like 430. I don't know where it's at now.
437.
Yeah, beastin'. Fucking
yeah.
Tesla's a moneymaker, bro. I never really traded big caps, but when I was on one stop and I could only trade big caps, I made some good money on Tesla only.
Definitely. And then
Tesla's nice.
yeah, and that's the thing though too, which a lot of traders face though. If you're on the opposite side of that, you can lose a lot of money in a hurry too on Tesla if you're wrong.
Right.
It's a big mover, but yeah, I love
Yeah, well, the thing was, I just put the levels in. Once you put the levels in, and then you kind of see where it's at, and then you just kind of gauge where it's going, and I just take the middle pieces. Like, I might not get the full move, but if I could just get a good chunk of it, that's what I'm looking for, a good chunk of change on a big move. And Tesla gives a lot of big moves.
You sound pretty familiar. You sound like maybe a student of mine. Maybe you've been over on my.
I actually think you owe me a one-on-one. I might have to get that soon so you can help me set up my what's the name of this platform? I think it's Swim.
Yeah, your TOS.
Because I try to navigate through it, and man, I just cannot get it. I'm trying to zoom in, and it's sliding left, and it's sliding right, and oh gosh.
we got you on that one. You know me, I love my TOS, so I can help you out on that, bro. Yeah, man. I'm always here for you.
Yeah, I know it.
Always here for you guys. Glad to have you around. All my students, and
I appreciate it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah.
I held in I took a break from trading. I kept the morning alerts, and every now and then I'll peek in, and then I got a hair up my butt, and I'm like, I'm ready to trade, and here I am.
Yeah. Nah, kudos to you guys. You guys motivate me to keep me going. And again, there's so many people in this world, again, that I've been in the same shoes. I was in your shoes in 2015, 16, or, you were in those shoes. And so we're all in a lot of, like I said, we all show up to the harbor in the stock trading game of going in pretty much the same shoes. But then we see all the people in the yachts and the speedboats and the jet skis or even pontoon boats. How do I get there? And that's why I do my best to try to get traders, and I jokingly say we were in paddle boats. There's a couple of things that I think there's a couple different maybe paddle boats are in, whether they're over traders or they're holding overs. But eventually you'll see like Brad jump off the paddle boat and you're like, how's Brad on a freight? He's on a wave runner now? I'm seeing you over here paddling along.
Right.
And then all of a sudden Jessica's off the boat. Now she's in like a pontoon boat. She's drinking her American Rebel beer. And you're like, man, I want American Rebel beer. I'm over here just paddling away. But that's why, but that's where you have to keep paddling away and keep pushing. And I love being able to help you guys. And like you talked about, it's just the simplicity of it all. If you can make it that simple, put your lines in and trade them, so to speak, man, and find those levels and then grow the confidence to trade those setups that come to you day in, day out. That's the journey of a true stock trader.
Right. Yeah, it's just like you said, Josh. I used to work at a Chevy dealership, and I'll go on lunch break, and I see all these people in their drop-top Benzes, and just they're living life, and I'm on lunch break. I'm like, dang, I don't even get to see most of the day. I'm like, there's got to be a better way. And then I had a cousin put me on the stocks, and I made the most money I've ever made in like 3 weeks, and I've been hooked ever since. Making money sometimes comes with bad habits because I was, doing a lot of bad habits. But once I saw the potential there, I'm like, there's nothing better than this. This is the way. You gotta.
This is the way.
Get rid of some bad habits, right?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing for me is if I have big green, I get overconfident. So I'm working on that. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. In trading strange like that, where you make like $100 in a minute and you're dissatisfied, but in the real world, you're not making $100 in a minute, right? And so you gotta,
right.
We have to adjust our expectations. Expectations in trading wreck you, and then obviously like comparison is the thief of joy. So yesterday, seeing all these monster moves, that money that people were making on BYND. Rather than comparing ourselves to that, we have got to just say, what's been working for us, and let's lean into that. Because if you're trying to trade somebody else's system, somebody else's approach, it's going to end in tears. It's going to end in capitulation because you're not trading your plan anymore. So yeah, you gotta focus on ourselves and get rid of the expectations. So good work on your journey so far. It sounds like you're really evolving. Yeah, you're finding the edge and you're scaling things appropriately. And let's work together on scaling some of these winners as well. But Lion, what's the last word going over to you?
Shoot. I don't really have nothing else. So I did have, actually, you brought up a good point. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. It was really hot. I ended up, because this is my first time using this platform on Trade the Pool. I ended up getting in too big on an order on Friday, and I'm having a big loss on Friday. So this week I was kind of tiptoeing around, but I think it was like either Monday or Tuesday. We were all going in. I think CR Trader was in the chat, and he was posting things, and I was posting things, and of course I was going in small, and he was going a little bigger than me. I ended up making like $800 that day, and he made like 15 grand. And part of me was kicking myself in the ass. 'Cause I'm like, man, I should have went a little bigger. But you know what? I patted myself on the back, and I'm like, look, take the green. You know, slow and steady wins the race, and we go from there. That's it.
Yep.
Build our confidence and don't get overconfident.
Yeah. You imagine you got
Somebody's always going to make more money than you out there. So focus on you, and good job. Great work. 800 is great on that trade, and you're seeing things. That's what's most important, because now you have unlocked the potential to make even more. You know, you're realizing that through your trading, and you've seen the potential, and you're unlocking that. So thank you for calling in, Mr. Lyon. We're going to see you around the chat. Excited to have this conversation with you. And traders, if you're out there and want to call in as well, we got the call-in show here, 252-304-9944. Call in. Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
bro.
Kevin. Thanks, Josh. I'll be around. You guys have a good one.
You too, bro. Keep calling in. Love the like I said, love the love. It helps out other traders hearing from you. So, man, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate the support. I appreciate supporting. I'll see you guys later.
My man. Yeah, he's been around for a minute. You know, he's been around for quite a while. Right. Mr. King Lion, he goes by lion in different sorts, but he's a lion. Lion is needless to say, but yeah, he's been
he's focused.
Yeah, yep, and that's where again comes with that with over time. Right. I've worked with a lot of traders that have that. Oh man, I don't think I can get it. Or I'm not getting this, and I even had that in a one-on-one yesterday where a trader was like, "Man, should I quit?" I'm like, "No, you're not quitting on me. This is not happening now." And it's just about defining what you're good at and what you're not good at, and then having that rinse and repeat repetition process. And a lot of traders sometimes just get over focused and over analyzed, and then they get a little down on themselves, and that's when the middle side starts kicking in, and they don't think they're doing things right because things start to conflict with what they were doing and what they're doing now. And the market changes, like we were just talking about. We're going to have adapting and adjusting to deal with every year. And if you can't adapt and adjust, now look, there are times and periods where trends last for longer than 6 months to a year, and you can really be profitable. But there is going to be a time at some point where the market's going to shift and change, and you're going to have to do something about it. Whether it's you trade less, you go smaller, you adapt and you adapt to it, and you can trade it. And like I said, it goes back to that. I'll never forget this. And Umar Ashraf at that seminar that I was at in 2022, soaking back from my peers and listening to him. And of course, he's kind of rinsing, repeating what I'm saying, kind of repeating the same stuff, is saying, hey, don't overtrade, right? And there'll be a time when you don't need to really trade a lot. There'll be a time in the stock market where, and like he said that, he's like, there'll be times in the stock market where I won't trade for months on end. And I'm like, oh, BS, kind of back there in the back lane, kind of calling him out and silently in my head, but I'm like, oh, whatever. No way, Umar. There's no way you're, because that was when I still hadn't had a time period where I wasn't seeing what I didn't like. I kept seeing stuff I liked. There wasn't this the market cap space hasn't gotten to that point where I'm like, I'm not liking this. I kept seeing stuff I liked. I kept trading. I was averaging 3 to 4, 5, 6 trades a day. And then finally this year we get to small caps and large caps in a space that I'm just not very, I don't like it. It's not fitting my trading style and habit. So I'm not forcing. And then that just comes back to my head of 2022. And I'm like, oh, wow. Here is that space. I've finally been doing this long enough to where I don't like what I see. These setups aren't really for me that I usually typically like to trade. And so this is where that patience really comes in now for a lot of traders.
Right, definitely.
Definitely, my man.
That is why.
Yeah, because market conditions could be good this week and completely different next week.
Right.
So that's one thing early on that caught me, that I learned early on, was market conditions is like number one to how I trade.
Right.
Because one week it could be short season, next week could be, everybody's going long, nothing's coming down. So market conditions.
Like that week of the QMs, which we did have some shorts, but I mean, like that week, about a month, there was everything was just Scud missiles up. And you're like, watch out, be careful shorting. And then, then you kind of slowly get to now where everything hitting resistance back down, hitting resistance back down, hitting resistance back down. And it's where you have to adapt and adjust, and traders really have a hard time doing that week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. And that's why you find those early trading styles and habits, and kind of build those, to me, good habits in. What are the things we're going over here? Not over trading, not scaling in or scaling out. Whatever you are doing or not doing, especially scaling into losing trades, holding and hoping. There's so many of these things. What's your strategy? What time of the day are you trading? All these things we're going over in the call-in show. Of course, we released that 8-part lesson of the small caps. There's a reason why we mention this stuff over and over and over, because you can define this early on, and now you know who you are as a trader, and you kind of you establish yourself as, I was joking this yesterday. I'm like, I see, whatever you are as a trader, this is who I am. Like we talk about this, every point guard's different, every bricklayer does things differently, every quarterback in the NFL is different, etc. So who are you? What quarterback are you going to be? What plumber are you going to be? What American rebel Andy Ross, guitar American legend are you going to be? You got to write your own story, when it comes to stock trading. Yes, you're going to get some stuff from me. You're going to get some stuff from CR Trader. You're going to get some stuff from Kevin. You're going to get stuff from Mitch and Mike. You're going to learn from these traders, but in the end, it's ultimately who you become as a stock trader that then pushes you 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. This was like a perfect podcast.
I agree, 100.
Right here. This is exactly, speaking of Mike, this is exactly, I know what, if he's listening, Michael Katz may be getting a sleepy time, but I know this is exactly what Katz was wanting. So hopefully Michael's loving this today. The CEO of the company. It was great getting with him last week, and fun guys, over at Trade the Pool too, as well. Of course, you think it business at the money show, but as much as it was business, man, I love the guys over at Trade the Pool. Of course, I'm sure you guys get that enough on the live stream here, but even all the way up to the CEO, it was fun, having beers, drinking, as in at night, the camaraderie, having burgers and taking care of us and eating together. So yeah, all the people from Trade the Pool, great family, good people, every single one of them. And hey, Joe Angelo, which I know you know him, of course, Kevin, he's still down in Florida. He was sending me pictures yesterday with him, at the beach, the sunset. I'm like, oh man, quit teasing me, man. Quit teasing me.
Yeah.
Are you in Florida?
Yeah, he's partying it up.
Aren't you in Florida, Lion?
Yeah, I'm down in Miami. When I saw you was in Orlando, I was a little mad because I saw it last minute. But yeah, I'm down in Miami.
Yeah, it's all. Hey,
I have to catch you next time you come down.
We talked about it for a while. We couldn't wait for that. And what did I say, Kevin? It would be a week late. Next thing you know, it's a week afterward. We're going, oh man, it seems like we were just there. But yeah, it was fun stuff. Kevin flew down as well, so it was a good couple of days there, 3 days there in Orlando. Yeah, man. Hopefully we'll do more of those. I don't know about the money show itself, maybe some other ones, but that was so fun. We did a traders competition, so we had traders line up, compared it to like a video game consoles where one guy's on one side and one's on the other, and they're facing off against each other. They get 3 minutes down, set, hut, go, and then they get 3 minutes to trade, winner takes all. And it was so fun. So yeah, it was definitely then rubbing shoulders with all the millionaires there, and guys have been doing it for 30, 40. I mean, guys that have been doing it longer than me. Like one of the guys I talked to, look him up, Keith Fitzgerald. He's been doing it for 45 years. 45 years. I mean, I was literally nothing. My mom
still loves the game.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what was awesome to talk to him about. What was
he had to call in the trade?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and that's what he talked about. Which got to go back to 1980s when he started, and we talked about that. 1980 was when he started. Yeah. I mean, you got to think about what it was like trading then versus trading in the 90s or the 2000s.
I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, it was fun talking to those kind of guys, and of course where they've gotten to, and then you envy that and go, man, I wish I would have started this earlier. I'm only 7-8 years in. Here these guys are in 30, 40, 50 years. Of course, no wonder they have multi-millions of dollars that they have. They've been doing it for so long.
Right.
All right, brother, we'll see if we can't get one more call in. Thank you so much again, Lion, for calling in today, bro.
All right, yeah, I could call in to show support, and BYND got the crack. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, brother. Love you, man.
Later. Great talking to you.
Yeah. Love that guy. Love that guy so much. He's such a good guy. He's been doing this for quite a while as well. Yeah, and one of those guys that have got my morning alerts. He's got the live stream, or he's in the Discord, but I know he's got the morning alerts. He's had those for a while. So love.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, he's got it. Got his future set. It's focused, very passionate, and the discipline comes with that, guys. I mean, if you what you're going to picturize, you can actualize. You gotta focus on it. I mean, that's what they say. That's what Musk said. He's right. He's like, hey, give yourself like a month to get something done. You'll get it done in a month. Give yourself a week. You'll get it done in a week. You gotta like focus your mind on your own personal success, and it'll be there. It's difficult to do these things. I know traders that are good, but they lack certain things, such as discipline. It's hard to be disciplined, but guess what? It's harder to not be disciplined because you're going to blow these accounts up. So you got to choose your heart. It's hard to eat healthy, but guess what? It's hard to gain all the weight too, right? So there's different hearts that we're going to have, and you just got to choose it. So choose to be disciplined. Choose to be patient on the winners. Know your habits that you need to fix. Like, we all have these battles, and we cannot create downhill habits that are going to cause us to bleed our accounts out and blow them up ultimately. I mean, I've talked to so many hundreds, if not thousands, of traders that have blown up, and I know. I mean, I know where traders find their struggles, their difficulties, and certainly this is part of it. The scaling and minimizing how much you're trading, not over trading. There's a lot to it. So the conversation today is a part of it, and I think it's a great, valuable piece of the pie here that we're talking about today. Figuring out what you need to lean into, where you need to lean out of, knowing when it's hot, when it's cold, sizing in, sizing out. The interesting conversation, Josh, is something I've been, playing with it a little here lately too, is, scaling out of the losers even. As in, like, I don't have my full stop at one level. I ladder it, kind of like Mitch has talked about, like ladder the stop a little bit as well. Yeah, because again, you have to set these stops at abnormal areas. Otherwise, you're just always going to get hit, right? There's liquidity zones. If you've noticed that, right? There was a period of time where I was getting stopped out of everything that I was, I placed a trade, stop out, and that'd be the top. Place a trade, stop out, that'd be the top. And it's because you're putting your stop in the obvious area.
How we doing?
Everybody else is placing their stop.
Doing great.
Right,
this is James. I had to give you all a call. I got to push another
abnormal, right? Little
idea.
Abnormal. Put those stops in certain abnormal areas.
You there, James? Hold on a sec. Let's see if James is there. Hold on, James, you there? James? We had him on there for a second, Kevin. Can you hear me? Now I can't hear Kevin. Oh boy, here we go. We had a phone call come in. And they're merged together. Can you hear me, Kevin? I can't hear you now. Let's go with this real quickly. Share screen. We're going to share Zoom. Kevin, check 1, check 2. Dang it. Well, I had you in, and you were talking, and I pulled James in. So yeah, call back Kevin. Let's see if I can go over here to. Let's see if you're in here. Just real quickly. All right, check 1, check 2.
Check 1, check 2.
You're good. Yeah, I don't know what happened to James there. So James, try to call back. Let me go here. All right, we good? Can I go ahead and talk, Kevin? Nothing, Kevin? Can you hear me? This is what's going on here. I don't know what's going on today. This was working just fine. You got to love this technical difficulty through Zoom. We may want to try this through Google Meets, maybe possibly eventually. Call back again, Kevin. Go ahead and call back again. Call back again, Kevin. I'll get you on the main line. Maybe I'll just call you. Can everyone hear me on the live stream still? Just make sure, technically you had them both on at one point. You can't. Yeah, but Kevin can't hear it. Yeah, exactly. Kevin, call back. Kevin's about to be good to go. All right, there we go. Kevin's good. What's up?
Yo, what's good?
We're good. I don't know what happened there. So call back. I'll call him. Let's just call him. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to call. There we go. Let's go ahead and call. I'll make a phone. I'll merge them together. So you hold there, Kevin. We'll call back. Tyler, Texas here. Well, I do have a radio background, Reese. We don't use Zooms on radio. We use a phone system. This is completely different than what people
have reached. Mailbox number 903508801.
All right. Well, anyway, Kevin, you there?
How we doing?
Good now.
Yeah.
Good to go. You're back. Okay, now. Okay. Let's see if this works. We're going to see if this works now. Hold and accept. Merge them together. There we go. What's up? How we doing?
Test.
Doing all right. A little bit of phone tag this morning, it seems, but I couldn't resist but give you all a quick call.
Is this James again?
Yes, it's always James.
What's going on, James? Good to hear back from you. How's your trading been going from your last call?
Things have been going pretty good. I had to mention, like, for me personally, Tesla is ripping, and that sounds great. But when I trade with such a low amount, that doesn't do me any good at all. So I tend to try to stick with the lower price, usually sub $1 nowadays. Because if I can get 10 cents move, especially if it's on something like, say, 75 cents, it pops 10, it pops 15. I watch it going up, and then I'll add back in another 10 shares once it crosses $1. But that's how I can, because my max loss, I mean, if it genuinely went to zero, I would lose what, $10? It's not the end of the world to me. But every now and again, I can catch something that'll really rip. And, all of a sudden it goes from 50 cents to $2.50, and I'm kind of scaling up along those lines. That I can make money on. But, this morning I threw $20 at Tesla when it was at $4.18. I've made 84 cents. It's embarrassing.
Are you trading on Trade the Pool?
No. I just have my cash account on Robinhood. The Trade the Pool thing, I still have not quite understood the concept of that yet. And I know I may just sound old, but it doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Okay, so I get a $5,000 account. I let that thing get up to, I think y'all said 53, and then I'm going to get 70%. I don't know how y'all are making money. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. I'm on a funded 25,000, making 70% of that right now. So how it works is you're on an evaluation, and thanks for calling in. We're gonna hook you up with a $5,000 account. And what's going to happen is you have to prove you're consistent, right? So you prove you're consistent, and then in that case, they're going to take their actual funds and fund you. So if once you prove that you can grow that to 5,300 on a 5,000 account, they're going to give you another 5,000 funded account that is no risk to you at all if you lose the money. But if you make money, you get 70% of the profit. So that's how that works. And I think this is going to be beneficial for you, James, because it's going to give you the confidence to start sizing up on the setups you're seeing. I mean, clearly with Tesla, you're seeing profitable setups. But you're not leaning into them. And I think Trade the Pool is going to help you grow the confidence to do that, because now you with this $5,000 account, you can apply a different level maybe of risk to it, versus $10, $20. Maybe you can size up a little bit more on the evaluation, since it's less risk to you, right? On these setups that you're identifying that end up being profitable.
Well, that would make sense. I mean, my normal, like I said, I told y'all before, I use $100 a day. That's what I use. And at the end of the day, if I'm at 115 or even just 105, then I bank that $5. Tomorrow I start back off again with exactly $100. So, and if I take a loss that day, like I did yesterday, I ended up losing, I believe it was like 972. So this morning, I just added back in to put me back at $100 exactly again. So I will, on average, take 5 to 6 trades per day, looking to pick up 10, 15 cents. And it lets me kind of train myself. And I think maybe I could follow the same setup, but instead of getting 10 shares, maybe I pick up 100 shares with the whole trade the pool thing. Maybe that would work. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Well, do you have a defined stop loss too before you're taking these trades, or while you're in the trade, you have a stop loss? I'm guessing, right? Or is it just that percentage wise number? If you lose that much, you're just out, or is there an actual number that you stick to?
There's not so much a percentage. I'm kind of almost like what I've watched y'all say before. I'm watching it as I'm coming in, and I look at where was the bulk of the trading, where it was sideways last time. I put my stop loss right there. So if it drops, and because when these things drop, they just drop. But I'll ride it up, and then I'm pretty confident. My biggest issue is I start holding on to things because I like them. Yeah. I mean, I just like them. Yeah. And, like the MSAI today. I don't know if it's just I like the name or just what, but I've watched this thing because I got in at 94 cents. I've watched it go all the way up.
You don't like to lose money. You don't like to lose money.
No.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's so small that it doesn't really hurt me because I'm really thinking that this afternoon is where it's really going to run.
Right.
And that may be wishful thinking on my part, but I just have a feeling that Trump's going to say something crazy and everybody's going to go AI, and it's going to rip. So, because it's got the MS and the AI, and you put it all together, I think people are going to run with it.
It's better than just
the others.
But I was going to say that's better than just saying, well, I bought some Nike shoes. I like Nike. You have a little bit better of a reasoning for this reason for MSAI to pop up. But this goes back to what you're saying. It just goes back to what we keep talking about, that emotional side of stock trading that traders face. That even this stuff like that, where besides holding hope and whatever it is, I just like the ticker, and I'm like, I did this before. It's NAKD. I talk about this all the time. My NAKD merger deal with Bindon back in 2017, I think it was. Heidi Klum, I used to think she was smoking, but she's still gorgeous, but whatever, back in the day. So yeah, I like the ticker. I'm like, why am I holding this for a month, And so I did it, we all do that. And that's just one of those things that the longer you do this, you'll start going, I just want to trade the chart. I don't care about marrying a ticker or because Heidi Klum's a model and I get a little piece of Heidi Klum's modeling the lingerie company. I don't know. No, it's just you trade the chart. Hey, Kevin, it got me hooked, okay? I was like, hey, mentioned naked. And I would say after I got burned on naked, NAKD was a ticker. It's not a ticker anymore. I would say I would rather run around my neighborhood naked than trade naked ever again.
Well, I have to throw an idea to you guys. Two things. One, I would love to see Trade the Pool do a live scanner YouTube channel.
Okay.
I think that would be awesome. I think that would spread your name. I mean, because I watch a live scanner channel all day long, and it has everything. It has the pre-halt, it has the halt, it has the what's 2-minute movers. I think Trade the Pool. I would trust Trade the Pool with something like that more than I would anybody else.
Well, how about that?
So that's one idea.
Is it the pretty fake?
Second idea.
What is it, Mr. James?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what is it? What's tiny and what makes us so trustworthy?
Well, you're Trade the Pool.
Okay.
And so we don't see y'all pushing stocks like some other channels do,
right,
where they just kind of push it. And you can almost feel like, okay, I just have this feeling sometimes with some of the other channels. They're pushing me in, and they're shorting it the whole way.
Yeah.
And I never get that feeling from y'all. So I haven't been watching y'all forever, but I'm very confident in what y'all say. Y'all give us real information, so I like it. So that's just my opinion.
Appreciate it.
Even if you don't like it, James. Even if you don't like it. What we're going to have to do here, James, we got to not hold and hope. Yeah, this is part of that. What you're not going to like to hear even if you're small size, see, you're justifying it based on your position sizing, like the lack of a good trade, because you're in small, you can kind of gamble with this. And we got to start leaning into taking good setups and good trades regardless of the position sizing. And we're gonna send you over a 5,000 account over at Trade the Pool, so that way you can really start discovering what is James' edge, what are the good setups. Let's trade the chart, not what we want to see. I think if you play this back and listen to yourself, you would agree with us that you're seeing something. You want to see something that's not there. Right, I think you would agree with that. You want to see something, but it's just not there. With MSAI, what is there right now? Well, the volume's died off. She's heavy against the high a day. It's likely just gonna. It's just the volume's kind of died off, and so this ticker, it's got the $1.20 magic 20 high day number in there. We're gonna tell you, James, what you probably don't want to hear. But I appreciate you sticking around even to hear it, because this is how you're going to grow as a trader. I started off the exact same way, like mainly buying things in anticipation, like, okay, maybe Trump will say something, or maybe the president will say, it was back then, it was like solar. Solar was hot, or it was the shipping tickers, you remember that, Josh? Those were hot. And it's like, I try to find the sympathy play and like buy it up before anybody's into it. Oh, I'm going to be the first one here. And they would never move. In fact, they mostly got delisted,
right?
Maybe like the NAKD. So what Josh said is very important, James. It's like trade what is objectively. What is happening? Not what do I want to see happen and trying to force that onto the market. What is happening here? Trade that, regardless of the sizing. You want to be a good trader. So whatever sizing you're taking, I think you're going to do well and succeed, even if that's with this account you're going for 5 a day now. Let's even start sizing up, and you can scale. And then, James, once you start getting consistent, all you have to do once you're consistent is add a little bit more size, and you're making more. You're not doing anything else. You're not trading the money. You're trading a consistent approach, sizing up a little bit more, and the dollar signs will start growing with that.
100%. MSAI is not my normal to begin.
Okay.
Like this morning, my first was, and yesterday also, AIRE. I just, I got in early. Got in. Like this morning, it was an easy get in at 70, and watched it go ahead and jumped up to 91. I'll have to go back over 91, 92. So I got in, did my thing, got out. That's more consistent. This MSAI thing is I don't know. It's almost a game at this point. I just wanted to see, is my gut feeling worth anything for this afternoon? Probably isn't.
Gotcha.
But, that's not a normal trade. If you do that every day, I would be spending $100 and losing $100 every day, guaranteed. So
you
anyway.
identified what it was. You knew this is not your normal edge, and you just said, you know what, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You knew the risk there. So that's important. Good noting that.
Yeah, 100%. But the other idea, and then I'll get off the line. Somebody else can call in. I still swear somebody, I know I would be in it, if someone would call the stock market almost as if it were a football game. I'm telling you, almost like the NFL Red Zone. If someone were to put a show on, I would watch that all day long.
Well, hey, you got me hosting it right here, because at the competition at the Money Show was a lot like that. At least it felt similar to what you would want, where I had two guys up. I'm breaking down what they're trading, why they're trading it. Now, get a little different, right? I'm talking about other traders and what they're trading, but I would love that, and I would be game to be able to do that. I don't know if we'd have that Monday through Friday, but maybe it'd be starting out on a Friday, because we don't have anything on Friday. So I would love to do something like that for sure. And it just kind of reckons back to the competition that we did at the Money Show. Is very back and forth, and I had to, is very sports like, and it kind of let me, of course, this is where I come from, broadcast journalism in the sporting world. You can tell Michael Noss, Money Mitch, just kind of stepped back and let me roll with that on Friday. So that was really cool that I was honored that they kind of just step back and let me kind of host that competition, because it was really fun. And bro, And especially me, you know me, I'm 100 million miles an hour. So yeah, I would love to do that and commentate from Go to the Spy to Tesla to small cap plays, and and kind of go through it like it's a football game, and then kind of see.
And the scanner idea is a good idea too, James. We'll pass that along.
Yep.
We'll pass that along. Good idea there.
Yep.
There's got to be enough people here at Trade the Pool for y'all to almost divvy up some teams: red team, yellow team, green team. There's got to be enough people there for y'all to put some teams together. And, have a Michael Noss team, have a Money Mitch team, put some teams together, and just have somebody, be the NFL red zone guy calling it. That would be an awesome show to watch.
Yeah, green team. Yeah. All right, cool. Y'all do it. Y'all face off. I host. All right, we have over to the right the green team, Money Mitch, and of course, Money Mitch would be the pink team, and then Michael Noss will be the blue team. So we got the blue, the green, and the pink team facing off today. Looks like Money Mitch is going long here on SRM out of the gate here, 46.50 here, going out for the breakout to $48. We got Kevin Avery in the green team. We're going to be shorting MSAI, it looks like, at about the 120, 130 market. Oh, Michael Noss doing some automated trading here. Oh, my God. So we got Michael Noss at about 4 trades right now. We've got Kevin Avery just looking solo at MSAI, and here comes Money Mitch down the stretch on SRM. It's spiking up to 48. I think he's going to take the lead right now, guys. So, yes, we got the blue team and Money Mitch up about $150. We've got the green team and Kevin Avery down about $120 right now. He's going to come back, though. And then we've got the blue team and Michael Noss and the automated trading slow and steady eddies up about $45. Here we go.
That's going to be an awesome show. That's going to be an awesome show.
I got it already for you, my man. We just need to
That was great. That was great, Josh.
Just got to get it going.
Oh, that was great.
Just got to get it going. But no,
right.
I love that.
Lions with the green team.
Yeah, I'll dip out, let y'all get back to y'all's normal show. But I'm loving it, and I'm all for the scanner and the red zone. And y'all could do. I mean, that would be a name, the red zone, or maybe it's the pink zone because of y'all's colors.
There we go. Trade the Pool. It's Friday's Pink Zone, baby. That's right. It's the pink team and Money Mitch. It's the green team and Kevin Avery. It's the blue team and Michael Noss squaring off on Friday's Showdown. That's right. It's the Friday Showdown here on Trade the Pool. 3 teams, 1 winner, 2 hours of trading. Halftime comes in about an hour from right now. Let's go. Here's the opening bell. I got you. Let's get it going.
See, there you go. That's going to be an awesome show. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. Have a great day. Don't worry. I'm always watching.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it, Bubba.
Thank you, James. Appreciate you.
Hey, don't get me going, boy. I'll talk another 2 hours. The next thing you know, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. But no, those are great ideas. A scanner for sure. I know a lot of traders out there have that. A lot of the services have that. It'd be cool to have our own for sure to kind of push traders when we're streaming live Monday through Thursday over to that. Hey, use our scanners. And then, maybe start on a Friday. We'll pitch that to Cats and say, hey, man, I think traders really would like that. We go live for about an hour, maybe on Friday, and do something like that. That would be pretty fun. One last call here. One last call. But look, they just keep calling in. They keep calling in, and I know who this guy is. I know who this is right here, and it's my man. It's the myth. It's the legend. He likes Reese's Pieces, and he's a big fan of Reese Witherspoon. How you doing, Reese? You there?
Test.
We got Kevin still on the chat. Make sure we're merged together here.
Test.
I don't know what's going on there. It's I do the same thing where I accept the call, I merge the call. It shows.
You don't hear Josh though, Reese. Yeah. You don't hear Josh.
It's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't hear him. Don't hear him. Dang it, Reese, because it shows that he calls and it shows that he's on the line right now. So I really would love to mess with this a little bit more whenever we have time to, and have someone kind of continue to call in, because it's really weird. Because now I have you this time. I didn't drop you. I add him, but it doesn't add him. So it's very weird. And then, here I am, the one that's worked in radio, and I feel like a big buffoon over here.
Yeah, Reese, we're just not getting Josh. So you might have to call back. We're going to.
Can you hear me? Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, we'll end it and then call back. Yep.
Cool. Hey, guys, seeing AMD dropping heavily if it breaks 232. Go to AMD. I'll look at that real quickly. AMD. Yeah, I do see that shelf right there. Nice, good shelf right there. GDL Core, what's up, Giovanni? How you doing, handsome? Yeah, watch for that move down to 270 and then down to 231 for AMD. Here he is. What's up, handsome? How we doing?
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can. Now we just need Kevin to call back. Kevin, call back because it is just F Hoogs on the phone call. Oh, so Kevin, if you could call back. There we go. Love it. Boom. Merge together.
Boom, boom, boom.
And
Music.
there we go. What's up,
There
Mr.
we
Reese?
are.
How we doing, Reese?
All
Mr. Reese.
Hey. I wanted to officially introduce myself and say hi. I'm Reese, and I'm an overtrader.
Okay. Well, welcome to Trade the Pool's over trading AA meeting today, sir. It's nice for you to join us.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need a rehab center, like a rehab section for Trade the Pool. Rehab Friday. Yeah.
Right.
For the
Right.
overtrading. So, yeah, Reese, tell us a little bit about this overtrading.
It's been about 12 seconds since my last trade.
And what was that trade?
No. I grabbed some options on CORZ,
Okay.
which it's not 12 seconds, a couple hours. But what I find myself doing, because I'm in a couple of these communities, right, and I listen to this guy. He's really good at calling options calls. And then I get FOMO when I get in too early. I don't get good entries, right? And then I get, maybe 10% green, and I don't want to take profits. But, 1 out of 10, I get like a 300%er or a 1,000%er, and it just keeps pulling me back in. And I actually wanted to call because I have some ideas for Trade the Pool. Because in a different community that you might be familiar with from some time ago, Josh, they had a tournament on a prop firm, and the entry was free. Doesn't have to be, it can be like a smaller amount, but the whole community was trading against each other. And what I found that to be for me was like the ultimate paper trading. My account, if it goes wrong. But when I'm in a competition against other people, I'm actually taking it seriously, right? And I'm drawing my lines and my triangles. I watch for my breakouts. Clearly, I was over trading, right? Because I was trading the Qs. So I probably did like 30, 40 trades just in the morning, but with stop losses, right? So I'd start to finally figure out a little bit that I should, retime my entries, change my entries, because I was doing like $20 wins and $200 losses on my stop losses in the beginning, and being able to turn that around. It's a little crappy on the prop firm, depending on how they fill you, because you tend to, as soon as you get filled, on the ask, you start off being down, 100 or 200, depending on how large you go in, just because they only fill you off their ask and they calculate you based off the bid. But anyway, looking for the right setups and then going in really helped me just kind of hone my charting skills and my entry and exit skills on paper trading, because it was a free competition that still had prizes. At towards the end of the competition, everybody's just YOLOing everything, because you either get first place or not. So a lot of people get bounced out as well. But I'm just thinking that might be an idea, maybe even with Josh commentating it as a sportscaster, if he has some sort of oversight view of what everybody has. And that kind of leads into my next idea that I would also be willing to pay for, Josh. And from a technology standpoint, on the side, I might be able to help you guys with that too. But I wouldn't mind being able to subscribe through, Trade the Pool or some other platform to have Josh's lines that he draws on his chart show up on mine. Maybe in a different color, but these are Josh's lines for this ticker. So have them pop up in real time as he draws them to give me some extra aid at my entries and exits, which I think might be a novel thing to have for other people to also be like, oh wait, I can just see what other teams are doing or other players or people are doing and I can use that to my own like trading advantage.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Honestly, if I like when I'm at home, when I'm sliding those lines in, every morning for you guys, it just automatically shoots it straight over to you. So you see then immediately what lines I'm putting in, and then you have them. That would be cool. Almost kind of reminds me like you go think or swim and you want to put in a study and, that would be cool if you go AK's lines or Josh's lines and then boom, you pop them on. You could turn them off and on if you wanted to for the day. Yeah, I would love to look into something like that for sure. I mean, I'm 100% down to help other traders. That's why I've been doing the morning alerts or the, putting in levels for traders for a few years now. And it's one of my passions. So yeah, I am 100%. Let's look into that, Reese. I'm down for that for sure. That would be super cool. Like when I was at the, the money show and hear people like the Fibonacci print, they have, the Bollinger Band guy. Yeah, I've always thought about that. Like I would love to have like the AK line, something where they put it in and then those lines just go in for them. That would be super cool. Good thoughts.
Yeah, and then especially if you're in a tournament setup, right? Or you have traders competing against each other. It's like a video game where you have like the ghosted entries, or either the ghosted car that's driving in front of you or the other players that you see on the map. You kind of see what they're doing, what they have been doing, without giving away too much information for the competition aspect of it. But I think gamifying the whole trading setup and, having a platform like Trade the Pool that has this enhanced simulation environment, paper trading environment, I think has a lot of opportunity to really bring a lot of people in and to make it fun. Because what I should be doing, I should be making 2, 3 trades, 4 trades, between 6:30 and 10:30. But I tend to watch the market for a lot longer, and I need something else to do.
Yeah.
Right. And I would do that.
Love it. Guys, James to now Reese, hopefully the ears are burning over in Israel from Michael Katz and Gil and everyone else over there. Great ideas. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love this and just growing the brand for Trade the Pool. And of course, ourselves, here as traders here trying to help you guys, me and Kevin, of course, Michael, Mitch. Love it. Absolutely love it. I am so game for being I love how we're like, hey, let's just Josh be the broadcaster, get the guys to trade. And I'm down for that. I love to talk, love to broadcast, got that energy. So man, that would be, dude, we'll talk about it more. We're going to definitely tease it. We've, me and Kevin always on the side. What do we want to do more with Trade the Pool? Let's, tease some stuff to them. Let's bring some ideas to the table. You guys are bringing ideas to the table for us.
Yeah, and they could give you like a risk screen, right? So you can see what everybody's doing,
right?
And do the commentating or
I
don't know.
Yeah, dude, I love
some ideas. I
love it. I'm glad
I have a lot more of those ideas too. If you want some, just DM me.
I will. Yeah, I need to get some T-shirts made. I know. I need to get my gear going because I know Kevin Avery there with his money. He's got the green team hat. He's always repping. Yeah, go ahead and pull that out again, baby boy. Yeah. See, I need to get me a hat. I got my Trade the Pool hat. I need my AK-47 hat. I need to get me an AK-47 T-shirt. So yeah, I'll be in touch with you soon for sure, brother.
Wait.
Love it. Good ideas. And hey,
thank you, Reese.
Thank you for calling in, Mr. Reese, formally introducing yourself today as an overtrader. We appreciate that.
So how do I get that 5K account? I mean, little self plug here.
Yeah. Give me just a second. We'll announce it right after the end of this call. I'll give some details on that. Yep. But yeah, traders, appreciate you calling in. There was 3 great calls today. Appreciate you, Reese, as you per usual calling in. A lot of valuable information and insight here on Trade the Pool, and we're just going to build on that. Even with these ideas, right? Like the scanners or the enhanced commentating, right? That we may do on Fridays. I'm sure Friday's going to open up one of these days over here. So there's always something going on here at Trade the Pool. So just stay tuned. And as far as the traders that called in today, go ahead and email me, callinshow@tradethepool.com, and we'll get you set up with a $5,000 eval for you guys to start, working on. But what you need to do first for those that called in today, you need to go to tradethepool.com and you need to register for an account. So you don't have to pay for anything. Just get on there and make an account. Username, password. You need to have an account because what they're going to do on their end is, deposit essentially the credits. So you'll get the credits, and then once you have the credits, you can go over to the eval that you're going to want, the 5K flex or the max, whichever you prefer, and go ahead and click on that and utilize those credits to purchase it. But email callinshow@tradethepool.com. We'll get you squared away. This call show has been great, and I think it does, like I said earlier, add a lot of value. It gives you guys an opportunity to be heard as well, and voice out your own opinions and maybe what you need help with, as well as adding the value that you guys did today.
Thank you. And Reese, you got that? You figured it out, buddy?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, sorry I couldn't make it to Orlando, but we had something else come up. Next one.
It's all good.
Next one.
It's life, buddy. Trust me. Detmar was going to maybe try to come. Detmar that you see over on the Discord, he couldn't come. A couple of guys were wanting to come, couldn't make it. Dude, it's all good. I know we'll see you and meet you in person at some point. And we'll have our own individual in-person AA meeting. Have a good weekend, brother. Thank you for calling in, Reese.
Peace.
Thank you, Reese, my man. Yep. Love Reese. He's been around for at least a year or two with me, doing the levels. Love the love too, real quickly. I know we need to sign off. We're kind of going over today, but yeah, you guys would, of course, absolutely love it with the ideas. James, great idea. Would love to do that. And then, of course, host it with the 3 other traders. We'll look into that. We'll talk about that with Katz and then G. Delcor and Reese right there, with the lines. And of course, I've been doing those lines for a while. I know a lot of traders love my lines, respect my lines. I absolutely love that. Gotten good at charting for small cap to large cap. The traders, over 100 plus or so have signed up for those, and it's an honor to know that traders rely on me and my levels because they're that accurate. It blows my mind sometimes because I'll go back over them and I'll hit high of day or low. Like I call these out in pre-market, and I'll hit high of day or I'll hit low of day, and it'll just blow my mind. Of course, I have so many traders in the morning alerts, but yeah, it's awesome, my man. Absolutely awesome.
All right, traders, we got to wrap it up right there. It was a great show. A couple just announcements to make. Again, the call-in show at tradethepool.com. Go ahead and email us over there. Tomorrow night, I'm doing another 5,000 account giveaway over on my channel. It's Friday night live stream. It's essentially an AA meeting that we drink at. So we get our 12-second chip. The last caller, Reese, he's like, 12 seconds. You got your 12-second chip. And, so we're going to be just hanging out, drinking, talking about the trading week, trades, just trading in general. We hang out, have a good time. Josh said he's going to be over there on my channel. If you haven't, just click on my name. And you can go to my channel, subscribe, and turn that bell on, so you'll get notified around 9:30 or so tomorrow night at Eastern time. And we'll do a 5K giveaway tomorrow night as well. But traders, thank you all so much for staying with us. We went over about half an hour on this stream today, but it's always fun. I mean, like Josh and I could do this all day, every day.
Right.
Need link to your show? Just here, I'll type something out. There you go. Josh put it down there. There we go. For Kevin Avery. We'll do a Friday night live stream tomorrow night. We're going to hang out. And, email me too, averydaytrading@gmail.com, if some of you want to just hop on and hang out as well. Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool's here as well. Sweet. Thank you, guys.
Love it.
I appreciate it. But, yeah, great stream. Yeah, Josh, last word goes over to you. I mean, it was a decent day. Green. Slower day, green.
Yeah, I know you got to go pick up the kids. Slower day. Guys, call it a day. It's Friday. I always call it Freaky Friday tomorrow. You never know what you're going to get on Fridays. Could be a great day. Could be a slow day, especially after this week. Most likely, in my opinion, probably going to be slower tomorrow. We could get that one crazy runner, but look for just one crazy runner tomorrow. Like we've talked about, anything we've talked about today, please remember this stuff. And again, thank you for everyone that called in, that joined today, and is just listening. We appreciate you big time. The ideas were great. James and Reese will look into those. Of course, I would love to do that. Have a great weekend, team. See you back here on Tuesday. Keep it light, keep it tight. And I can't wait till next week. Halloween, baby. It's candy week coming up, my man.
It's candy time. All right, traders. Embrace the risk, accept the results per usual. And the theme of today via the callers, do not overtrade. We gotta stop overtrading, right? All right, guys. We'll see you next week.